Chapter 1000. Crippled? Why? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Wasn't Wuyin under Zhongji? Yuan Cheng shook his head and said, I'm not sure. This news seems to have been released by Zhongji on purpose. It's obvious that he's setting a trap for you. Perhaps Wuyin has already betrayed you, and his heart belongs to you. Of course, it's also possible that this is just one of Zhongji's schemes, and Wuyin is still living very freely. He honestly told Zhou Xuanji about this, which made Zhou Xuanji feel quite satisfied. These two fellows had always been fighting openly and covertly, but this time they didn't hit him while he was down. Instead, they purposely concealed the truth. As subordinate strategists, they were very qualified. Let's put it aside for now. It's impossible for me to sneak into the endless east to save him. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Now that Bei Wujin was in danger, if he went to save Wuyin, he would be putting the Sword Emperor Divine Court in danger. Yuan Qing nodded. He also felt that this was the best decision. Wordless did not have much of a reputation in the East Boundless Realm, but now that a captive had mentioned that he was in danger, it was clearly a trap. Zhou Xuanji said, Pay attention to the space-time around the Divine Court. Not only do you have to guard against Eastern Infinity, but also Western Infinity. The boundless universe was too vast, and there were countless universes within it. The enemy might charge in from an inconspicuous corner. However, there was one thing that was certain. If the other party wanted to win, they would have to destroy the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Only when the Sword Emperor and the Cardinal Heaven experts were defeated would they be able to truly control the North. Yes, Yuan Cheng accepted the order and left. Zhou Xuanji hesitated before sending out another 500 doppelgangers. The avatars quickly disappeared and headed to every corner of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. He felt that there might be chaos within the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Then, he continued to comprehend the Constitution defying creation scripture. The Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Eastern Endless Theocrats were at war, and the Cardinal Heaven experts were fighting against the ancient geniuses. These two pieces of news became the most popular news in Northern Limitless. A voice soon rang out. Fight for the Endless North. Even though it was quite simple, it was quite powerful, attracting countless creatures to slaughter their way to the front lines. Even many old monsters who had been in seclusion for a long time appeared. In an instant, the Northern Limitless realm reached an unprecedented level of unity. In less than a month, another piece of shocking news had appeared. The news that the Cardinal Heavens had released the demonic emperor, Tang Xuanwu, and the other northern boundless overlords to participate in the battle caused a huge uproar. Because of their disappearance, the forces of these overlords were shattered. Now that they had made a comeback, the creatures that had already switched allegiance to them fell into a dilemma. Fortunately, they were at war, so they didn't have to make a decision immediately. Yuan Cheng reported this to Zhou Xuanji. He was worried that the Sword Emperor Divine Court would lose power because of this. But Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He asked Yuan Cheng to spread the news and guide the public's opinion. Now, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Cardinal Heavens had to take the lead and fight against the enemy together. At this time, if they still wanted to divide their forces, then Northern Wujin would definitely perish. Yuan Cheng immediately ordered his intelligence force to spread these rumors in various fields. After hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. North Endless was facing two sides. If they split up again, they would be defeated by the enemy one by one. The final result was the destruction of Northern Limitless. The turbulent situation calmed down again. The news reached the ears of the Cardinal Heaven experts. He couldn't help but sigh. This kid really knows how to use principles to set up a trap. After experiencing this war, could those living beings still be able to separate themselves from the others? The friendship of life and death was enough to solidify all living beings into an iron plate. He shook his head and looked at the pagoda in front of him. His pagoda was different from before. Its color was constantly changing. One moment it was black, the next moment it was golden, and the next moment it was red. It was extremely strange. Don't worry, you'll be out soon. Cardinal Heaven stared at the pagoda and said softly, Boom! A loud sound came from the pagoda. It seemed like a terrifying beast was imprisoned in it. Cardinal Heaven's eyelids twitched. Seems like it's not enough. I need to refine it again. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and sucked the pagoda into it. In a silver-white palace, the ground was like the surface of a lake. Gujuagio sat paralyzed on the crystal throne. His hair had turned white, and his face was very pale. He was panting slightly, giving off the feeling that he was seriously ill. At this moment, an old man appeared at the bottom of the stairs. The old man looked at him and held a giant horn with both hands. "Master, the medicinal ingredient you wanted is here." Gujuagio reached out and sucked the horn into his hand. Then, the horn melted at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into countless light spots that drilled into his body. Phew! He let out a long breath and calmed down instantly. He slowly sat up straight, and his eyes became cold. "Cardinal Heaven, I didn't expect you to cultivate such a sinister magical power. It seems like you're really crazy." "What sinister magical power?" the old man asked doubtfully. It was the first time he had seen Gujuagio so severely injured. "He wants to imitate Sovereign Gu." Gujuagio replied. As he said this, he gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The old man opened his eyes wide and looked terrified. "Is he crazy?" The old man cried out furiously and immediately panicked. "Go find Hunyuan Heaven personally and tell him about this. As for what kind of magical power it is, Hunyuan Heaven knows," Gujuagio ordered. The old man nodded and left immediately. Gujuagio sat paralyzed on the crystal throne again. He looked up at the light above and muttered to himself, "Where did Cardinal Heaven learn it from? Could there be an even greater conspiracy behind this? Wait, why did Cardinal Heaven revive? Who revived him? And where did the legend of him revive come from?" Ever since the war began, Zhou Xuanji had not been at peace. Every 10 days or half a month, he would personally summon Jin Cheng, Yuan Cheng, and the 12 divine lords to determine the situation of each battlefield. Most of the out-of-soul clones he sent out had already been destroyed. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his forehead and stretched his body. Recently, he had been studying the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra, which was extremely taxing on his mental energy. What was that sentence? Could it be some kind of incantation? Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself in confusion. He was thinking back to the sentence he had just comprehended. This was a passage formed from ancestral sound characters. When it was cut out and read, he felt a great fear and trepidation. This feeling was very abrupt because he felt very comfortable reciting the ancestral voice before. It was just that he would feel very tired afterward. He began to recite the sentence again and again. It was difficult to understand. Only those who knew the ancestral voice could remember it, but they could not understand what it meant. Even Zhou Xuanji, who had learned the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra, could not understand its meaning. As he recited it again and again, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of him. The crack began to grow larger. Zhou Xuanji felt a little scared, but he still persevered. He had to understand it, or else his heart would itch like a cat scratching it. The crack grew larger and larger, and strands of strange red qi seeped out from it. Roar! A low and horrifying roar came from it, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. Could it be a sealing incantation? Chapter 1001. Zhou Xuanji was hesitant. The spatial crack in front of him was giving off an evil aura, and he was worried that it would bring disaster. But he could not be at ease if he did not check it out clearly. That ancestor could not have left a fatal move in the unconstitutional Creation Sutra to harm his descendants, right? He continued to chant the ancestral voice. The spatial crack grew larger and larger. Soon, a blood-red arm reached out from it. The muscles on the arm were bulging and looked horrifying like a ghost's claw. Zhou Xuanji saw a pair of cold eyes in the spatial crack. It was like an evil god peeping into the light from the abyss. Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes, and the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. It was a marvelous feeling. Somehow, he was sure that the other party would not harm him. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes, waiting for him to open the seal completely. Boom! The spatial crack opened up, and a blood-red figure jumped out. He landed on the ground with his limbs touching the ground like a lizard. He had a head of wild and lush blood-red hair. Two giant pythons coiled around his upper body, one purple and one black. His pants seemed to be made of the black fur of some creature. It was thick and covered with tiny patterns. He had a tail behind him that looked like a dragon's tail, but it was forked at the end. A gust of hot wind swept up as he swung it. Zhou Xuanji stared at him in surprise. This guy's aura is so powerful. I feel that he is not inferior to the cardinal heaven cultivators he met before. The dragon-tailed creature looked up and revealed a hideous face. His face was covered with centipede-like scars. "Greetings, master." He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice. He got up slowly and half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. "Master?" Zhou Xuanji understood immediately. "What's your name? What's your relationship with that person?" He asked with a smile. "My name is Blood Dragon Ghost. I was subdued by Dedicated Heart Sovereign. He once saved my clansmen, and I swore to serve him forever. After he fell, I followed his will and merged into the unconstitutional creation Sutra to assist the next master." The Blood Dragon Ghost replied seriously. The Blood Dragon Ghoul answered seriously. He began to size up the Hall of Stars and sniff the air around him. Dedicated Heart Sovereign, the master of the uncontrollable fire god? Zhou Xuanji felt that the Blood Dragon Ghost did not lie to him because he could control its life and death. This feeling was marvelous. His instincts told him that if he recited the ancestral voice in reverse, the Blood Dragon Ghost would be destroyed in both form and spirit. Are there other existences like you in the Constitution defying creation scripture? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. The Blood Dragon Ghoul was very strong. If there were a few more of them, wouldn't this battle be settled? However, he felt that it was unrealistic. The older one was, the stronger one would be. The Blood Dragon Ghost shook its head and said, "I'm not sure, but I'm very strong under my master. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than me." He stood up slowly and looked at the door of the Myriad Stars Hall. He frowned and said, "This aura, someone is cultivating the Tao of extermination. Path of annihilation? What was that?" Zhou Xuanji was confused. Just when he was about to ask, the Blood Dragon Ghost disappeared suddenly. "Master, I'll go check out the situation. Wait for me here." He was very fast. Before he even finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji could no longer sense his aura. Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. Would that guy hurt innocent people? He couldn't track the Blood Dragon Ghost right now, so he could only wait patiently. One day later, the Blood Dragon Ghost returned and landed on the ground. His left arm was drenched in blood, and his expression was extremely ugly. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What happened to you?" He was a little frustrated. He had high expectations for the Blood Dragon Ghost and was waiting for it to help him slaughter his enemies. He did not expect it to end up like this on the second day after it came out. What a slap in the face. I found that guy. He was indeed cultivating the Tao of annihilation. This guy's playing with fire. The Blood Dragon Ghost said with a deep voice. He waved his right hand, and the face of a cardinal heaven cultivator appeared before him. "What's the Tao of annihilation?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He was thinking about something else. The Blood Dragon Ghost could not even defeat a cardinal heaven cultivator. How could it fight against Zongji and the ancient geniuses? One must know that the cardinal heaven cultivator had not reached his pinnacle. That's the cultivation path created by the primogenitor. It will destroy everything, including fate. The Blood Dragon Ghost said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with hatred. Zhou Xuanji was still confused. How could a cardinal heaven cultivator die with such a Tao technique? I took a look when I went out. There are traces of the Tao of annihilation in the current space-time. Someone must have used the Tao of annihilation at some point in time. The current space-time is much weaker than the one I had back then. The Blood Dragon Ghost continued as it sat on the ground and began to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What did this mean? What's the point of using the path of extermination? Become stronger? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Blood Dragon Ghost replied, "Destroy everything, eliminate everything, and create our own era." the era of the Prime Venerables. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this. Cardinal Heaven had always been an ancient sovereign, so it was indeed possible for him to learn the Tao of extermination. You're talking about the primeval age, but not all ancient existences were destroyed after the primeval age. Why is that? Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. If ancient sovereign really did what the Blood Dragon Ghost said, there would not be the legend of the Kunlun Origin Court. The Blood Dragon Ghost opened its eyes and replied, maybe he didn't want to dominate the universe. He had no choice but to exterminate the universe. That's why he didn't kill everyone. Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden realization, but new doubts appeared. What had Gu Zun encountered that forced him to use the Tao of annihilation? At the same time, he was in awe of the progenitor's unfathomable profundity. What kind of existence was the primogenitor master? It felt like he was omnipotent. How could such a powerful being fall? Who could kill him? Or was he like Pangu in Chinese mythology, sacrificing himself to create a new world? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. The Blood Dragon Ghost asked as it recovered, Master, what's your relationship with that guy? If he's an enemy, you could take this opportunity to kill him. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What? A Cardinal Heaven heavily injured? His expression changed drastically. Seeing this, the Blood Dragon Ghost could not help but feel uneasy. Could he be your good friend? The Blood Dragon Ghost asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and told it about Bei Wujin's predicament. The Blood Dragon Ghost was embarrassed. It did not expect to injure its new master's ally the moment it came out. Ahem, it's okay. Leave the ancient genius to me. The Blood Dragon Ghost smiled and tried to hide its embarrassment. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and said unpleasantly, Aren't you injured too? The Blood Dragon Ghost replied proudly, My greatest ability is my recovery ability. No Taoist technique can cause permanent damage to me if it lands on me. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and could only nod. He tried to chant the ancestral voice incantation to summon the Blood Dragon Ghost. Next, a spatial crack appeared behind the Blood Dragon Ghost and sucked it in forcefully. Chapter 1002. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed to see that he could keep the Blood Dragon Ghost. Then, he released the Blood Dragon Ghost. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at him with resentment, but it didn't say anything. Mastering the Constitution, Defying Creation Sutra would allow him to completely control the Blood Dragon Ghost. Naturally, the Blood Dragon Ghost wouldn't dare to have any objections. Based on what you said, you have a good relationship with the Hidden Heart Revered. How could he bear to let you be like this? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. The Blood Dragon Ghost seemed to be cursed by an enemy. The Blood Dragon replied, It's incredible to be able to learn the Constitution Defiance Creation Sutra. It's impossible for people without a heart of justice to learn it. The Hidden Heart deity once told me that the next master is absolutely trustworthy and won't mistreat me. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could divining sovereign calculate to this extent? He suddenly thought of the fated fate pearl. Could it be that the fated fate pearl would consider a person's heart during the process of recognizing its master? If he was cruel and heartless, he would be rejected by the fated pearl? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He began to admire the dedicated heart sovereign. Was the Constitution Defying Creation scripture created by sovereign Qian Xian? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was very interested in secrets that were even older than Gu Zun. The Blood Dragon Ghost said everything it knew. I'm not sure. Hidden Heart Sovereign seems to be related to the founder. I even suspect that he's not dead because I didn't see him fall with my own eyes. However, he left behind a will saying that he passed away. Speaking of this matter, a look of regret appeared on his face. What kind of person was Sovereign Dianxin? What was his cultivation like? Did he surpass the imperishable realm? Zhou Xuanji asked nonstop. He is a very strange person. Sometimes he is kind and benevolent, and he can't bear to see any living being suffer. Sometimes he is very evil and likes to scheme against people. Moreover, he doesn't kill people. Instead, he makes them suffer a fate worse than death. The Blood Dragon Ghost sank into its memories. Its eyes alternated between nostalgia and fear. As for his cultivation, no one knows. In any case, I have never seen him lose. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt that Hidden Heart's sovereign was even more mysterious. If the devoted Mind Lord is still alive, where is he? And the progenitor? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be that the unknown regions of the boundless universe hid those ancient powerhouses? Why didn't they show themselves? For a time, the Hall of Stars was silent. The Blood Dragon Ghost did not disturb Zhou Xuanji because he needed to rest. The battle in the north was still going on. After Gujuagio was injured, he settled down. Cardinal Heaven experts also began to recuperate after being attacked by the Blood Dragon Ghost. The creatures under the two of them were fighting non-stop, and the flames of war spread across dozens of domains. Compared to them, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Eastern Boundless Imperials were engaged in a fierce battle. All sorts of battle reports spread through the Sword Emperor Divine Court. More and more heroic figures were born, becoming famous after a single battle. More and more creatures rushed to the battlefield. The reason why the news of the battle had spread so quickly was because of Yuanqing's intentional arrangements. The idea naturally came from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of other geniuses rising up to shake his position because he was confident. In the boundless universe, fame and fortune were equally important. Zhou Xuanji gave them a chance to become famous. As for the benefits, killing enemies could be exchanged for resources. Under such rules, the Sword Emperor Divine Court grew stronger as they fought. Wherever the situation on the battlefield was bad, more living beings would head there. To them, the stronger the enemy, the easier it was for them to become famous. Zhou Xuanji did not fight personally again, unless he encountered a powerful, imperishable stage cultivator. Ordinary imperishable realm experts could be handed over to Hongqin Saint Monarch or other god monarchs. The gap in the battlefield could not be widened, and the Eastern Boundless Imperials could not invade the Northern Boundless Imperials. Eastern Boundless Imperials belonged to the expedition, and Zhongji could not allow this situation to continue. He sent someone even more powerful than 10-aspect deity Luo, Emperor Luo. This person was like an Azura in the Eastern Boundless Imperials. He had killed countless living beings until he was subdued by Zhongji. Zhongji sent him to bring disaster to the Northern Boundless Imperials. Once he entered the battlefield, he started killing immediately. He even killed Eastern Boundless living beings without any fear. The news spread to the Star Hall. My lord, that Emperor Lu is ridiculously powerful. The evil emperor of the Northern Boundless Imperials was defeated by him 100 million years ago. What should we do? Yuan Cheng said in panic. He was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. What made him panic the most was that Zhou Xuanji was still smiling and did not fear Emperor Lu at all. My lord, the enemy this time is completely different from the 10-aspect deity Luo. Yuan Cheng continued to say. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, What are you panicking for? Without a powerful enemy, how can we strengthen the cohesion of the Sword Emperor Divine Court? Continuous victories would only make people slack off. The pressure of adversity could instead unite people. Yuan Cheng said helplessly, Now is not the time to unite. The enemy is really powerful. Even 10 Rainbow Qin Saint Lords are not his match. Why could he not make sense of it? He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji had become arrogant. It was not a good thing to face Emperor Lu with such a mentality. Zhou Xuanji suddenly chanted the ancestral voice, and Yuan Cheng was stunned. A spatial crack appeared out of nowhere. Next, the blood dragon ghost stepped out from it. A horrifying, murderous aura filled the entire Star Hall. Yuan Cheng looked at the blood dragon ghost in a daze. This is although he did not recognize the blood dragon ghost. The blood dragon ghost's aura was too powerful, which made him shudder. Even Emperor Lu could not instill such fear in him. My lord, he is, Yuan Cheng asked with a trembling voice. He did not even dare to look into the blood dragon ghost's eyes. Zhou Xuanji instructed, He's called the blood dragon ghost. He's my general. Bring him to Emperor Lu. Just when Yuan Cheng wanted to ask more, the Blood Dragon Ghost moved before him. The Blood Dragon Ghost grabbed him and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes. Half a day later, the Blood Dragon Ghost and Yuan Cheng returned to the Star Hall. Yuan Cheng was still in a daze. The Blood Dragon Ghost walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "It's done. I was wondering how powerful he would be. He's still far from the cardinal heaven you mentioned." After that, he walked to the side and began to meditate. Too powerful. He's really too powerful. Yuan Cheng mumbled to himself. He suddenly became excited. "Sir," he cried out to the Blood Dragon Ghost, "you must be a legendary being. What's your real name?" Recalling the battle just now, he felt like he was dreaming. The Blood Dragon Ghost ignored him. Yuan Cheng looked at Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "This sir can also use Godly Days mode." Emperor Lu could not even withstand a single palm strike from him. If not for his playfulness, we would have returned long ago. Godly Days mode? Zhou Xuanji glanced at the Blood Dragon Ghost, who chuckled but still did not speak. "Okay, you can leave now." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. He suddenly wanted to learn from the Blood Dragon Ghost. Yuan Cheng held back his excitement and asked, "My lord, do you want to create a legend about him?" With such a powerful cultivator, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's morale would be greatly boosted. It would also attract more creatures to join them. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The Blood Dragon Ghost had already made its move anyway, so it could not be hidden anymore. Yuan Cheng heard him and immediately left in excitement. He had already thought of many ways to create an image of the Blood Dragon Ghost as an invincible cultivator. Chapter 1003. The news of the ghostly Blood Dragon killing the Fire Emperor quickly spread throughout the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Then it spread to the entire North Boundless and East Boundless. Emperor Lu was a super powerful being that had been famous for a long time. To think that he would be instantly killed by a mysterious being. Soon, the news about the Blood Dragon spread. Sword Emperor's battle general, Blood Dragon Ghost. There were only these two messages. It was enough to raise the spirits of everyone in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. With such a super expert overseeing things, what was there for them to be afraid of? How many experts does the Sword Emperor have? Our North Limitless is not weak to begin with. Now that we have a virtuous lord, there will naturally be almighty beings appearing. Dong Wujin must be dumbfounded. First, it was 10 aspect Divine Luo, and now it's Emperor Lu. Is Zhong Ji going to act personally next? The Sword Emperor is truly amazing. He has endless trump cards. Right now, I want to know what those dogs of East Wujin are feeling. All the domains were discussing this matter. The shocking feat of the ghostly Blood Dragon had also attracted more creatures to the battlefield. The Sword Emperor Divine Court grew stronger as the battle progressed, and the morale of the Eastern Boundless Royal Family started to drop. Not long after, the Eastern Endless Royal Family began to retreat. The Sword Emperor Divine Court could be considered to have obtained victory in the first wave of the war, and everyone rejoiced. The news reached the ears of the Cardinal Heaven experts. He sat in his bedroom, gnashing his teeth. So that guy is Zhou Xuanji's man. The anger of a Cardinal Heaven expert could not be appeased at the thought of the Blood Dragon Ghost attacking him. But on second thought, he was curious why the Blood Dragon Ghost would help Zhou Xuanji. That fellow had recognized that he cultivated the Tao of extermination at a glance. This was a secret that even Hongmeng Heaven did not know. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had an unimaginable backer? An almighty being from before the primeval era? The heart of a Cardinal Heaven expert sank. He was a little flustered. He had always been in awe of the existences before the primeval sovereigns. The more you know, the more you are afraid of. That shouldn't be possible. After Prime Sovereign, those undying existences won't come out again. The eyes of a Cardinal Heaven expert flickered as he tried to comfort himself. He waved his right hand, and a figure flew out of the pagoda in front of him. It looked exactly like him. Let's take a look at the Sword Emperor Divine Court and see if there are any strange auras there. That Cardinal Heaven expert immediately disappeared from his spot after giving the order. Ever since he summoned the Blood Dragon Ghost, Zhou Xuanji did not stop studying the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra. He felt that the Constitution Defying Creation scripture was an endless treasure. In addition to summoning the blood dragon, there must be a stronger method. Usually, he would put the blood dragon into the unique space of the scripture of defiance of the Constitution. Although he could control the life and death of the blood dragon ghost, this guy's temperament was abnormal. He could tell at a glance that it was evil. If it went out and did anything wrong, it would be torture for him. He wanted to nip the potential tragedy in the bud. As the war began, some creatures from the Kunlun Origin Court, Jinsu Court Realm, and Zhanlan Court Realm were released to roam the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji paid special attention to these creatures, especially those from the Kunlun Origin Court. After all, he came from the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't want the living beings of the Kunlun Origin Court to drown in the vast, endless universe as soon as they came out. Even though the Sword Emperor Divine Court already had order, there was still darkness everywhere. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Xiaoxian and Zhou Tanhua's sects were already on the right track. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoxian was the one with the fastest growth. She already had more than 10,000 disciples. Zhou Tanhua only accepted a few people, and his requirements were extremely strict. Zhou Xuanji had no objections to this. Both options had their pros and cons. As long as they could carry out their ideas, it would be a good thing. Zhou Xuanji did not want them to have no goals in life under his protection forever. This was especially true for Zhou Xiaoxian. At the very least, Zhou Tanhua's goal was to cultivate bitterly. Under the red clouds, on the floating island, Zhongji's expression was extremely ugly. The spy kneeling beside him was shivering, not daring to raise his head. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Zhou Xuanji. Zhongji gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Before, he had treated Zhou Xuanji as a chess piece, so he had sent Wei Yin to help Zhou Xuanji. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be able to stand against him in such a short time. It could even be said that they were suppressing him. At least in the battle, he did not gain any advantage at all. Instead, he increased Zhou Xuanji's fame. Right now, the name of the Northern Limitless Sword Emperor wasn't just limited to Northern Limitless. Even the other 3 Limitless sects were discussing it. Northern Limitless, who was fighting amongst themselves, actually held the upper hand against Eastern Limitless and Western Limitless pressure. A Cardinal Heaven expert was already a legend. But what about Zhou Xuanji? Kunlun Origin Court Supreme? The Kunlun Origin Court had long lost its legendary status. Go down, Zhongji said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the spy immediately disappeared. Bang! Zhongji slammed the table, instantly shattering it. He was furious. He really wanted to kill his way into the battlefield himself. But if he did this, wouldn't it be telling the endless universe that the royal family had no one and that he could only do it himself? He was furious and aggrieved. No, I must restrain his arrogance, Zhongji said, gnashing his teeth. He suddenly thought of someone and immediately disappeared. On the star stairs of the star's domain, Zhou Xuanji strolled forward. As he walked, he looked down at the star's spectator domain. Xianxia followed behind him. Tell me, what opportunity did you get? What's the origin of that blood dragon ghost? Xianxia pestered him and kept asking questions. She had been active on the battlefield. After learning of the existence of the blood dragon ghost, she immediately ran back. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, I already said that it's a trump card. Can I say more? When did this girl become so thick-skinned? I'm worried about you. How powerful is Emperor Lo? Even I'm not sure if I can kill him. But your subordinate killed him in an instant. I'm worried that you will be used by him, Xianxia said seriously. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Don't worry, he has been sealed by me. I have the means to control him. Xianxia couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. What kind of ability can control such an expert? She looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through him. When did this kid become so unfathomable? If there's nothing else, I advise you to leave. I won't say anything. If you want to deal with me one day, wouldn't I be digging my own grave if I said anything? Zhou Xuanji snorted. It was rare for him to come out for a walk. He didn't want his mood to be ruined by her. Xianxia stepped forward and walked side by side with him. She said with a strange smile, "Shall we make a big wave?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, "What do you mean? You killed Emperor Lo. Zhongji will definitely fly into a rage. Next, he will definitely think of other ways to deal with you. It's better for us to directly attack the royal family and catch them off guard," Xianxia said with a smile. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Zhongji certainly didn't expect that they would attack the royal family at this critical juncture. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked, "Then who will be in charge of the Sword Emperor Divine Court?" Xianxia said with a smile. "Don't you also have an outer soul doppelganger? Can't you just pretend to be your main body?" Chapter 1004. Zhou Xuanji carefully considered Xianxia's proposal. He felt that it was feasible. At this juncture, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's momentum was at its peak. The ones who were anxious should be the Eastern boundless royalty. From another person's point of view, there was no need for him to take the risk. Because of this, he was able to catch them off guard. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, go back and prepare first. Wait for my notice." When Xianxia heard this, a smile blossomed on her face, and then she disappeared. Zhou Xuanji continued to advance, and at the same time, he removed the space-time restrictions around him. Even if there was no one around, he had to be careful so that no one could hear his plan with Xianxia. He spread out his divine sense and observed the situation of the various realms within the multitude star domain. The current domain of stars was many times stronger than before he took over. There were too many living beings coming and going, and it had already surpassed the cultivation gathering places like the Thunder League and the Yin League. Cardinal Heaven experts were resurrected in the myriad domain demon lair, and the surrounding worlds were destroyed, including the Thunder Alliance. Zhou Xuanji looked at the lives of the creatures as he walked about. When he reached the end, he retracted his divine sense. This flight of stairs isn't long enough. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement before disappearing from the top of the starry sky stairs. 2 days later, he and Xianxia quietly left. He had left an extra soul doppelganger in the Hall of Stars. For the sake of authenticity, he had poured the same level of divine energy as his main body into the doppelganger. In the divine state, Xianxia sighed, "Your use of this kind of magical power is getting stronger and stronger, but in terms of speed, I'm not as good as you." She looked at Zhou Xuanji closely. Although Zhou Xuanji rarely participated in battles and did not go out, she felt that he was becoming more and more powerful. His unfathomable demeanor really made her curious. "It's all right. Compared to true experts, I'm still far from it. Compared to those before the ancient sovereign, I'm not even worth mentioning," Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head and smiled. Xianxia narrowed her eyes. Was this kid pretending? Or had he really seen the people before the primeval era? Zhou Xuanji could now sense everything outside the space-time kaleidoscope. This way, he could perfectly control the direction he was heading. When they arrived at the lawless area, Xianxia began to lead the way. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what she had done in the past. This time, she did not hide anything and talked about her glorious days as she led the way. Before Xianxia, there was another Hongmeng Tian. Together with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, Hongmeng Heaven had left behind the legend of the three heavens. When she was born, the Cardinal Heaven experts had already fallen. It was a mysterious, chaotic era, and there were very few historical legends left behind. The people who survived from that era all became the current overlords. Among them were Gu Juejiao, Ancestral Buddha, Zhongji, Evil Emperor, etc. Xianxia was formed by the heavenly Tao of a universe. After awakening her identity as Hongmeng Heaven, she began to rise. She challenged the strong along the way, and her prestige dominated the world. It was worth mentioning that Xianxia had the title of Lesser Supreme Heaven back then. When it came to this matter, Xianxia couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. "How did you feel when you met a true Cardinal Heaven expert?" Zhou Xuanji asked teasingly. In his heart, he was thinking about the history of the boundless universe. What he was most curious about was why Gu Zun had used the Tao of Annihilation. Did he encounter something at that time, or did he go berserk? The two of them chatted at a very fast pace. Under the leadership of Xianxia, they did not encounter any danger and easily sneaked into the eastern Endless Sea. The space barrier of the lawless region was like an empty shell to the godless state. After entering the eastern Endless Sea, Zhou Xuanji felt that the divine energy in his body was a little chaotic. The reason was that the spiritual qi of the eastern Endless Sea was different from that of the northern Endless Sea. This difference had nothing to do with strength or weakness. It was just an essential difference, just like humans and demons. The eastern Endless Sea is very big. It has always been ruled by the royal family, and the base of the royal family has never changed. I have been there before, and I still remember the way. Even if I die, I will not forget it, Xianxia said with a smile. Her smile was so cold. She was still brooding over the hatred of the past. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and wiped his face. Immediately, his face changed into another face. Xianxia raised her brow and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid of being recognized?" "Of course not. I just want to create a misunderstanding," Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. He wanted Zongji to think that there were other experts hiding in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. This time, he wanted to completely display the instincts he had comprehended. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji had the opportunity to observe the Eastern Endless Court. There were too many similarities between the two endless worlds. If it weren't for the spiritual qi, Zhou Xuanji would have thought that he was still in the Northern Endless Sea. After a long while, the two finally arrived near the Eastern Endless Royal Clan. Zhou Xuanji looked up. The end of the universe was filled with extremely strong sunlight. It was like a huge sun that had expanded countless times. Countless red clouds overflowed from it. At the same time, many creatures flew into it. Before stepping into the Eastern Endless Royal Clan, Zhou Xuanji had already felt the power of the royal family. The vast aura gathered together like a holy land in the endless universe. People couldn't help but want to worship it. "See if you can use godly void state to jump indirectly," Xianxia asked expectantly. Godly void state could pass through everything. If she could take them directly into the royal family, it would save a lot of trouble. Zhou Xuanji immediately took her into godly void state. He tried to break through the royal family's world restriction. There was a loud bang. The space-time kaleidoscope shattered. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia fell into a red cloud sky. They quickly stabilized their bodies and looked around. "Sure enough, we came in. Next, we will act separately. You can do whatever you want," Xianxia said excitedly. After that, she disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He then concealed his aura and went to look for Wuyin. If Wuyin was really punished by Zongji because of him, then he had to save Wuyin. Although Wuyin's background made him conflicted, Wuyin had never harmed him until now. Not long after he took action, dang, the sound of an ancient bell rang out, followed by a series of explosions. The floating islands in the distance exploded one after another. Vaguely, Xianxia's wild laughter could be heard. This guy, Zhou Xuanji, shook his head with a smile. He was still wondering why Xianxia wanted to act separately. He didn't expect her to go straight to the destruction. He used godly void speed and quickly moved through the royal family's world. Xianxia swept in all directions. On the other side, Xianxia was surrounded by hundreds of immortal experts. These experts were all furious. They didn't ask anything and directly started fighting. Xianxia raised her arms as strands of red qi coiled around her body, forming a huge tornado that blocked all the divine ability attacks. "It's you." Zongji's cold voice came. He descended from the clouds. His face was as cold as frost, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He recognized Xianxia at a glance. She was the devil who had bullied the royal family. Xianxia hated them, and so did Zongji. In order to destroy Xianxia, the royal family had paid a heavy price. Zongji's mother had died in that battle. Chapter 1005. You come at the right time. Your father is dead, so you'll pay for him. Xianxia stared at Zongji and said in a cold voice with a sneer on her face, Zhongji looked down at her and laughed mockingly. For so many years, you have been hiding, being a disciple of so many people, working so hard just for revenge. Do you deserve it? Why do you have to fight against us now? Xianxia raised her arms. In the red tornado, her face became wild and ferocious. Kid, what do you know? Your royal family won't be able to see me reach the peak. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright red light burst forth from her body. A series of terrifying roars came from her body. Zhongji's expression changed as he yelled, "Get into formation! Kill her!" Boom! Hundreds of immortal powerhouses lined up in a formation. Their divine power gathered together to form a huge golden wheel above Xianxia's head. Almost instantly, a terrifying golden beam of light descended from the sky, covering Xianxia. Boundless pressure spread and shook the imperial family world. Space twisted, and countless red clouds circled around, forming ring-shaped air currents. Zhou Xuanji, who was searching silently, looked back. Sensing the power of the formation, he could not help but frown. Could she bear it? He hesitated for a moment before summoning the blood dragon. An evil aura spread out, and the blood dragon ghost stepped out of the spatial crack. "Master, which pitiful worm needs me to kill this time?" The blood dragon ghost grinned hideously as it involuntarily glanced at the battle in the distance. He immediately understood. Zhou Xuanji ordered, "Other than that woman, kill everyone else." The blood dragon ghost smiled and immediately disappeared. Zhou Xuanji continued to search for Wuyin. The royal family's world was very big, and it was so big that Zhou Xuanji could not search every corner in a short period of time. Soon, he heard the laughter coming from behind him. It was even wilder than Xianxia's. The blood dragon ghost had already begun its massacre. "Who the hell are you?" Zhongji's roar echoed throughout the imperial world. The blood dragon ghoul laughed sinisterly. "You're the blood dragon ghoul ancestor." Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. At this moment, he suddenly sensed wordless aura. It was very weak. The aura came from a giant upside-down island below. The island was entangled by thousands of large chains, and there were many iron doors on the rocky walls. There were guards behind each iron door. Zhou Xuanji charged in forcefully with the sword fusion technique. There was a loud bang. One side of the massive island exploded, and Zhou Xuanji dived in like a ghost. The guards along the way could not stop him at all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Speechless Cell. He frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Wordless was chained to the wall. His arms and legs were gone, and his head was drooping. His body was covered in bloody holes, and there were golden worms crawling in each of the holes. Zhou Xuanji could sense that Wuyin's real body was not fake. He asked softly, "Why is it like this?" Hearing this, she raised her head silently, her eyes as clear as before. "It's nothing. I just chose to follow my heart," Speechless replied. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "You chose me. Why does Zhongji treat you like this? Since you came here, you must have become stronger." Bang! The iron door collapsed, and Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand. His divine energy destroyed the insects on Wuyin's body and broke the iron chains. "You can't take him away." A hoarse voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. He turned and saw an old prisoner sitting in the cell behind him. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were ragged. His body was quite thin, and his aura was almost non-existent. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "What? You don't want to escape?" The old prisoner slowly raised his head, revealing a face that looked like old tree bark. He said calmly, "I came here voluntarily. Why should I escape? Didn't you notice that the guards here are very weak?" Zhou Xuanji smiled. He understood what this fellow meant. So this old prisoner was the expert guarding this island. Even though he could not sense the old prisoner's aura, the old prisoner gave him a very dangerous feeling. He's an ancestor of the royal clan, a god born from the primeval sovereign era. "Please don't act against him." Wordless voice came, sounding incredibly weak. Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "If I want to take you away, who can stop me?" Wordless fell silent. The old prisoner looked at him and said, Junior, don't be too conceited. Even though I haven't gone out for a long time, no one in the boundless universe is a match for me. So powerful? Zhou Xuanji did not panic, and his body gradually gave off a silver light. He was already prepared to fight. Junior, are you sure you want to act? The old prisoner said coldly. He slowly stood up, and an awe-inspiring aura exploded out. Zhou Xuanji teased, Can't you sense everything outside? The old prisoner replied, The royal clan is more powerful than you think. Even if the previous Hong Meng heaven came, he would not be able to escape death. She didn't tell you how she died back then, right? Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and sword qi condensed into a sword of light in his hand. Back then, she was high-spirited and thought that she was invincible in the boundless universe. In the end, facing the powerful beings of the royal clan, she was utterly defeated and could not fight back at all. In the end, she killed herself here, her body and soul destroyed. The old prisoner continued to speak. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. His soul was already chanting the Constitution, defying Creation Sutra. Two faded fate pearls replaced his eyes, and his aura suddenly changed. The old prisoner's eyes widened, looking dumbfounded. Wuyan was also stunned. Zhou Xuanji gripped Annihilation Judgment, his killing intent rising. He stared at the old prisoner and harumphed, Since you want to stop me, then let me see the power of the ancient sovereign. Rumble. The massive island trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. The old prisoner deeply breathed in and asked in a low voice, Just who are you? Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and slashed out. At the same time, he used universal attraction and pulled Wuyan behind him. The massive island exploded, and a berserk shockwave swept across the entire royal clan's world. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew out with Wuyan. He looked back and saw the old prisoner, covered in blood, flying out as well. The old prisoner was not angry and instead looked at him in surprise and cried out, The power of the Primordial Lord. You're the Primordial Lord's descendant? Primordial Lord. Wuyan's expression greatly fell, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, What do you mean? Your aura is exactly the same as the Primordial Lord's. You're the Primordial Lord's descendant. The old prisoner said with a trembling voice, so excited that his entire body trembled. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, So what if I am? The old prisoner deeply breathed in and replied, I'll bring you out of here. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side in an instant. Such speed. Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he instinctively wanted to resist, but it was too late. The old prisoner grabbed him and Wuyan and jumped out of the royal clan's world. Zhou Xuanji was dazed and found that he had come to avoid absolute time. Massive waves crashed in his heart. Could this old thing also have the exalted invasion sovereign physique? Chapter 1006. The old prisoner looked at Zhou Xuanji and deeply breathed in. Wuyan quickly grew 4 limbs and blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji. He stared at the old prisoner and said, Senior, don't kill him. Those insects were his seal. After Zhou Xuanji got rid of them, he regained his ability to recover. Little bastard, get lost. I won't kill him. The old prisoner said unhappily. With a wave of his right hand, Speechless uncontrollably moved to the side, making way for him. Zhou Xuanji could tell that this guy no longer intended to kill him. It seemed like his identity as a descendant of the founding lord had an effect. Could it be that the bloodline of the founding master was cultivating the Constitution, defying creation scripture? The hidden heart supremacy was a descendant of the founding lord? Zhou Xuanji fell in a deep thought. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that there are still descendants of the founding master? The current endless world is a joke. It has gone against the founder master's will. What is your goal? The old prisoner asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, Unify the endless universe. And then, to challenge a higher realm. After unifying the world, how will you manage the 4 directions? By the law, supreme beings and mortals share the same responsibility. The old prisoner frowned. He no longer said anything, entering a state of contemplation. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him. He turned to look at Wu Yin and asked, "How are you?" Speechless nodded, "I'm recovering." He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can I still serve you in the future?" Zhou Xuanji laughed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji meaningfully and was speechless. "Why did you choose me? Why did you betray the royal family and suffer so much torture?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Speechless answered without hesitation, "You have a brighter future. Compared to the other overlords, you are more benevolent and righteous. You are the only overlord who cares about the suffering of the people at the bottom." Hearing this, the old prisoner looked up at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. "Are you bootlicking?" He felt that Speechless was exaggerating. There were definitely people who were more benevolent than him. It was just that they were not strong enough. In the boundless universe, the law of the jungle was the eternal and unchanging rule. No, it's not that hard to find a benevolent heart. What's rare is that a genius with outstanding talent and a strong providence can be benevolent, Wu Yin said seriously. He paused for a moment and continued. The boundless East royal family has existed for countless years, but they've never unified the boundless universe, and even the boundless East royal family occasionally has internal strife. East Infinity can even be said to be the courtyard of the royal family. Members of the royal family can do whatever they want, but in the multitude star domain, no matter how high one's position is, as long as one dares to violate the rules, they will be punished. Hearing him speak so extravagantly, Zhou Xuanji could not help but doubt himself. Am I really that good? Zhou Xuanji had risen up from the bottom. Perhaps it was because he had not lived long enough, but he would always consider the lives of those at the bottom. Sometimes, Yuan Sheng even felt that he was too benevolent and righteous. He felt that he should be strict with those at the bottom and not give them too much freedom. Only then would the Sword Emperor Divine Court be orderly and strong, especially during times of war. "Junior, I'll bring you to a place," the old prisoner said, causing Zhou Xuanji and the others to look at him speechlessly. He could see the alertness in the two's eyes and said helplessly, "If I wanted to kill you, why would I beat around the bush?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. Just when he was about to speak, the old prisoner grabbed his shoulder. Next, the world spun around him again. This time, the dizziness lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji was confused. What divine ability was the old prisoner using? It felt even more profound than godly blankness. A long while later, the dizziness finally disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. There was a massive door in front of him. Above him was a boundless blue sky, and below him was a sea of clouds. Looking up, they could not see anything other than the massive door in front of them. "This is the forbidden ground of the royal family?" Wu Yin cried out in shock. He took 2 steps forward with excitement on his face. Zhou Xuanji could not help but size up the massive door. The massive door was silver in color and was carved with many patterns of white rocks, as though it was recording a story. There was nothing behind the door. It just stood there alone, desolate and boundless. Zhou Xuanji looked at it for a long time, but could not sense anything wrong. Although the door contained restrictive mechanisms, it was not connected to other worlds, and it did not contain any powerful energy. "Put your hand on it." The old prisoner stood beside Zhou Xuanji and said softly. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate. He walked up to the massive door and placed his hand on the stone surface. Wu Yin stopped and looked at him. However, nothing happened. The old prisoner frowned and reminded him, "Your aura is not right. Where's the aura of the primogenitor Lord's descendant?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately chanted the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra with his soul. His aura changed as well. The massive door began to tremble violently, and the patterns of white rocks on the door began to move. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense some kind of energy surging toward the massive door from all directions. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in anticipation. What was hidden behind the door? Could it be related to the primogenitor lord? Many silver starlight flowed out of the door and gathered at the top of the door, forming a massive silhouette. Zhou Xuanji looked up, but could not see the silhouette's face clearly. The primogenitor lord has shown himself, the old prisoner said excitedly and knelt down shakily. Wuyin was shocked too. He looked at the primogenitor lord's spirit and did not know what to say. Primogenitor lord? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why was the primogenitor lord's spirit in this door? Could it be that the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan was related to the primogenitor lord? The Eastern Infinity Royal Clan was the race with the deepest foundation in the endless universe. Could it be that it was related to the primogenitor lord that allowed it to flourish for so long? Zhou Xuanji's thoughts began to wander. Junior, you summoned me, the primogenitor lord's spirit said. The primogenitor's spirit spoke. His voice was actually the ancestral voice. If not for Zhou Xuanji having studied the ancestral voice thoroughly, he would not have understood it at all. At least the old prisoner and Wuyin could not understand it. They could only look at the primogenitor lord's spirit in awe. You are the primogenitor lord? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. The primogenitor lord was definitely the greatest legend in the endless universe. He was omnipotent and could create everything. Any impossible existence could be connected to him. That's right. You cultivated my energy technique and met my spirit. This is your serendipity, the primogenitor lord's spirit replied. His tone was ethereal, and Zhou Xuanji could not tell what he was feeling. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the old prisoner and Wuyin. He realized that both of them had entered a state of enlightenment and were in a daze. So domineering. He could make someone like this just by speaking. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. The old prisoner's cultivation was unfathomable after all. He was already terrifyingly powerful, but facing the primogenitor lord's spirit, he could not resist at all. Who's in charge now? The primogenitor lord's spirit asked, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He replied, no one's in charge. The endless universe is divided into 4 sides and is in chaos. The primogenitor lord's spirit continued, I'm asking about the Kunlun Origin Court. Chapter 1007. I will make the decisions in the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji replied. He was a little embarrassed to say this. It seemed like in the era of the primogenitor, the Kunlun Origin Court represented everything, and the Kunlun Origin Court sovereign was the highest lord. The founder spirit said, so that's how it is. It seems like the Kunlun Origin Court isn't as good as before. Zhou Xuanji felt a little depressed. Could he not be so direct? He said helplessly, you can't blame me. I understand. When I created those 2 techniques back then, I had already foreseen this day. If the Heaven Stabilizer Master didn't exist, there would still be 8 directions, endless, 16 directions, endless, and even more. The Founder Lord's spirit said calmly, his tone as always. Zhou Xuanji asked, do you have anything to say? It seemed like the spirit of the Founder Lord had not been summoned for a long time. That's right. If one didn't learn the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra, it would be impossible to summon the spirit of the First Lord. I can only give you a reminder. The spirit of the Founder Lord replied. Zhou Xuanji listened earnestly. Creation and destruction reinforce and counteract each other. You've learned the Constitution Defying Creation scripture, so there's bound to be someone who's learned the Tao of extinction. This is fate. The guy who summoned me last time was called Guzun. He killed the Sky Stabilizer Master who had learned the Constitution Defying Creation scripture and unified the boundless universe. The Progenitor Lord's spirit slowly said, the path of extermination created the current world. Prepare to meet your destiny. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised because he already knew that Cardinal Heaven cultivators were cultivating the Tao of extermination. He asked, I really want to know if all of you have fallen. Is it hiding in another place? There were so many invincible existences, it was impossible for them to all die at the end of cultivation. When you unify the endless universe, you will understand everything. Believe me, sometimes the scenery at the peak isn't beautiful. The ancestor's spirit said faintly. After speaking, he dissipated into countless silver stars, which then entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Zhou Xuanji quietly enjoyed these silver stars. These silver stars allowed his cultivation to increase rapidly. That's more like it. We can't come here for nothing. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The spirit of the Founder Lord had said so much, but it was not as useful as these silver stars. At this moment, the old prisoner and speechless suddenly woke up. The primogenitor's spirit is truly amazing. Just a single sentence from you is enough to make me fall head over heels for you. Speechless sighed, his face full of admiration. The old prisoner looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, "What did the primogenitor's spirit say to you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I said some useless things. Old people love to reminisce." The old prisoner understood that he didn't want to say more and didn't press the issue. "Just accept this gate. Even if it remains in the Emperor clan, it will only be a decoration in the restricted land," the old prisoner said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji could not help but look toward the giant door. Could it be that this door was a treasure? He activated the constitutional-defying creation scripture again and used his divine power to lift the giant door. Very easy. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and stored the massive door in his palm. At this moment, the majestic gate was like a small toy, no longer having the boundless grandeur from before. He inserted his soul imprint into the giant gate. With a hong sound, a powerful pressure erupted, stirring up a gale that made his clothes flutter. Master Emperor's Door. Zhou Xuanji immediately knew its name, and at the same time, he also obtained information about its origins. This was feedback from the main Emperor Gate. This door came from the beginning of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji did not know who had created it. Let's take a look first. The process of recognizing a master required time. He flipped his right hand and put the main Emperor Gate into the supreme storage. He turned to look at the old prisoner and asked, "Just who are you?" The old prisoner replied, "I'm a sinner of the Emperor clan. I've long since abandoned my name, and I'll follow you in the future. As long as it's not against the Emperor clan, I can help you fight against any enemy." Zhou Xuanji did not feel happy. Even though the old prisoner was very powerful, he was still someone from the Emperor clan. What if this fellow suddenly found his conscience and wanted to help his family? What would he do then? He could not have a grenade by his side. "Forget it. We'll meet again in the future. Let's meet again." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and directly refused. The old prisoner became anxious and said, "Even if you attack the Emperor clan, I won't interfere. As long as you don't destroy the Emperor clan, it's fine." Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "If you lower yourself like this, I'll be even more afraid, all right?" The old prisoner felt incredibly awkward and did not know what to say. "Master, I think we can take him in. Previously, when the Emperor clan was attacked, he did not even help. If not for me being imprisoned, I would not even know of his existence," Wu Yin said seriously. The old prisoner nodded and said seriously, "Even though I'm a member of the Emperor clan a long time ago, I was also a servant of the Founder Master's bloodline. If not for the Founder Master's bloodline taking pity on me, the Emperor clan would not have fallen to where it is today." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji sized him up. According to what he said, wasn't he the ancestor of the Emperor clan? Wu Yin was shocked too, and his eyes opened wide. Seeing his eyes, Zhou Xuanji knew that he would not give up. "Forget it. Follow me and bring us out first. I'm going to fetch my two subordinates." "You know where they are," Zhou Xuanji said helplessly. "It might be a good idea to let this old fellow deal with Guju Agio." The old prisoner nodded and left with them. Within the Emperor clan's world, a chaotic battle was getting more and more intense. The Blood Dragon Ghost and Zhongji's figures constantly intertwined, and they were locked in battle. Zhongji's hair was disheveled, and his face was filled with anger. He waved his palms and shouted furiously, "Blood Dragon Ghost, right? When I slaughter Bai Wujin, I will hold Zhou Xuanji's head as a sacrifice to you." The Blood Dragon Ghost was surrounded by a bloody wind. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. "Are you a fool? You might die today, but you are still thinking about the future. No wonder you keep losing. What rank did that reptile called Emperor Le rank on you last time?" The Blood Dragon Ghost laughed contemptuously. Those afterimages did not dissipate. They used various divine abilities and besieged Zhongji. Zhongji resisted while suppressing his anger. He glanced into the distance. Xianxia was surrounded by the experts of the Emperor clan, but she was still not defeated. As long as no more enemies appeared, the crisis of the Emperor clan was nothing. He silently analyzed in his heart. But the blood dragon ghost was too strong. He couldn't defeat it in a short time. Do I have to ask the ancestor to make a move? Zhongji gritted his teeth and thought with hesitation in his eyes. Boom! The sky was suddenly cut open, and 3 figures descended from the crack in the sky. They were Zhou Xuanji, Wu Yin, and the old prisoner. Zhou Xuanji held a sword of light in his hand. Annihilation Judgment. He slashed with his sword, and a powerful light burst forth. Many floating islands exploded one after another. Zhongji cast a spell with his left hand and used his divine energy to block most of the impact, but he still couldn't completely block it. Sons of the Emperor clan, today's calamity is not without reason. If you want to blame someone, blame your clan leader for invading Bai Wujin. Zhou Xuanji laughed deliberately. His voice spread throughout the entire Emperor clan's world. Chapter 1008. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated throughout the royal clan's world. Zhongji's face was extremely unsightly, but he did not refute Zhou Xuanji. In the Eastern Endless Royal family, he was the absolute overlord. You want to shake my prestige with just a few words? Impossible. Zhongji ignored Zhou Xuanji. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to get rid of the blood dragon ghost as soon as possible before killing the other enemies. His eyes flickered with a bewitching purple light, and his long hair danced in the wind, giving rise to torrential flames. His entire body turned into a ball of blood-red flames. The blood dragon ghoul sneered and turned into countless afterimages, besieging Zhongji again. Bang! Zhongji's blood flame suddenly exploded, turning into a sea of fire that swept in all directions. The afterimages of the blood dragon ghost were scattered one after another, like candlelight being blown out by the wind. Zhongji instantly appeared behind the blood dragon ghost. The blood flames on his body turned into long snakes that wrapped around the blood dragon ghost. The blood dragon ghost struggled with all its might, but it was unable to break free. Dying. A purple light shot out from Zhongji's eyes and enveloped the blood dragon ghost. A white light pillar descended from the sky and engulfed the blood dragon ghost. With a deafening bang, the aura of the blood dragon ghost disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was still watching the show. Speechless, asked curiously, "You're not in a hurry?" He could no longer feel the aura of the ghost blood dragon, so he was sure that it was dead. "He won't die," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The old prisoner stared at the blood energy in front of Zhongji thoughtfully. At the same time, the momentum of the battle on Xianxia's side reached its peak. The momentum of hundreds of powerhouses gathered together, causing the whole world to tremble and face the danger of collapse. Zhongji turned around and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Ha! His right hand was grabbed by the old prisoner, and his palm was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhou Xuanji's chest. His expression changed as he glanced at the old prisoner. "It's you. What do you mean?" Zhongji asked in a low voice. He had seen the old prisoner before, but he wasn't familiar with him. As far as he could remember, he had only seen the old prisoner a few times. "Let them leave, or else the imperial family will be destroyed in your hands," said the old prisoner coldly. Zhongji frowned and felt humiliated. He immediately released his divine power and prepared to resist. However, as soon as his divine power left his body, it was dispersed by an invisible force. How is this possible? Zhongji's eyes widened. He had felt strange when he saw the old prisoner before, but he hadn't felt any danger from the old prisoner, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, the old prisoner gave him a creepy feeling. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Zhongji, listen to his advice. He's your senior. If you give up on attacking Northern Infinity, I will not seek trouble with you. But if you insist, I will make sure that you will never have a day of peace." He spoke softly, but his murderous intent was clear. Zhongji felt humiliated. He suppressed his anger and asked the old prisoner, "Who are you? Why have you been in the imperial prison all this time?" The old prisoner replied, I can be considered your ancestor. The imperial clan has existed for so many years and produced so many heavenly geniuses. When has it ever stood at the peak? Our royal family doesn't have that fate. Everything we have now was given to us by the progenitor. His words were so piercing to Zhongji's ears. Zhongji's anger had already filled his chest. He regarded the honor of the royal family as his pride. How could he allow others to trample on it like this? Moreover, this person claimed to be his ancestor, which was like a slap to his face. He even had an attitude of pity for him. Zhongji gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the old prisoner's power. At this moment, the blood dragon ghost appeared beside Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. He stared at the old prisoner with squinted eyes that were filled with hostility. He couldn't see through the old prisoner's cultivation, so he instinctively resisted. "Go and save her," Zhou Xuanji ordered. The blood dragon ghost hesitated for a moment and immediately went to support Xianxia. Zhongji's heart trembled. Why isn't that guy dead? Impossible. Just now. Zhongji instantly felt that the world had turned dark. He could only watch the blood dragon ghost slaughtering his people. He stared at the old prisoner with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Since you are my ancestor, why are you allowing the enemy to slaughter your descendants?" The old prisoner replied calmly, "I'm not letting it go. I'm giving you a way out. You don't know what era it is now, and you don't know what kind of enemies you will encounter in the future. Brat, as the clan master, you have never experienced great storms. Your vision is too low." Puff! Zhongji was so angry that he vomited blood. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for him. It was too tragic. "I'll ask you again, do you want to stop the war?" Zhou Xuanji stared at Zhongji and asked seriously. He actually wanted to kill Zhongji, but after thinking about it, if Zhongji was willing to compromise, it would be more helpful to him. Once he destroyed the royal family and killed Zhongji, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Even Cardinal Heaven experts would not dare to cooperate with him anymore. Zhongji listened to the screams coming from afar. His face turned extremely ugly. He fell into a dilemma. On the one hand, it was his dignity. On the other hand, it was the life and death of his people. Damn, why haven't those old things come out yet? Zhongji roared furiously in his heart. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart turned cold. Could this old man really be his ancestor? So the other ancestors didn't come out? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Sorrow rose from his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat. I will no longer attack Eastern Infinity." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji calmly nodded. He immediately transmitted his voice to the blood dragon ghost and Xianxia. The blood dragon ghost returned to his side instantly. Xianxia was a little hesitant, but she had already vented her hatred and was happy. After thinking about it, she decided to listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions. When she returned to Zhou Xuanji's side, Zhou Xuanji gave the old prisoner a look. The old prisoner retracted his hand, and Zhongji quickly retreated. He lowered his head. He was like a beast at the end of its road, exuding despair and hostility. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and left with Xianxia and the other three. Zhongji trembled in the air. Anger filled his heart. "Damn, I can't forgive. I can't." He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself with great difficulty. The next moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with hatred. Inside the space-time kaleidoscope, Xianxia curled her lips and asked, "Hey, are you really not going to kill that guy? You must eliminate the roots." Zhou Xuanji nodded speechlessly. "It's useful to keep him. Zhongji will not target me in the short term. I can also take this opportunity to deal with Gu Juejiao. If I really kill him, will Gu Juejiao, Cardinal Heaven, Hun Yuan Heaven, and so on let me continue to develop?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He could feel Zhongji's hatred, but he didn't care. The old prisoner said, "As long as I am here, I will not let that kid hurt my lord." "My lord? When did you worship her?" The blood dragon ghost questioned. He was very unhappy with the old prisoner. The old prisoner calmly replied, "Does a subordinate have the right to talk?" "You." The blood dragon ghost was furious. He wanted to attack, but with Zhou Xuanji beside him, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Chapter 1009. Not killing them is the right thing to do. The other overlords will think that the Lord is afraid. Under such circumstances, they will lower their guard against the Lord. Moreover, it is too difficult to destroy the royal family. There are many old ancestors hidden in the royal family. They did not act today, but it does not mean that they will allow the royal family to be destroyed. Wordless said, analyzing for Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia rolled her eyes and glanced at the old prisoner, but didn't say anything more. Let's see if Zhongji can keep his promise. If he can't, we'll come again. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His biggest gain from this trip was joining the emperor's sect. He wanted to go back and study it thoroughly. Since this door could contain the spirit of the founder, it was definitely extraordinary. The blood dragon stared at the old prisoner with an unfriendly gaze. The old prisoner closed his eyes to rest, no longer saying anything. They did not encounter any accidents during the journey from the Eastern Infinity Realm back to the Myriad Stars domain. After returning, Zhou Xuanji asked Yuan Cheng to take care of the old prisoner. The old prisoner, however, made an absurd demand. He asked to be admitted to prison. He liked the atmosphere of prison. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He did not stop him and allowed him to do so. Yuan Qingqin brought him to the largest prison in the astral domain and instructed the prison guards not to make things difficult for him. Zhou Xuanji did not tell them what he had done in the Eastern Boundless Realm. He gave some simple instructions before letting everyone leave. He took out the main emperor door and observed it attentively. The main emperor's door spun on his palm. Why did the founding master leave behind this door? Unfortunately, that old fellow refused to say. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, feeling quite conflicted. He had spent a lot of time coming back, but the Master Emperor's door had not yet recognized him as its master. Just by looking with his naked eye and spiritual will, he could not see anything. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and patiently waited for the process. A month later, the Eastern Endless Royal family retreated from the Northern Endless border. This news spread to all of the factions. Even though Zhongji didn't say anything publicly and even suppressed the incident in the royal family's world, the other factions weren't stupid. They all understood that the East Boundless Royal family had been defeated. The entire area was shaken. The name of the Sword Monarch Divine Court spread throughout the various worlds. Zhou Xuanji gave the order for the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court to celebrate, and the Divine Court would pay for the banquet. As soon as this order was issued, all living beings rejoiced. After defeating the Eastern Boundless Imperials, the Sword Emperor Divine Court had built up their confidence and cohesiveness. Now, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was no longer a rising star, but a true overlord of the boundless universe. Throughout history, apart from them, who had defeated the Eastern Endless Imperial family. At that moment, the Northern Infinity Realm was filled with all sorts of rumors about Zhou Xuanji. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Boundless Lands, the living beings were indignant because in their eyes, the Imperial family did not put in any effort. Apart from 10 aspect Shenluo, the royal family did not send any famous powerhouses. Emperor Lu was not from the royal family. Not only that, Emperor Lu was notorious in the East Endless Land. His death did not incite any grief or indignation. What is the royal family doing? Are you scared now? Hee, looks like the East Endless world is too peaceful. Peace causes people to slack off. Zhongji is not fit to lead Eastern Limitless. Sword Emperor is too amazing. It's said that the Sword Arch could kill Zhongji with one sword strike and force the royal family to surrender. This is too shameful. The face of our Eastern Limitless has been completely thrown away by the royal family. All living beings discussed. Most of them were dissatisfied. After all, it was the royalty who took the initiative to attack Northern Limitless. But in the end, the royalty retreated? What nonsense! If they wanted to fight, they had to win. Different voices could be heard within the royal family. That day, not all the clansmen were present in the royal family's world. Those clansmen who were outside immediately exploded when they returned. Just like that, Eastern Limitless fell into internal turmoil. The news of Eastern Limitless Land's defeat spread to Western Limitless. Gu Juejiao was furious when he heard this. That trash, Zhongji was defeated? He promised me that he would take down Northern Limitless, but in the end, he retreated first? Gu Juejiao was so angry that he laughed. Hundreds of figures stood in the bright hall, and they were all Gu Juejiao's generals and strategists. They were all frowning and seemed very anxious. Although they looked down on Eastern Limitless cowardice, they had to guess the current strength of the Sword the Arch Divine Court. Master, we can sow discord between the Sword the Arch and the Cardinal Heaven experts. If the Sword the Arch defeats Eastern Limitless, will the Cardinal Heaven experts still dare to cooperate with him? An elder stood out and said. Many people nodded in agreement with his words. Gu Juejiao said coldly, "No need. I could suppress them alone." Everyone in the hall was anxious and tried to dissuade him. "No, Master, although you are powerful, the Cardinal Heaven experts are legends. The Sword the Arch might have someone backing him up. We can't act recklessly. We must defeat them one by one." Zhongji was defeated because he underestimated the Sword the Arch Divine Court. That's right. We must have a plan. Hearing these comments, Gu Juejiao became even more furious. He stood up and roared. "You think I will lose? Pass down my order. Attack Northern Limitless. All sects, clans, races, and independent courts in Western Limitless must contribute. Whoever dares to defy the order will be exterminated. Within 100 years, I want Northern Limitless to be as dead as the lawless region. Now, leave." A violent aura exploded and wreaked havoc in the hall. Everyone bowed and left in fear. They knew Gu Juejiao's temper very well. If they continued to dissuade him, they might die. But they did not understand why Gu Juejiao was so angry. They did not know that Gu Juejiao's son was in Zhou Xuanji's hands. On that day, the order to start the war was passed down in Western Limitless. All the factions received the news. They must take down Northern Limitless within 100 years. In the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji held the Master Emperor's door in his hand and exclaimed, "Such a powerful, enchanted artifact. Even imperishable stage cultivators might not be able to withstand its pressure." The Master Emperor's door had already acknowledged him as its owner. There was only one restriction in the door. It was a restriction that could release its true weight. Zhou Xuanji had never seen such a heavy enchanted artifact. After he deactivated the restriction, he sprawled on the ground, and the Star Hall sank with him. He was so frightened that he immediately deactivated the restriction. Such a weight was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It could not only suppress one's body, but also one's magic energy and soul. It was so heavy that it could suppress everything. What kind of material can be used to refine such an enchanted artifact? Zhou Xuanji was curious. He played with the Master Emperor's door and was reluctant to let it go. Suddenly, Yuan Cheng and Jin Sheng's auras came from outside the hall. Zhou Xuanji stored the Master Emperor's door and opened it. Soon, the two entered the hall. Gu Juejiao is crazy. He said that he will flatten us within 100 years. Jin Cheng said anxiously, his face full of anxiety. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised, but smiled. Yuan Cheng said with a frown, "Although Gu Juejiao is arrogant, he's too crazy. He knew that we had just won a great battle and still dared to act so recklessly." Zhou Xuanji told them about the conflict between him and Gu Tianlin. The two were dumbfounded. They did not know about this. "You mean that you have already killed Gu Tianlin?" Yuan Cheng asked carefully. Chapter 10:10. "Not yet. I left a remnant of his soul," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Gu Tianlin was still in his soul, the Kunlun sword, and he was often forgotten by him. If he did not mention Gu Juejiao, he would not even think of Gu Tianlin. Yuan Cheng sighed. "That makes sense. Gu Juejiao will definitely come for you. Our crisis has just begun." Gu Juejiao and Zhongji were both endless overlords, but who was more powerful? Most living beings would answer Gu Juejiao. Gu Juejiao could be said to be the top cultivator in the endless universe. It's okay. Let him come. I will be waiting, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the blood dragon ghost, the old prisoner, and Xianxia, what was there for him to be afraid of? Gu Juejiu could not even deal with a cardinal heaven cultivator, and he wanted to destroy him? 100 years? Not even 10 billion years. Spread the news and prepare for war. Against Bei Wujin, the reward will be twice as much as before. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand in high spirits. He was not afraid of Gu Juejiu at all. Hearing this, Yuan Cheng and Jin Cheng's expressions changed drastically. Twice as much. Jin Cheng said first. The Sword God Court would collect taxes from all living beings so that they could maintain their army and pay for their subordinates. Not long ago, Zhou Xuanji asked everyone to hold a banquet, and now he promised double the reward. This drove him crazy. Zhou Xuanji was the master and did not need to care about the specific operations below, but they did. Apart from paying attention to the war, they also had to think about generating income. Don't worry. As long as we win, more factions will come to worship us. If they want to worship us, they must pay a price. We are no longer the same as before, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Zhou Xuanji said nonchalantly. The Sword Emperor Divine Court did not just focus on fighting. They protected so many merchant alliances, and a merchant alliance would also provide resources and support. Yuan Cheng and Jin Cheng looked at each other and could only agree helplessly. After they left, Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate, but disappeared from the palace. He was going to check on his children's situation. In the dim blue universe, Bai Yinzi stood in the void with 3 massive stone steels in front of him. Many black, lizard-like creatures were lying on the steels. Why didn't the elders of the royal family make a move? A majestic voice rang out from the stone tablet, filled with majesty. Bai Yinzi bowed and replied, "A royal ancestor sided with Zhou Xuanji, so those powerhouses did not come." Speaking of this, he also felt that it was strange. What were the imperial ancestral patriarchs planning to do? What was Zhou Xuanji hiding? Is it the one locked up in prison? A hoarse voice came from the other stone tablet, asking Silver. Bai Yinzi nodded and asked curiously, "Who is he?" "Nothing more than a traitor," Vast Expanse replied. The more Bai Yinzi listened, the more curious he became, but he didn't dare to ask. "Help Gu Juejiu with all your strength and flatten Bai Wujin. No matter who is behind Zhou Xuanji, destroy him along with Cardinal Heaven experts. That traitor's cultivation is not bad. Later, we will give you an artifact to suppress him." The hoarse voice ordered. Bai Yinzi's pupil shrank. He understood that the other party was angry. The reason was not Zhou Xuanji, but that traitor. "You vermin also want to betray your master? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The hoarse voice laughed disdainfully and was filled with murderous intent. Bai Yinzi was terrified and could not help but mourn for Zhou Xuanji. Surrounded by a sea of clouds, Zhou Tanhua was preaching to several of his disciples on the top of the mountain. He was talking about his sword Dao, and his disciples were listening very seriously. He didn't notice that someone was staring at them from above the clouds. It was his father. Zhou Xuanji looked at this scene and fell into a deep sigh. Back in Immortal World, he had also talked with Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Songjian, and the others like this. "Time really flies," Zhou Xuanji sighed. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he suddenly felt a little confused. Is it really meaningful to keep getting stronger? It seemed that every time he thought that the strongest existence was actually a frog in a well, there was no end to the path of becoming stronger. Even someone as strong as the Ancestor Master was only left with the Ancestor Master's spirit. Zhou Xuanji's thoughts drifted away. After a while, the Outer Soul avatar he had left in the Star's Palace sent him a message. He immediately moved back. He sat on the throne and let Xianxia come in. Xianxia walked up to the stairs with a solemn look on her face. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. This time, Xianxia didn't break in directly, but lingered outside the palace for a long time. Looking at her expression, it seemed that something was wrong. "I feel that something is wrong. My cultivation is dissipating. It seems that a calamity is coming," Xianxia sighed. Her eyes were filled with worry. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Do you have this feeling?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Why should I? It may be related to the destiny of Hongming Heaven. It is said that Hongming Heaven is actually a curse," Xianxia said seriously. Zhou Xuanji found it funny. What kind of curse can affect their cultivation? Xianxia cried out, "Yes, there is. I had this feeling before I fell, so I was very annoyed. I fell in a blind self-comfort and finally went to the royal family's world." Zhou Xuanji comforted her. "Don't think too much. Did Gu Juejiu give you too much pressure?" Xianxia glared at him. She took a deep breath and said seriously, "Anyway, I reminded you." After speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. "Wait, you came here for this?" Zhou Xuanji called out to her, feeling puzzled. Xianxia looked back at him and said helplessly, "Otherwise, could it be that I have other enemies? Now, you have more enemies than me." She turned her head away and quickly left. For some reason, looking at her back, Zhou Xuanji felt that something was wrong. This girl's state isn't right. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ponder. Could there really be a curse in Hongming Heaven? After half an hour, Yuancheng came looking for him. "Master, an army from West Endless has appeared at the border of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The war is coming," Yuancheng said anxiously. The other party was an ancient genius. Even if they had already defeated East Endless, he was still a little unconfident. "Then let's go to war." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. He was already prepared. Yuancheng nodded and asked, "Can we invite the Blood Dragon Ghost? It is said that West Endless has a powerful army this time. I don't know who it is, but with the Blood Dragon Ghost, the casualties can be reduced." The Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing rapidly, but the number of creatures was far from reaching the level of an overlord in all directions. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before summoning the Blood Dragon Ghost. The appearance of the evil Blood Dragon Ghost made Yuancheng beam with joy. "Remember, don't be playful and listen to Yuancheng's arrangements." Zhou Xuanji stared at the Blood Dragon Ghost and said seriously. The Blood Dragon Ghost glanced at Yuancheng and nodded reluctantly. After the two left, Zhou Xuanji was about to take out the Master Emperor door when a murderous aura appeared in the hall. He frowned and said coldly, "Who is it? Come out." Just as he spoke, a figure descended from the sky. Astonishingly, it was Silver. Chapter 10:11. "May I know who you are?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He raised his right hand and activated Annihilation Judgment. A sword of light appeared in his hand. Since Bai Yinzi had barged in, she definitely didn't come with good intentions. Before the battle, he wanted to know Silver's identity. Bai Yinzi sized Zhou Xuanji up and praised, "You are more powerful than the rumors say." He had been paying attention to Zhou Xuanji for a long time. But before, he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. He was only curious as to why Zhongji would pay so much attention to such a junior. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and waited for him to reveal his identity. "I'm from the Lawless region. My name is Silver. Zhongji and I are good friends. I'm here to take your life. Do you have any last wishes?" Bai Yinzi's face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice. Killing intent instantly filled the entire Stars Hall. "No access zone." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. After knowing that his opponent was Zhongji's good friend, he immediately wanted to kill him. "Let's fight outside," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. He had already activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura grew tremendously. Bai Yinzi had no objections, and the two of them directly jumped out of the Hall of Stars. They arrived at the Void region at the peak of the boundless universe. A silver radiance burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body. He turned into a man of light and slashed with his sword. Silver took out a silver whip and swung it quickly. Countless silver crystals appeared in the void and surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Bang! Countless silver crystals burst forth with light, illuminating the entire void. Imperishable realm. Zhou Xuanji sensed many formless energies wrapping around him. He wanted to swing his sword, but found that he could not do so. He furrowed his brows in surprise. What kind of power is this? The binding force was actually getting stronger. As soon as he mobilized his divine power, he would be restrained, and as soon as he stopped, the restraining power would stop increasing. The most terrifying thing was that this restraining force would only grow and not weaken. The silver suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Zhou Xuanji's head and lashed out with his whip. Zhou Xuanji immediately used the sword Emperor Extinction. Berserk divine power exploded, shattering everything. Silver was not shaken. It continued to suppress the long whip and hit Zhou Xuanji's body. Pa! Zhou Xuanji's soul almost left his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered, and he immediately used his soul to shout the Constitution, defying creation scripture. In an instant, the surrounding light began to spin around him, including the silver crystal chips. Bai Yinzi frowned, a bewildered look on her face. In front of the Constitution, defying creation scripture, the realm of immortality was like an empty shell. Imperishable reversal. Zhou Xuanji held Annihilation Judgment in his hand and slashed. The sword flashed, and Silver Z subconsciously blocked it with her silver whip. A terrifying explosion rang out, and Silver was blasted away. What kind of power is this? How is this possible? Bai Yinzi's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was clearly not on the same level as Zhou Xuanji's. So how could Zhou Xuanji suddenly explode with such power? What was hidden in this kid's body? Bai Yinzi was even more interested in Zhou Xuanji. He decided to leave Zhou Xuanji's corpse intact so that he could study it. Zhou Xuanji turned around and slashed at him again. Boom! Annihilation Judgment slashed at Silver with incredible speed. It was so fast that Silver Fairy couldn't dodge in time. She instinctively raised her whip to block. He was sent flying again. This time, he was furious. He was actually sent flying by a junior. Shame! Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect that even his most powerful divine ability could not hurt Bai Yinzi. As far as the eye could see, the universe was collapsing. All kinds of auroras appeared like illusions. Under the brilliance, it was filled with killing intent. Silver Fairy suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, frantically waving her whip. The silver whip seemed to be tens of thousands of feet long, setting off countless afterimages. It was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji relied on the light on his body to resist his attack. The Constitution, defying creation scripture, was running at high speed. The faded pearl appeared in his eyes, helping him strengthen. But even so, Silver Fairy's silver whip was getting closer and closer to his face. If this continued, he would be hit in less than 5 breaths. With Silver Fairy's power, it was enough to blow up his body. At this moment, a figure passed by Zhou Xuanji's side. He caught a glimpse of it. Xianxia. She bypassed the rapidly waving silver whip like a ghost, raised her right hand, and grabbed Silver Fairy's face. Silver Fairy's eyes widened. It was too late to resist and was dragged into the depths of the void by Xianxia. Boom! Silver Fairy burst into a dazzling light, forcing Xianxia back. Hongmeng Heaven, you're still alive. Are you his backer? Silver Fairy stared at Xianxia and asked in a deep voice. Xianxia's face was as cold as frost. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She didn't answer him and also took out a long whip. A long whip exuding the mortal chi. Mortal whip. She lashed out and the whip disappeared into thin air, instantly hitting Silver Fairy's body. Silver Fairy was whipped until a layer of red chi was emitted. A look of horror appeared on his face as he cried out, "How can I have mortal chi? Creating something out of nothing. Have you recovered to your peak?" Xianxia still didn't answer him. She continued to swing her whip, lashing out thousands of times in one breath, causing a majestic red mist to bloom behind Silver Fairy. The mortal chi leaving the body meant that Zhou Xuanji's luck was being extracted. Silver Fairy was horrified. He wasn't immortal. He didn't have mortal chi at all. However, Xianxia forcefully gave him mortal chi and used it to attack him to extract his luck. Once his luck was exhausted, he would die without a doubt. Hongmeng Heaven, do you know who I represent? Silver Fairy asked angrily. Her words were full of threats. Xianxia asked expressionlessly, "You want to deal with Zhou Xuanji?" That's not how you do things. She changed the topic and asked, could it be that that guy is going to appear again? At the mention of that existence, fear flashed in her eyes. It's good that you know, Silver Fairy said with a cold snort. He could see through Xianxia's fear. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Xianxia so afraid of someone. How many undying old monsters are hidden in the lawless region? I can let you go, but how can I make your master give up hunting, Zhou Xuanji? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, what are you afraid of? Who is behind him? He had seen the power of the lawless fire god. So in his heart, the lawless region was more powerful than the four directions. Xianxia ignored him and locked her eyes on Silver Fairy. Silver Fairy shook her head and said, you should be clear that his decision can't be changed by others. Hearing this, Xianxia's murderous aura suddenly increased. I advise you to give up on him. The post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens is only famous for all living beings. In their eyes, you are nothing at all, Silver Fairy said meaningfully. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Silver Fairy looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, I advise you to come with me. Otherwise, everything you care about will no longer exist. Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and said, do you have the ability to kill me? As his voice fell, he directly summoned the blood dragon ghost. Miaoshu House. Chapter 10-12. As soon as the blood dragon ghost appeared, its hostility soared into the sky. He immediately looked at Bai Yinzi and asked with a cold smile, Master, are you going to tear him apart? Bai Yinzi was moved. The aura of the blood dragon ghost was very strong. It made his hair stand on end. After all, the blood dragon ghost was an existence that could fight against Zhongji. Zhou Xuanji responded softly. Zhou Xuanji replied softly, and the blood dragon immediately charged toward Bai Yinzi. Boom! Bai Yinzi was sent flying by his claw. His right sleeve was torn apart, and two shocking bloodstains appeared on his arm. Bai Yinzi was furious. He immediately lashed out with his whip. At the same time, he once again erupted with the indestructible realm. A silver light swept across. Countless silver crystals floated above the sea of silver light. The blood dragon ghost smiled disdainfully. At the same time, it displayed its indestructible realm. With him as the center, the blood-colored sea raged, rushing toward Bai Yinzi's indestructible realm. The two indestructible realms collided. All kinds of illusions emerged one after another. Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of oppression that made his soul tremble. He narrowed his eyes and watched the battle seriously. Xianxia flew to his side and sighed. Brat, you are too unlucky. You are targeted by the lawless region. Run as far as you can. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said in a bad mood, look at your cowardly look. Weren't you in Hongming Heaven before? You are not afraid of anything. Hearing this, Xianxia didn't get angry. She took a deep breath and said helplessly, the monsters in the lawless region are really strong. There are many ancient creatures that have survived since the ancient sovereign period. Bai Yinzi's backer is very mysterious but also very strong. I once entered the lawless region by mistake and ran into him. I almost died. Fortunately, he didn't care about me. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. He asked, for what you said, that guy should be indifferent to fame and fortune. Why does he want to kill me? Xianxia shook her head. She didn't know either, but she understood one thing. Zhou Xuanji was in big trouble. Seeing that she couldn't explain it clearly, Zhou Xuanji could only turn to look at the blood dragon ghost and Bai Yinzi. The battle between the two was extremely fast. The two indestructible realms kept exploding and regenerating. They seemed to be moving through the two colored waves. They were locked in a fierce battle. The blood dragon ghost's claws were his sharpest weapons. With just his claws, he could tear apart all of Silver's divine abilities. This guy is too hard to deal with. Bai Yinzi gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Xianxia scattering so much luck, how could he have been forced to this point? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If that was the case, then don't blame me. The silver suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of silver mist, surging and fluctuating. Rumble. Thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere, and countless lightning bolts flashed, intertwining with the silver mist. The blood dragon ghoul stopped, and its expression changed as it exclaimed, "This aura, it's you." The silver mist surged and condensed into a blurry giant face. Blood dragon ghost, it seems like this kid really obtained that inheritance. A voice rang out. It was a voice filled with the weight of history, causing the hearts of those who heard it to sink. The blood dragon ghoul gritted its teeth and said, "Stinking reptile, why aren't you dead yet?" The giant face replied, "If I don't surpass my predecessors, why should I die?" Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning containing the power to destroy the world struck the blood dragon ghost. Like iron chains, they wrapped around the blood dragon ghost's limbs and neck. The blood dragon ghost struggled, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. He laughed furiously and said, "Reptile, after so many years, you are very powerful. You know my identity and still dare to mess around. Aren't you afraid that my previous master is still alive?" Hearing this, the giant face fell silent. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't expect this person to know the blood dragon ghost. Could it be that he was from the same era as Sovereign Xianxia? If this was the case, no wonder Xianxia was so flustered. However, from the tone of the blood dragon ghost, the giant face was obviously a junior. Just as Zhou Xuanji was thinking, the giant face spoke again. "Sovereign Xianxia is dead. His will has long dissipated. It is impossible for him to be alive. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude." The blood dragon ghost grinned sinisterly and said, "Then come." It roared fiercely as its body began to expand, quickly turning into a giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The muscles on its limbs were exaggerated, and its tail wantonly waved, breaking the lightning chains. It immediately rushed toward the giant face. Countless lightning bolts suddenly descended, trying to stop it, but it was forcibly broken through. The blood dragon ghost charged at the giant face and punched. Blood chi crisscrossed like a twisting dragon. The giant face suddenly opened its mouth, and a black beam of light shot out from its mouth. It expanded rapidly, trying to drown the blood dragon ghost. In the face of this pressure, Zhou Xuanji once again felt the feeling of weakness. Who is the giant face? Why does it want to kill me? Is it coveting the Constitution, defying creation scripture? The blood dragon ghost was constantly pushed back by the black beam of light shot out by the giant face. It seemed that the blood dragon ghost was no match for the giant face. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the main emperor door suddenly flew out. The main emperor door flew toward the giant face, flew over the blood dragon ghost's head, and stopped above the giant face. The giant face looked up at the main emperor door and didn't care. He focused his attention on the blood dragon ghost. As long as the blood dragon ghost was eliminated, Zhou Xuanji would be in his pocket. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly removed the restriction on the main emperor door. In the blink of an eye, the main emperor door returned to its majestic height and suddenly descended. Boom! The giant face was directly crushed by the main emperor door, and the black beam of light that was attacking the blood dragon ghost dissipated. Xianxing's eyes widened in shock. The blood dragon ghost was also shocked. Their gazes fell on the main emperor door with a strange look in their eyes. "I seem to have seen this door somewhere before." Xianxing frowned as she muttered to herself. She had been to the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan, but she had never been to the Royal Clan's Forbidden Area. The blood dragon ghost looked at the main emperor door thoughtfully. At this moment, the silver mist was also dispersed by the main emperor door. The mist gathered again and condensed into Baienzi. Baienzi didn't notice the main emperor door below. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and the blood dragon ghost and said, "You have already seen him. Shouldn't you give up struggling?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and shook his head. Baienzi was furious and said, "If that's the case, then I will." Boom! The main emperor door suddenly rose. It was extremely fast and directly smashed into Baienzi, destroying both his body and soul. Not even a trace of his soul was left. The blood dragon ghost and Xianxing were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? What kind of treasure is this? The blood dragon ghost asked in a trembling voice. His eyes almost popped out. He didn't feel the majestic power from the main emperor door. He couldn't understand how the main emperor door could have such lethality. Zhou Xuanji took back the main emperor door and said calmly, "It's just a little thing. Let's go, it's time to go back." He wasn't happy because the crisis had just begun. The main emperor door could suppress everything, but its shortcomings were also very obvious. As long as he avoided the main emperor door was just a decoration. Xianxia flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked, "Where did you get this artifact?" She looked a little excited. Could it be that there is someone behind Zhou Xuanji? Chapter 10:13. I can't say. I'm about to fight with Gujuagio. I'll have to trouble you then. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. The main emperor's sex history could not be revealed. If he used it well, he could create the impression that the progenitor lord was his backer. However, the progenitor master was illusory. Would the enemy believe him? Xianxia took a deep look at him and no longer persuaded him to escape. She still could not see through him. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like she was helping Zhou Xuanji along the way, but she knew that her help was just icing on the cake. Zhou Xuanji had relied on himself to turn the tables in many life and death situations. The more she thought about it, she suddenly looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a trace of fear in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji recalled the blood dragon ghost. After returning to the star's domain, he separated from Xianxia. He quickly arrived at the prison where the old prisoner was being held. He used his divine power to seal the cell and then sat in front of the old prisoner. "Congratulations on killing an enemy, my lord." The old prisoner chuckled. In the dim prison cell, it was impossible to see his face clearly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why didn't you attack earlier?" The old prisoner smiled and said, "Didn't you solve it?" From his words, it was obvious that he had witnessed everything that had just happened. "Lord, there is no need to worry. If the other party could directly attack you, you would have died long ago. They're just bluffing. The existences in the lawless region are indeed powerful, but there is one thing we can be sure of. They are unable to enter the boundless universe." The old prisoner continued. "The ancient sovereign opened up the boundless cosmos and created a brand new era. The creatures of the past were unable to enter. This is the greatness of the ancient sovereign." So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji felt strange. But why is Xianxia so worried? Could it be that Xianxia did not know about this? Although they can't come in, they will think of a way to kill you. "You need to be prepared," the old prisoner said faintly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How is your strength compared to Bainzi's?" The old prisoner replied, "He is just a junior." Zhou Xuanji sized him up carefully and suddenly felt that this old guy was a little unfathomable. As expected of the ancestor of the endless East royal family. They targeted me because of my identity as a descendant of the primogenitor? Zhou Xuanji asked. What he was implying was to defy the Constitution and create a sutra. The old prisoner didn't know about the constitutional defying creation scripture. He nodded and said, "That should be the case. The bloodline of the founding master isn't known by the masses at all. They only know the founding master. Someone must have purposely concealed it." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. This meant that the person behind Bai Yinzi was not targeting him, but the primogenitor's faction. "You have become my subordinate, but you have not done anything yet. Next time, no matter who comes, you have to act, understand?" Zhou Xuanji looked into the old prisoner's eyes and said seriously. The old prisoner nodded and said, "Leave it to me." Zhou Xuanji got up and was prepared to leave. "Master, remember one thing. You are a descendant of the founding lord. If anyone dares to threaten you, don't be afraid and don't bow down." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He didn't know what kind of magic potion the founder master's bloodline had fed him. They were like brainless fans. Zhou Xuanji disappeared quickly. He returned to Star's Hall and took out the main emperor door. He was pleasantly surprised by the power of the main emperor's gate. He wanted to see if he could figure out the other uses of the main emperor's gate. Meanwhile, in a lawless region, within the dense fog, The three gigantic stone steels trembled slightly. The ancient voice that faced Zhou Xuanji previously came. What a great sword emperor! That heaviness is indeed the power of the founding lord. Right after the voice spoke, the three stone steels stopped moving. They remained motionless and fell into silence. A while later, the power of the founding lord. So the founder master's bloodline really exists, a hoarse voice said. Another voice came with a sinister laugh. It's getting more and more interesting. The founder master's inheritance has been fighting for a long time, and now it's starting again. It's time for us to act. The ancient voice said. Then send someone to support Gujuagio. Gujuagio thinks highly of himself. It's time for him to show off for a while. The words implied that Gujuagio was a chess piece. Arrogant, high and mighty. Boom. The star's hall trembled, and Zhou Xuanji immediately stored the main emperor door. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was complicated. It's too heavy. The star's hall can't bear it at all. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was curious about what kind of power the main emperor door was hiding. Or was the main emperor door made of extraordinary materials? He took a deep breath and temporarily gave up on his curiosity about the main emperor door. If this continued, it would not matter if he smashed through the star's hall, but he was afraid that he would destroy the star's domain below. He swung his right hand, which was a little numb. Just when he was about to return to his throne, a horrifying aura engulfed the star's domain. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He recognized this aura. Gujuagio. That guy did not come to the star's domain, but was fighting somewhere else. His majestic aura spread far and wide. Is he provoking me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. His impression of Gujuagio was no longer as curious as before. This guy was just a brute. Other than Gujuagio's aura, he vaguely sensed the aura of a cardinal heaven. The two of them were fighting again. It was strange. Wasn't Gujuagio targeting him this time? How did he fight with a cardinal heaven? Could it be that a cardinal heaven thought that he was Gujuagio's target? Zhou Xuanji thought with a strange expression. Thinking about it, cardinal heaven did not seem so stupid. He was not inferior to Gujuagio in terms of arrogance, but he was smarter and more patient than Gujuagio. If Gujuagio was a cardinal heaven, he would never cooperate with Zhou Xuanji. He would only fight him to the death. This time, the pressure from the battle between Cardinal Heaven and Gujuagio was even stronger. Not only Zhou Xuanji could feel it, but all living beings could feel it. Zhou Xuanji returned to his throne and continued to cultivate. In the graveyard of gods, in a world of ice and snow, Xianxia was sitting on the altar, motionless. She suddenly opened her eyes and asked softly, "Why are you back?" As soon as she spoke, another Xianxia appeared in front of her. Looking down at her, Xianxia asked faintly, "Do you want to go out?" The real Xianxia was overjoyed and asked, "Can you resurrect me?" She was Xianxia's soul, but her body had been occupied by her previous life. "Yes, I will return your body to you. After going out, go find Zhou Xuanji. I will pass the location to you through memory," Xianxia said seriously. "From now on, I am Hongmeng Heaven and you are Xianxia." Xianxia was extremely excited. She finally didn't have to endure loneliness anymore. She came back to her senses and asked hesitantly, "Why are you doing this? Could it be that you are in trouble?" Hongmeng Heaven replied calmly, "Yes, not only me, but also the later ancient sovereign three heavens. I need to hide here to take refuge. Zhou Xuanji is the next Hongmeng Heaven, but he has a powerful backer. You can go and worship him." Xianxia nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. When she thought of Zhou Xuanji, the look in her eyes became complicated. Chapter 10:14. The battle between Gujuagio and a Cardinal Heaven expert started once again and became the most attention-grabbing matter in the north. Now that Dong Wujin had retreated, the Sword Emperor Divine Court could finally relax. However, Zhou Xuanji gave the order to reinforce Cardinal Heaven experts at this critical moment. He did not mobilize all of his troops, only a portion of them that had yet to experience the endless battlefield. Gu Juejiu's target was him. He might even launch a surprise attack on the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Myriad Stars domain. On this day, Zhou Xuanji once again explained the Tao to the Kunlun Origin Court. Every once in a while, he would help the people of the Kunlun Origin Court preach the Tao. With the help of the ancestral sound, the overall strength of the people of the Kunlun Origin Court was improving. The Kunlun Origin Court was his starting place. As the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, he had the responsibility to help the Kunlun Origin Court become stronger. In the future, he would restore the Kunlun Origin Court's former status. The origin of all worlds, the center of everything. The ancestral voice resounded throughout all the realms of the Kunlun Origin Court, and the number of creatures listening to it was incalculable. Everyone's souls were captivated, and they fell into an epiphany. Inside the Hall of Stars, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. His soul was still preaching the ancestral voice to the people of the Kunlun Origin Court. He narrowed his eyes, and the door opened. Mortal Supremacy and Xianxia walked in. Zhou Xuanji noticed that they were holding hands. Something was wrong? Wait a minute. Something was wrong with Xianxia's aura. He immediately widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "It's you? What about your past life?" Xianxia was nervous and didn't dare to meet his gaze. She stammered, "She found me, and we exchanged identities. Now she stays in the graveyard of gods." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so cowardly in her previous life. This also meant that the lawless region was truly terrifying. It was so powerful that even Hongmeng Tian had to hide. In addition, did the Hongmeng heaven curse she mentioned really exist? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Let her follow me from now on. Sovereign Hong Chun looked at Zhou Xuanji and said expectantly. He hoped that Zhou Xuanji could take Xianxia in. Zhou Xuanji looked up, shook his head, and said with a smile, "What are you saying? You make it sound like I will reject her." He and Xianxia did have conflicts in the graveyard of gods before, but he didn't take it to heart. "How about this? We'll build another palace next to yours. She'll continue to hold the position she held in her previous life. Since she's new here, you'll help her adapt." He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Your body has changed, but what about your cultivation?" Xianxia replied nervously, "My cultivation is still there, but my soul realm can't keep up. My strength is only half of what it used to be." Half was enough. Xianxia has long established a reputation in the stars field. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily before waving his hand, signaling them to leave. Xianxia wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything and left with Supreme Hongchun. Zhou Xuanji understood what she wanted to say. He could see the apology in her eyes, but he didn't take it to heart, so he didn't need her to apologize. "The higher you stand, the more afraid you are," Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He used to think that the post-primeval sovereign three heavens was the most powerful existence. Only now did he know that there was a lawless region above it. After he defeated Gu Juejiu, he would face the lawless area. Then, he closed his eyes and focused his attention on the Kunlun Origin Court. Boom! Cardinal Heaven and Gu Juejiu intertwined in the space-time turbulence. Their speed was extremely fast. They cast all kinds of divine abilities without relying on their hands and feet. They fought in close combat while bombarding each other with divine abilities. Gu Juejiu's face was hideous. His eyes were filled with madness. He held the saber with both hands, and the blade was surrounded by countless light of rules. Cardinal Heaven was holding the pagoda, dealing with every move. His expression was very calm. He looked at Gu Juejiu with ridicule in his eyes. "Junior, you threatened to kill me in half an hour. How long has it been?" Cardinal Heaven suddenly laughed, making Gu Juejiu even angrier. Gu Juejiu's target was Zhou Xuanji, but he was stopped by a Cardinal Heaven. This made him aggrieved and angry. "Cardinal Heaven, let me help you kill Zhou Xuanji. Isn't it good?" Gu Juejiu said, gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he was very surprised. This guy is even stronger than last time. What's going on? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? Cardinal Heaven snorted coldly. "If he dies, I will have to face East Infinity and West Infinity. Am I that stupid? Upon hearing this, Gu Juegio's momentum soared. He had no choice but to go all out to kill a Cardinal Heaven expert. He had always claimed that he would surpass the late prime 3 heavens. If he couldn't defeat a Cardinal Heaven expert, it would be a slap to his face. Rumble. At this moment, the surrounding space-time turbulence suddenly erupted. Numerous gates of light appeared out of thin air and surrounded the two of them. They subconsciously stopped and distanced themselves from each other. Who is it? Gu Juegio asked in a deep voice. Wherever he looked, the space-time currents were all annihilated. The Cardinal Heaven experts seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but be moved. His eyes were filled with resentment. I can't. Yuan insects are still here, Xianxia said coldly. The word unable made Gu Juegio's expression change drastically. As an endless overlord, how could Gu Juegio not know the depth of the lawless region? Cardinal Heaven, you're trying to cultivate the path of extermination. That's a crime that can't be punished. I'll kill you today. An arrogant laughter rang out as boundless killing intent locked onto a Cardinal Heaven expert. Gu Juegio's eyes flickered and he murmured the Tao of extermination. I see. He suddenly looked at the Cardinal Heaven experts and raised his blade to slash again. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly and stood up. His aura is weakening. Why? He muttered to himself with a frown. He was referring to a Cardinal Heaven expert. Although a Cardinal Heaven expert was severely injured by the Blood Dragon Ghost, his aura had never weakened so quickly before. What was happening? Zhou Xuanji immediately activated God Absent mode and prepared to check. Given the current situation, a Cardinal Heaven expert must not die. They had a common enemy. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert died, Zhou Xuanji would be surrounded by enemies. Not only would he be targeted by all sides, but the lawless region was also eyeing him. Just when he entered the space-time kaleidoscope, a figure stopped him. It was the old prisoner. Don't go. You will die, the old prisoner said solemnly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, If I don't go, there will be more trouble later on. He had the fated Fortune Pearl and the Master Emperor's sect, so he was quite confident. The old prisoner shook his head and said, Cardinal Heaven experts are not simple. They won't die. Just wait patiently. After he said this, Zhou Xuanji's frown eased up. That's right. If a Cardinal Heaven expert could die so easily, he would not be so famous today. He rubbed his chin and asked, How do you think I should solve the current situation? The old prisoner smiled. Wait. You are the descendant of the Founder Master. It will be too difficult for them to kill you. Wait. How long? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He had been studying the fated Fortune Pearl and the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. But until now, he could not comprehend anything deeper. Somehow, he felt that he was still lacking a key that could fully activate the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Chapter 10:15. I'm not sure. I've met a descendant of the primogenitor before. He was originally mediocre, but he suddenly erupted with talent and shocked the world. That person was Gu Zun's most respected opponent, but unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of his talent. He was surrounded by all the powers and died. The old prisoner said faintly, making Zhou Xuanji feel quite surprised. The person Gu Zun admired the most had also learned the scripture of creation. From his point of view, the founder had no descendants at all. There was only the inheritor of the scripture of creation that defied the Constitution. He was lost in thought. All right, let's go back. He grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and brought him back to the star's domain. Zhou Xuanji returned to Star's palace alone, while the old prisoner returned to his cell to continue resting. Sitting on the throne, Zhou Xuanji once again used his soul to chant the ancestral voice for the Kunlun origin court. As he spoke, he took out 2 faded beads and continued to ponder. He didn't know how the descendant of the original master that the old prisoner mentioned had awakened. After awakening, how much faster would it be for him to become stronger? What if the old prisoner was only saying that the man had just learned the scripture of creation? Zhou Xuanji played with the 2 faded fate pearls, and his thoughts drifted further and further away. In less than a month, The news of the defeat of the Cardinal Heaven experts spread like wildfire in Beijing. According to the scouts, Cardinal Heaven was severely injured by Gu Juejiao and fled. He threatened to go to the southern region to find Hunyuan Heaven, and the two heavens joined forces to make a comeback. The news spread like wildfire. Even though Gu Juejiao was injured, he still sent a great army to invade the north. Everywhere he went, he was unrestrained. His target was the Sword Emperor Divine Court. After hearing about this, Zhou Xuanji wanted to curse the old prisoner. What happened to the Cardinal Heaven being fine? In the end, he ran away with his tail between his legs. Right now, only the Sword Emperor Divine Court was left in the northern Endless Lands. Zhou Xuanji would be the last line of northern Wujin's resistance. More and more experts and living beings joined the Sword Emperor Divine Court, wanting to put up a final resistance. Zhou Xuanji could no longer cultivate in peace. There were battle reports every day. He summoned the Blood Dragon Ghost and sent it to the front line, but it could not stop Gu Juejiao's army. Gu Juejiao had not even acted personally. He could block the Blood Dragon Ghost's savagery with just his powerful subordinates, which refreshed Zhou Xuanji's understanding of Shi Wujin's power. Western Boundless was much stronger than Eastern Boundless. It could also be said that Dong Wujin had yet to use his full strength. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji had to face the wrath of the ancient genius. Good times don't last long. Half a year after the defeat of the Cardinal Heaven experts, Gu Juejiao attacked the Myriad Stars domain. Zhou Xuanji, release my son's soul, or I'll slaughter your divine court. Gu Juejiao's voice, which was filled with killing intent, resounded in the star field. Everyone was in an uproar. Countless figures soared into the air like stars in the sky, wishing to fight against the ancient geniuses. Gu Juejiao held two sabers in his hands and wore a bright red robe. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like he was possessed by a devil. His aura was torrential, like a wave of fire spreading across the sky. That pressure enveloped the entire star's domain. Yuanqing flew up and looked at Gu Juejiao, his heart pounding. It's really him. Yuanqing's scalp went numb. The person in front of him was the strongest person in the world. Even a Cardinal Heaven expert was no match for him. How could they fight him? Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Stars, Zhou Xuanji held the two faded fate pearls in his hand, and his eyes sparkled. He had heard Gu Juejiao's voice. He slowly got up and prepared to leave the hall to face the enemy. At this moment, the two faded fortune pearls trembled, and a burst of light spread out, condensing into a figure. Zhou Xuanji looked up. Isn't that the Ancestor Lord? Although he still couldn't see the face clearly, he still remembered the figure. The faded fortune pearls contain the Ancestor Lord's will too. You can't go out. You will die, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, Do you really treat me as your descendant or disciple and want to help me? The Ancestor Lord's spirit shook his head and said, You don't need help. Don't need? Zhou Xuanji was confused and wanted to ask further. You are very powerful, but you have not realized it yet. It's time to use your serendipity, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji raised the faded fortune pearls and asked curiously, How do I use it? The Ancestor Lord's spirit shook his head and said, It's not considered serendipity. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. There's a serendipity more powerful than the faded fortune pearls? Hold on. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were shocked. Could it be the supreme legendary sword system? He had always suspected that the serendipity of the world was the sovereign's serendipity. Could it be true? Even to this day, the legend of the three great paragons' destiny still exists. Those who obtain the paragon's destiny will be able to control everything. The Ancestor Lord's spirit's words caused Zhou Xuanji to fall into silence. He had always been using the supreme legendary sword system. What else could he do? He looked up at the Ancestor Lord's spirit and asked with his eyes, You're already using it, but times are different now. I'm here to give you a hand. Get ready. The Ancestor Lord's spirit raised his right hand and cried out. Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly, Is it too late now? My enemy is just outside. The Ancestor Lord's spirit laughed loudly. Your serendipity is the greatest serendipity. It surpasses everything, including time and the heavens and earth. After that, he flipped his palm down. The two faded fortune pearls exploded. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This exploded? At this moment, the light from the faded fortune pearls explosion rushed into his body. His eyes immediately lost their color, and his body stiffly sat down. The Ancestor Lord's spirit looked down at him and said faintly, "Perhaps you are his descendant." Whoosh! A cold wind blew, piercing into one's soul. Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He was shocked to find that he was sitting on the grass. In front of him was a large lake that sparkled. The lake was boundless, and the end was filled with fog. The sun could not be seen. It felt like a rainy day, but there was no rain. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and looked around before looking at himself. His eyes widened. "What's going on?" he cried out in a low voice. He did not look injured. His purple robe was clean and still looked noble and luxurious. But his body was gone. He was only left with his soul. Why was it like this? An out-of-body experience? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. He wanted to take out the faded fortune pearls, but he could not sense them. He called out to the Ancestor Lord Spirit, but that fellow did not come out either. The only fortunate thing was that he could still control the supreme legendary sword system. He took out the suppressive legendary sword and stood up. His divine energy was gone, and his soul was weak as though it had been heavily injured. What is this place? What is the Ancestor Lord's spirit trying to do? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He turned around and saw a mountain forest that was still covered in fog. He wanted to fly, but found that he could not. At this moment, he was like a mortal. He could not even use his divine will. The only thing he could use was the supreme legendary sword system. He walked toward the mountain forest to see what was hidden nearby. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared on the hill ahead. Passing through the fog, it was a 6-meter-tall black bull. There was a boy on the black bull, and he was holding onto a rope while picking his nose. Zhou Xuanji walked over and asked, "Boy, what is this place?" The boy looked at him and replied, "This is a mountain forest." Chapter 10:16. Zhou Xuanji looked at the cowherd boy and really wanted to beat him up. "I didn't know this was a forest. Where does this forest belong to?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. This scene reminded him of the graveyard of gods. At that time, Xianxia had also conjured such a cowherd boy. Could it be that this kid wasn't simple? He couldn't use his spiritual will right now, so he couldn't see through cowherd boy. The cowherd boy picked his nose and said, "How would I know? If I knew, would I still be herding cows here?" His condescending expression made Zhou Xuanji's anger rise. With just 2 steps, Zhou Xuanji arrived beside the tall black bull. He raised his hand and pulling the cowherd boy down. Thump! The cowherd boy fell to the ground, and his butt hurt. Wah! He burst into tears and sat on the ground, his legs swinging like a fish's tail. The tall black bull did not seem to have any intelligence. It continued to graze and ignored the cowherd boy and Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put his hands on his waist and asked, "Brat, are you still going to be arrogant? You're bullying children. You're bullying a child." The cowherd boy cried nonstop. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. It seemed that he would not be able to understand even if he asked him. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji turned and left. He planned to pass through this forest to see if there were any places where living beings gathered. He couldn't use his divine power, and he couldn't fly either. He could only move forward on foot. When he was gone, the boy stopped crying. "Where's he?" The cowherd boy was confused. He turned around and saw that Zhou Xuanji was about to disappear into the fog. He hurriedly jumped onto the black bull's back and pulled the reins to make the black bull turn around. Zhou Xuanji recited the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra as he walked. However, the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra could not create divine power for him. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. Was he an illusion? All of this was too strange. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and glanced over. The black yak had actually caught up to him. Hey, don't walk around. It's very dangerous here." The cowherd boy picked his nose and shouted. He still had that infuriating expression on his face. "Where is it dangerous?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The cowherd boy said mysteriously, "There are many terrifying beasts here. Without the protection of my divine cow, you will definitely be eaten." Berserk beast? Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He did not mind and continued to walk ahead. "Hey, where did you come from? Why haven't I seen you before?" asked the cowherd boy. Zhou Xuanji looked at him condescendingly and said, "There are many people you have not seen before. Is it very strange?" "That's right. I've seen everyone in the world," the cowherd boy said confidently. Zhou Xuanji sighed. It seemed that he had fallen into an illusion. Could this be the test of the primogenitor spirit? Is there a secret to awakening a fortuitous encounter in this illusion? At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji braced himself and prepared to look around. "Hey, hey, hey, do you want to take you to our tribe?" The cowherd boy continued to yell. Just as he finished speaking, a roar sounded. The fog was lifted, and a ferocious beast with a tiger's head and a dragon's body charged out. It was ready to devour the cowherd boy in one bite. Bang! The black yak suddenly stomped his foot, and a gust of wind wreaked havoc, sending the beast flying. The cowherd boy was still picking his nose, and he felt pain from the impact. He quickly retracted his hand and covered his nose. Zhou Xuanji sized up the black yak. He did not expect it to be so powerful just by stomping its foot. "Kid, what's your name? What breed is your yak?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The cowherd boy replied, "My name is Kunlun. I don't know what breed it is, but I call it God. I saved it when I was young, and since then, it has been with me." "Kunlun? God?" Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. "When you were young? Aren't you young now?" The cowherd boy waved his hand and snorted. "What are you talking about? I've already lived for 2,000 years. Back then, when I saved it, it was still a little cub." 2,000 years? Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and his expression was strange. His name was Kunlun. Could he be the primogenitor spirit? Could it be that the primogenitor spirit brought him to the beginning of the Kunlun origin court? All of this was the primogenitor spirit's memories? Zhou Xuanji sized up the cowherd boy and felt that it was nonsense. How did this brat look like the primogenitor spirit? "Hey, what's with that look?" the cowherd boy cried out. He could sense the disdain. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Before you were born, there was nothing, right?" The cowherd boy curled his lip and said, "What? Of course there was. The Creator told us that there was a great era before us. There were countless worlds and races, but they were all destroyed." Zhou Xuanji was stunned again. What was that? The Creator? The cowherd boy waved his hand and said, "Come with me. Let's meet our human king." The black bull walked ahead, and Zhou Xuanji followed immediately. What's the human king? Could it be that the Kunlun origin court had an even longer history? Zhou Xuanji was very curious and interested. He could not escape anyway, so he might as well look at this world. Along the way, Kunlun began telling Zhou Xuanji about their tribe. There were 1,320 people in their tribe. Every once in a while, someone would be devoured by a ferocious beast. The oldest person had lived for 100,000 years. "How big is this world?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Kunlun shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. We can only stay here. The Creator said that it's very dangerous outside. We can't even conquer this forest, let alone leave." Zhou Xuanji asked further, "Have you seen the Creator before?" Kunlun shook his head again and replied, "He has not appeared for 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about their tribe. They walked for about 6 hours. They finally arrived at the tribe. This tribe was very similar to the primitive tribes that Zhou Xuanji knew of. The entire mountain was covered with wooden houses made of trees and small fortresses made of stones. Zhou Xuanji's expression became strange. The corner of his mouth twitched. He raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. The people in the tribe were all children. They did not look more than 10 years old, but they had different physiques. There were both males and females. Hey, 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 come and see, I brought someone back. He's different from us." Kunlun waved his hand and cried out. More and more people turned to look at them. "Wow, he's as tall as the Creator. Who is he? Be careful. He might be transformed from a ferocious beast." Kunlun, can you be trusted? The people were very nervous and did not dare to get close. Kunlun smiled and said, he has no ill intentions. I can sense that he's very kind. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment. Was this brat boasting, or did he have some special ability? How come I don't know that I'm kind? At this moment, a silhouette walked out from the crowd. He still had the appearance and physique of a child, but he was bent over with a wooden stick in his hand. He looked like a little old man. He's our human king. Kunlun pointed at that person and said. Kunlun pointed at that person and said with a face full of worship. Chapter 10:17. Outsider, come here. I have something to ask you. The human king stared at Zhou Xuanji and said casually. His eyes were calm, but Zhou Xuanji sensed a great threat from him. What's going on? This guy is giving me the same pressure as a Cardinal Heaven cultivator? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He nodded and walked forward. Kunlun leaped down from the black bull and followed closely behind Zhou Xuanji. After entering the tribe, the crowd split into 2 rows and made way for them. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was the center of attention. He observed secretly. Many people here gave him a sense of danger. What's going on? They were just a bunch of immature children. Why did they give him a sense of danger? Could it be that the first batch of living beings were all this powerful? It made sense. He could not fly in the environment here. To be able to survive here, their bodies must be powerful. Not right. Zhou Xuanji frowned suddenly. He almost forgot that he was a soul now. Then, these people, he observed carefully and was even more shocked. These people were souls too, but they were in a special environment. The contact between the souls was like physical contact. It was very magical. Zhou Xuanji thought about it as he followed the human king to the largest fortress in the tribe. The human king walked to a chair covered in beast skin and sat down. He sized Zhou Xuanji up and asked, Who are you? Where are you from? Zhou Xuanji replied, I lost my memory. I want to understand this world. I have no ill intentions toward you. If possible, I also want to meet the creator you speak of. The human king frowned and fell in a deep thought. Dozens of children stood in the house. All of them held various weapons and looked at Zhou Xuanji warily. Zhou Xuanji felt like he had entered a kindergarten by mistake. Kunlun said, This guy is very powerful. When he dragged me down from the god's body, his speed was unbelievably fast. I have never seen such speed before. Even with such speed, he did not hurt me. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. So this kid was pretending to cry. The human king looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked, Why do you want to meet the creator? Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, I'm just curious. I heard from Kunlun that the creator knows everything about the past. He did not know what to do here. But since he heard about the creator, it meant that the creator played an important role in the illusion. Perhaps he could find out the intentions of the spirit of the First Lord through the creator. The creator hasn't appeared in a long time. You should stay in the tribe for now. The human king instructed, and Zhou Xuanji had no objections. He wanted to understand these people. And so, Zhou Xuanji stayed here. He began to observe these children every day. He really wanted to know why these people maintained the appearance of children. He started with their diet and found that everything they ate was harmless, and the water they drank was also very pure. Kunlun became his little attendant and followed him all day. Zhou Xuanji discovered a secret. The people of this tribe did not know how to reproduce. They had no parents, no brothers and sisters, and no children. They're the fruit of a tree. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was looking at this tree. The tree was 30 meters tall and looked quite ordinary. There were many green fruits on it, some of which had already grown into humanoid shapes. Zhou Xuanji thought of the ginseng fruit in the journey to the west. Kunlun said nervously, Don't be rash. The master creation once said that this source tree is our foundation. Once the source tree is gone, our tribe will also perish. Source tree? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell in a deep thought. It seemed that the master of creation was the progenitor master. He created humans and all living beings. He established the Kunlun origin cord and established the definition of everything. Perhaps even the sovereign serendipity was created by the progenitor master. But why did such an omnipotent progenitor master fall? Could it be that the progenitor master wanted him to see how the progenitor master died? There's another possibility. The progenitor master did not die. He turned into the sovereign's serendipity and existed in this world forever. Zhou Xuanji came up with such a guess. Being invincible for a long time would get boring, and a permanent boredom would cause one to collapse. Kunlun pulled him and said, "It's time to go. This is a forbidden ground. We can't stay here for long." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Since it's so important, why don't you send someone to guard it? The source tree is very powerful. No ferocious beast dares to approach it. But your background is mysterious, so I'm a little worried," Kunlun explained. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the source tree. But he had no divine will to analyze the source tree. After a while, he left with Kunlun. "Is there really only one tribe in this world? Have you ever seen an adult like me?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he walked. He could not sense the spiritual qi here and could not cultivate. So, he was curious if there were other living beings that had taken human form. "No, you are the first," Kunlun replied. He began to pick his nose with an infuriating expression. Zhou Xuanji felt helpless. They could not cultivate or reproduce. What was the point of living in this tribe? Maybe the progenitor master was also looking for an answer, which was why he had not returned for so long. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji stayed in this tribe for decades. Because he could not cultivate, he began to train his physique. It was strange. He was a soul, but he could strengthen his soul by training his physique. Gradually, his soul force also grew stronger. What was worth mentioning was that his strange behavior attracted many children to imitate him. When those children grew stronger, they attracted the attention of the human kings. After some discussion, Zhou Xuanji became the first martial master in the tribe and taught everyone to grow stronger. As long as they were powerful enough, they would not have to worry about the attacks of ferocious beasts. Zhou Xuanji was bored of staying here. He was prepared to explore the world. Perhaps he could meet the creator outside. Kunlun heard about it and wanted to follow, but Zhou Xuanji rejected him. He could only watch Zhou Xuanji leave reluctantly. Entering the misty forest again, Zhou Xuanji took out his suppressive legendary sword to guard against the attacks of ferocious beasts. "Who are you?" A voice came and stopped Zhou Xuanji in shock. He turned around but could not locate the person. Right at this moment, a black-clothed man appeared in front of him out of thin air. This person had a cold face and purple pupils. His black hair draped over his shoulders casually, and he held a sword in his hand. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and asked curiously, "You are the creator?" This guy had the body of an adult, and he was dressed differently from the tribe. His appearance made Zhou Xuanji doubt everything. Could it be that the tribe was deceived? Actually, there were others. "You can say that I did not create you. How did you appear?" The man in black asked with a frown. He sized up Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes fell on the suppressive legendary sword. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his sword and stabbed at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 10:18. Clang! Zhou Xuanji raised his mighty legendary sword to block the black-robed man's sword. There was a loud bang. The ground collapsed, and Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. Chunks of earth and rocks crumbled. Trees were uprooted, and the wind howled and raged. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted a few times in the air and landed steadily. He looked up and saw the black-clothed man flying up. Zhou Xuanji opened his mouth slightly. Numerous swords of light appeared behind the man in black, and they were all pointed at Zhou Xuanji. "Brother, is there a need to make such a big scene?" Zhou Xuanji asked helplessly. How could this guy fly? Could it be that his cultivation far surpassed his own? It seemed that the no-fly rule here was not absolute. The black-clothed man stared at him and said coldly, "You are a deviant and must be eradicated." Boom, boom, boom. All the swords of light shot toward Zhou Xuanji. They were so powerful that they swept up the fog. Zhou Xuanji immediately swung his sword. Even though he did not have divine energy, he had a sword, which was enough for him to use many divine abilities of the way of the sword. This sword slashed out, and the sword Qi was like a crescent moon that swept out. It rapidly grew stronger and destroyed all the light swords. The man in black was moved, and he asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Why do you know the Supreme Tao?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked curiously, "What's that?" "The Supreme Tao?" A casual swing of his sword was a Supreme Tao. "This world is my heart and lungs. Why do you want to barge in? This doesn't conform to the rules. If news of this spread to the Sword Emperor, you wouldn't be able to justify yourself." The man in black said coldly. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with anger. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that his murderous intent had subsided. "Sword Emperor? I'm a Sword Emperor. Who are you talking about?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was even more certain that this was an illusion. It seemed like it wasn't the progenitor lord's memories. Instead, it was a brand new illusion. The man in black was furious. Without a word, he swung his sword wildly. Countless sword shadows inundated Zhou Xuanji from all directions. "This is primordial chaos, sword shadow?" Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. He began guessing as he dodged. Could that Sword Emperor really be him? The purpose of this illusion was for him to defeat himself and awaken. Zhou Xuanji leaped quickly and dodged the sword shadows one after another. This part of the forest was bombarded. Dust flew everywhere and gravel flew everywhere. Heaven and earth collapsed, as if doomsday had arrived. The distant tribes could also hear it. Kunlun stood on a huge rock and looked into the distance with a frown. He was worried about Zhou Xuanji, but he felt that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful and should be fine. The children in the tribe came out one after another and began to discuss among themselves. Did the berserk beasts go berserk again? Something's wrong. There's a dangerous aura in the air. What happened? Should we go and take a look? What are you looking at? What if you die? The creator said that death is very scary. The human king squeezed out of the crowd with a complicated expression. The other side, Zhou Xuanji rushed into the depths of the mountain forest to avoid affecting the children's tribe. Although he felt that this might be an illusion, he was afraid that it was real. The black-clothed man became even more furious, and his speed suddenly increased. Zhou Xuanji could not sense his aura, and he instinctively took out hundreds of legendary swords. He used his heart to control the swords, blocking the attacks from all directions. Ding! 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 The sword shadows were all dispersed by the divine sword. The black-robed man's eyes widened. These swords, the black-robed man was shocked. He immediately decided to use his strongest sword technique to defeat this fellow. If this were to continue, his heart and lungs would be destroyed. He held his sword with both hands and held it vertically in front of him. His eyes turned extremely sharp. A strange silver radiance emanated from the surface of his body. "This is..." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes with an odd expression. "Sword Emperor Extinction? Annihilation Judgment?" He immediately had a bad premonition. The black-robed man slashed with his sword suddenly. Zhou Xuanji activated the sword fusion technique instinctively. All the legendary swords fused into his soul. He tried to block with his arms in front of his chest. He took a step forward and was prepared to block and dodge at the same time. A stream of sword light flashed past. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Boom! He lost consciousness in an instant and fell into absolute darkness. Zhou Xuanji had a dream. He dreamed that he was challenging himself. More accurately, he was challenging the identity of the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor looked exactly like him. He was the most powerful cultivator in the world and ruled over everything. He, who didn't have any divine power, couldn't even put up a fight against the Sword Emperor. In the end, he was killed by the Sword Emperor unwillingly. He woke up at the start. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was lying in a gigantic cage. He had a splitting headache. He propped up his forehead as he sat up. "This is..." Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He realized that there were dozens of people around him. The gigantic cage was very tall and looked like a gigantic birdcage. Outside the birdcage was a boundless blue sky. There were few clouds and mist, and nothing else could be seen. The metal pillars at the edge of the cage were a meter apart. It was easy for an ordinary person to walk out, but everyone here looked numb and hopeless. No one thought of escaping. Could it be that there was danger outside? Zhou Xuanji looked around and locked his gaze on a man in the corner. Everyone was either lying down or sitting paralyzed. Only he was meditating and cultivating. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and squatted down. "What is this place?" he asked softly. The man did not reply. He was wearing a tattered robe. His hair was very short, and his face was cold. He was quite skinny. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked again, "How long have you been here?" The man still did not reply. He was like a statue and did not even breathe. Zhou Xuanji got up and could only give up. He walked to the edge of the cage and hesitated whether he should step out. His soul was very weak now. If there was any danger, his soul might dissipate. "Don't go out. You will die," a weak voice came. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw a skinny old man lying on the ground. He had deep dark circles around his eyes and looked incredibly haggard. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What is this place?" "This is the Emperor's cage. It's used to store food," the old man replied. His breathing was very weak and could stop at any moment. "Emperor's cage?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never heard of this name in the children's tribe. "Whose food?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The old man looked terrified. His body began to tremble as he said, "Food for the Emperor's pets." Zhou Xuanji frowned again. "Pets?" He looked back and saw that under the blue sky were endless clouds. He could not see the ground or the ocean. Rumble, at that moment, the Emperor's cage violently shook and a wild gale blew. Zhou Xuanji and the other prisoners could not withstand it and were sent flying. They crashed into the bars, and in that instant, a terrifying electric current wrapped around their bodies. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted from the electric shock. Such pain, it felt so real. Only after a while did the wild gale stop. Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. He wanted to stand up, but he could not. A voice came from outside the cage. "You're talking about him? He knows the Supreme Tao?" Chapter 10:19. After hearing the noise, Zhou Xuanji looked out of the cage. Two majestic giants appeared outside the cage. One of them was the man in black who fought with Zhou Xuanji before. He was holding the Emperor's palm cage. The other person had thick eyebrows and a long beard. He had brown eyes, wore a bone crown, and wore a green robe. He was sizing up Zhou Xuanji. It was the first time someone had sized Zhou Xuanji up like this. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you people? What do you want to do to me?" Without divine power, without divine will, it was truly depressing. Even though this might be an illusion, the rage in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew uncontrollably. Once he recovered his cultivation, he would definitely let these two fellows experience terror. "Oh, you're quite stubborn. It seems like you're full of vigor." The green-robed man nodded in satisfaction and smiled while stroking his beard. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The black-clothed man glanced at him and then said to the green-clothed man, "It seems that you like it quite a bit. I want 300 people. Is that too much?" The green-robed man frowned and snorted. 300? You think too highly of him. This guy is not weak. I don't care. 200 at most. Since that's the case, I'll have to change my target. Ew. Seeing the two of them haggle, Zhou Xuanji felt angry but also speechless. What kind of world was this? Traitor? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and sat down. He had to remain calm. The primogenitor's spirit definitely didn't bring him here just to make things difficult for him. There must be a special purpose. It must have something to do with the scripture of creation. However, during this period of time, he often chanted the Constitution defying creation scripture, but the ancestral sounds seemed to be useless and did not help him at all. Zhou Xuanji once again recited the Constitution defying creation sutra in his heart. He could take this opportunity to calm himself down. The more adverse the situation was, the more they couldn't afford to be chaotic. The black-robed man and the green-robed man were still bargaining, completely ignoring everyone in the cage. The others weren't shocked either. They were all lying on the ground, either sleeping or shivering. They were already used to it. After a while, the man in black came to an agreement and sent Zhou Xuanji away with 260 people. The man in green grabbed Zhou Xuanji with his right hand. Zhou Xuanji sunk into darkness, but he continued to meditate and chant scriptures. The Constitution defying creation sutra did not have any effect. After an unknown period of time, the darkness dispersed. The green-clothed man opened his palm and placed him into another monarch's palm cage. There was no one else in the cage. Zhou Xuanji fell into it, flipped himself up, and continued to meditate. Still cultivating? The green-robed man asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji asked back, "Who are you, and who do you work for?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "We are primogenitor masters, and we work for the Sword Emperor. From your appearance, you should be a mediocre primogenitor master." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. Was there really a progenitor? Then what about the Sword Emperor? In the end, you're still not good enough. Just wait for my baby to eat you up. The green-robed man smiled and disappeared after he finished speaking. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and continued to think. He really wanted to know what this world was like. At this time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the primogenitor's spirit. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji immediately became excited. What does all of this mean? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly as he tried to control his emotions. The primogenitor's spirit said calmly, "There is no such thing as the Kunlun origin court in the boundless universe. There is no divine energy, no flesh, and no divine sense. Living beings only exist as souls, and the destruction of their souls means complete death. In such an environment, the souls of living beings are far more powerful than those of the future." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked further, "You're not the only primogenitor master? Then who is the Sword Emperor?" He had always wanted to be the most powerful Sword Emperor, but he did not expect there to be another Sword Emperor before the primogenitor master. The primogenitor master's spirit was silent. "Why did you want me to come here? How can I go back?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The primogenitor master's spirit shook his head and said, "I didn't bring you here. It's serendipity. Remember, you must live on. If you die here, your body will die too." Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. It would affect his body in the real world. If you can go back alive, you will return to the time when your soul left. Whether you can resolve the crisis depends on yourself. After the primogenitor master's spirit said this, he disappeared. Remember, find serendipity, find the meaning of your life. Zhou Xuanji's head hurt. This guy's words were as good as not saying anything. Now, it seemed that he had to find a way to survive. This was not as simple as an illusion. According to the primogenitor master's spirit, could the serendipity be for him to strengthen his soul? The soul was the foundation of all living beings. If the body was destroyed, it could be rebuilt. But if the soul was destroyed, it would cease to exist. He could not completely dissect the Constitution Defying Creation Sutra. Could it be because his soul was not powerful enough? At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji got up and began training his soul. Since he could not escape, he might as well become more powerful. He took out the suppressive legendary sword and practiced the white crane sword technique. As he trained, he looked out of the cage. Far away, there was a majestic mountain with green mountains and clear waters. A waterfall flowed down from the center of the mountain, looking majestic. On the other side was a boundless ocean. The waves glowed with a silver light and stretched endlessly. The emperor's cage that he was in seemed to be hanging on a tree. After that, he focused on training his sword. The green-robed man did not return. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years passed. Zhou Xuanji's soul grew stronger. At the same time, he discovered a pleasant surprise. The supreme legendary sword system would remind him of his age every year. At the same time, he could draw a prize. But most legendary swords could not save him now. He was overwhelmed with emotions. The longer he lived here, the more legendary swords he obtained, and the more powerful he would be. Zhou Xuanji's mindset began to change. He treated everything here as serendipity. About 100 years later, the green-robed man returned. On his shoulder was a four-clawed dragon covered in red scales. The red-scaled dragon stared at Zhou Xuanji with hunger in its eyes. Zhou Xuanji understood that danger was coming again. The green-robed man opened the cage door and said with a smile, "You must have waited for a long time. I'm kind of let you live for so many years. Don't resist. Let my baby eat you." It doesn't like its prey to resist. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. The green-robed man raised his arm, and the red-scaled dragon crawled toward the emperor's cage along his arm. It sped up suddenly and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with its mouth wide open. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's body radiated with a silver radiance. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura reached its peak. A silver longsword materialized in his right hand. Annihilation Judgment. He slashed with his sword, and the sword flashed. The red-scaled dragon was struck by the sword chi and flew backward. Countless dragon scales flew away. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Even his cannot kill it. What kind of existence was this guy? The red-scaled dragon steadied itself and charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. Chapter 10:20. Facing the ferocious red-scaled dragon, Zhou Xuanji advanced instead of retreating and sprinted toward it. The green-robed man did not stop him, but watched the battle with interest. Zhou Xuanji charged out of the emperor's cage and came up to the red-scaled dragon in an instant. He slashed with his sword. Another annihilation judgment. It was even more powerful than before. It was so fast that the red-scaled dragon could not dodge in time and was sent flying back. In the past 100 years, Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating diligently. His soul was much more powerful than before. Moreover, this red-scaled dragon was not as powerful as its master. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword quickly, and waves of annihilation judgments slammed into the red-scaled dragon. The red-scaled dragon roared in pain. He looked up at the green-robed man and said, "Your treasure should be useful, or else they would not all have emperor's cages. I'll replace this dragon. How about it?" The black-robed man also had an emperor's cage. From their conversation, Zhou Xuanji's food could attract other primordial lords. This meant that their pets had special uses. The green-robed man smiled. "Indeed, if you can kill it, you can replace it." Zhou Xuanji heard him and became much more confident. No matter what, he had to survive first. As long as he had time, he would be more powerful than the green-robed man and regain his freedom. Under his ferocious attacks, the red-scaled dragon could not hold on at all. Soon, the red-scaled dragon was slain by Zhou Xuanji. Its soul exploded and was completely annihilated. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and looked up at the green-robed man. "What's its use?" The green-robed man replied, "Every primogenitor lord will nurture a primogenitor pet. Through the battle between the primogenitor pets, the ownership of the new heart and lungs will be decided. The heart and lungs is a world of heaven and earth. Because we can fuse it into our soul bodies, the Sword Emperor named it Heart and Lungs." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Every new world will trigger a battle between all the primordial beasts." "Yes, but the creation of a new world requires time, and it depends on the Sword Emperor's will. There are only 81 primordial lords in total. Even if all of them fight, it will not take too long," the green-robed man said with a smile. He suddenly shrunk. More accurately, Zhou Xuanji was growing bigger. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense a wave of energy entering his soul, causing it to expand. Soon, he became as big as the green-robed man. He landed on the ground and was surrounded by grass. There was a large tree next to him, and there was a cage hanging from the tree. It was the Emperor's cage. In the future, you can call me Master. My title is Green Pine Founding Master. This world is one of my hearts and lungs. You can stay here. Remember, don't run around. This world can give birth to powerful existences. After all of this was created by the Sword Emperor. The green-robed man looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled. After that, he disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. That's it. Founder Green Pine Tree had trusted him too easily. Was it because this fellow was too strong and looked down on everyone? Or was it because the primogenitor of this era didn't have any schemes? Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it and began training with his sword. As for this world, he was not in the mood to explore it for now. He just wanted to work hard to become stronger. He wanted to get rid of the founder of Green Pine Tree as soon as possible and then go to take a look. What was the beginning of the Kunlun Origin Court like? He was looking forward to it. A palace hovered above the sea of clouds. Dozens of people were gathered in the hall, including Green Pine Sect's founder and the Black-Robed Man. They were chatting and laughing as they stood. There was a sword on the stairs at the side. It was 30 meters tall. Other than being bright, there was nothing special about it. At the corner, a young man sat alone. He had a delicate face and was dressed in white like a scholar. His hands hung by his side and were motionless, as though he was lost in thought. Founder Green Pine Tree walked up to him and smiled. Yuan Xin, what are you thinking about? Why don't you talk to your brothers? Yuan Xin came back to his senses. He looked up and replied, I'm thinking if the existence of the primogenitor pet is a mistake. Founder Green Pine Tree looked doubtful. He touched Yuan Xion's forehead and smiled. Are you stupid? What's wrong with the primogenitor pet? Even the Sword Emperor has no objections. Yuan Xion sighed and said, I look at the living beings in my heart and lungs. I can't bear to nurture the primogenitor pet. They are all living beings. Other than being weaker than us, they're no different from us. Founder Green Pine Tree's face turned dark and snorted. They are not worthy to be compared to us. He turned around and left, no longer caring about Yuan Xion. Yuan Xion continued to think on the spot. He did not notice that the other primogenitor lords were looking at him differently. They were all filled with hostility. After a while, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of the giant sword. He wore a black robe with dragon shoulders. His face was like a tiger, and there were two giant swords on his back. Greetings, great primogenitor lord. All the primogenitor lords bowed in unison. Great primogenitor lord nodded and said, The Sword Emperor has opened up another world. Whoever wants it to be their heart and lungs can participate in the battle. This time, I will be the host. Hearing this, the primogenitor lords were moved. The black-robed man asked, Where is the Sword Emperor? Why didn't he come this time? Great primogenitor lord looked at him coldly and said, Am I not qualified? The black-robed man was silent. The other primogenitor lord's expressions changed. There has to be a reason, right? A primogenitor lord hesitated and asked. Great primogenitor lord answered, The Sword Emperor told me that he wants to go into seclusion. It might be related to the rules he mentioned a long time ago. Rules? The primogenitor lords were stunned. Yuan Xion's eyes lit up and he asked, Rules that can connect all hearts and lungs together and allow all beings to be like us? Great primogenitor lord frowned and slowly nodded. Immediately, the atmosphere in the palace became silent. Go and prepare. Wait for my notice. The battle of hearts and lungs might begin at any moment. Great primogenitor lord said as he waved his sleeves. After that, he disappeared. The primogenitor lords did not continue chatting and disappeared without saying a word. Soon, only Yuan Xion was left in the palace. Yuan Xion walked in front of the massive sword and knelt down. His face was filled with worry as he muttered, Sword Emperor, what's the point of creating all of this? He fell into a daze. What do you think the point is? A voice came from within the sword, causing him to look up in shock. He said with a trembling voice, Sword Emperor. While the primogenitor lords were worrying about the Sword Emperor going into seclusion, Zhou Xuanji was still diligently cultivating. He found that with the birth of his soul, his way of the sword was also improving. He could actually use the profoundness of annihilation judgment with the ordinary white crane sword technique. He felt quite excited. Annihilation judgment was a fusion of his divine abilities and contained terrifying destructive power. If he could use annihilation judgment while using sword moves, his power would increase by leaps and bounds. Before, when he used annihilation judgment, his body could not move too much and he needed to accumulate power. Moreover, he could not continuously use annihilation judgment in a short period of time. Now that he did not have divine energy, he could improve annihilation judgment. How could he not be happy? Chapter 10:21. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground beside the azure lake. He sat on the ground, but his hands did not stop. He quickly brandished his sword, and the blade slashed through the air, creating dazzling sword shadows. He was so focused on his sword practice that he didn't notice a figure appearing behind him. Founding Master Green Pine. He silently stared at Zhou Xuanji with some amazement in his eyes. That lad truly knows the Tao of the utmost Tao. To think that even I can't understand a sword Tao as such. Green Pine Sect's founder master was secretly alarmed, and his killing intent rose. Should such a person be killed? But when he remembered that Zhou Xuanji was already his primal pet, and that the fight for his heart was coming soon, he could only endure it. Forget it. I'll kill him after the battle of the heart and lungs is over. Ancestor Green Pine thought to himself before disappearing from his original spot. From beginning to end, he did not disturb Zhou Xuanji at all. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji already knew of his arrival, but he did not turn around. After the founder of Green Pine Tree left, he slowly opened his eyes. You're still not smart enough. Zhou Xuanji smirked. Perhaps it was because these progenitor masters had not gone through any hardships. In the future, it would have been difficult for Zhou Xuanji to survive. After all, he was already a threat to the founding master of Green Pine Tree. The gap between the two of them was not so big that the founding master of Green Pine Tree would be conceded. Looks like a new world has appeared, and these primogenitor masters are preparing to fight over it. So he held back his killing intent, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Although primogenitor Green Pine had suppressed his killing intent, he was extremely sensitive to it. Even if it was just a trace, he would be able to sense it. Having lived for so long, he was used to seeing killing intent. He didn't have much time left. He had to become as strong as possible. The battle of the heart and lungs would be his chance to escape. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji got up and focused on cultivating the way of the sword. Clouds covered the sky. In the children's tribe, Kunlun stood in front of the gate of the tribe, gazing at the horizon, lost in thought. His divine bull walked to his side and squatted down like a small mountain for him to lean on. God, where do you think he went? Why isn't he back yet? Kunlun said worriedly. Although he had only known Zhou Xuanji for half a year, Zhou Xuanji's wit and knowledge made him feel a sense of admiration. He had been looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's return, but he had not seen him even after waiting for 100 years. Everyone in the tribe said that Zhou Xuanji was dead, but he did not believe it. God nudged him gently to comfort him. At this moment, a voice entered Kunlun's ears. The person you want to see has been captured. Do you want to save him? Kunlun stilled and suddenly stood up. Who? He asked nervously. The other party did not appear, but his voice was clearly transmitted into his ears. Could it be the creator? Listen, if you want to save him, there's only one way. Next, the one who created everything will descend upon your tribe. You have to say this. Kunlun listened with trepidation. She listened very seriously. Boom! Zhou Xuanji slashed out with his sword, and sword chi swept out, shattering a massive mountain that reached into the clouds 1,000 kilometers away. A violent gale blew, and a dragon-like chi flow swept across the sky. He turned around and swung his sword again, splitting the earth and splitting the forest in half. Dust flew everywhere, and the forest overturned. He stopped and sheathed his sword. Not bad. You can release and retract freely, and the Tao is hidden in your heart. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily. He could now use Annihilation Judgment perfectly. No matter how strong or weak it was, he could use it like divine energy. His strength had increased significantly. However, compared to the original owner, there was still a huge gap. Most importantly, he still did not know the true strength of the original owner. He turned around and returned to his temporary wooden hut. He sat on the wooden chair and began to reflect on his improvement. You are not panicking at all. A soft laughter came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a lady a few meters away. She was wearing a blue dress and had a beautiful face. She wore a silver crown on her head and had a saintly aura. She looked at him with a mocking gaze. Zhou Xuanji sized her up and asked, Original owner? The lady in blue shook her head. Then who are you? I'm the daughter of the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji felt strange. Every time he heard the word Sword Emperor, he felt that it was referring to him. Why are you looking for me? Zhou Xuanji asked. The lady in blue stared at him and said, To overthrow the original owner. Zhou Xuanji frowned in surprise. Wasn't the original owner created by the Sword Emperor? Why did he want to overthrow him? The lady in blue walked over to him and looked down at him as she said, "My godfather created the original owner and opened up the world, giving him boundless virtue. However, he was very confused and did not know how to establish the rules of the world he created. He created the original owners and controlled the various worlds, but he found that things were not as he had imagined. The original owners treated the creatures of the various worlds as playthings, making it so that the various worlds did not have any breakthroughs." Speaking to there, she stopped. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "The Sword Emperor can just destroy them. Why would he need you to sneak around? Because of love, my godfather viewed them as his children and did not want to kill them. As such, we have to do this. Once we tear apart the original owner's disguise, my godfather will be able to see their true faces," the lady in blue replied seriously. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel disdainful. This Sword Emperor was too indecisive. No wonder he was going to be replaced by the original owners. In the boundless universe, the highest legend was the original owners. As for the Sword Emperor, that was Zhou Xuanji. There were no legends older than the original owners. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was going to be killed by the original owners. As for the daughter of the Sword Emperor, she would not have a good ending either. The lady in blue frowned and asked, "What's with your attitude?" She saw the disdain in the depths of Zhou Xuanji's eyes. "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "It's very simple. As the original pet, you should be in a lot of pain. You can complain to the Sword Emperor. Not only him, but the other original pets and creatures have also been arranged by us. We just need to expose them," the lady in blue said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Such a big plan? Were the original owners idiots? Did they not sense anything at all? The original owners are content to enjoy themselves and often gather together. They rarely manage their own worlds. You should have sensed this, the lady in blue said as she shook her head. When she mentioned this, she looked disappointed that Zhou Xuanji did not live up to her expectations. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "All right, I will cooperate." The lady in blue smiled, looking incredibly beautiful. Zhou Xuanji felt a little dazed. Why did he feel that this lady was somewhat similar to Zhou Xiaoxian? "Your way of a sword is very outstanding. My elder brother is very interested in you. Perform well." After saying this, the lady in blue disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and felt that it was quite interesting. It seemed that this crisis could be resolved. However, the following crisis might be even greater. He would be dragged into the battle between the original owners and the Sword Emperor. He, who was familiar with the legends of later generations, knew that the original owners would not lose just like that. At least one original owner would live to the end and even establish the Kunlun Origin Court, creating endless history. Why is the sovereign's serendipity born? Did the Sword Emperor create him? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 10:22. After the Sword Emperor's daughter met Zhou Xuanji, he lived peacefully for another 100 years. In the past 100 years, the highest grade divine sword he had obtained was the Court Reversal Divine Sword. He didn't have a single Myriad Flower Origin Divine Sword, let alone the Karma Cauldron Divine Sword. The Divine Sword did not have a substantial breakthrough, but his soul body was constantly strengthening. On this day, the battle of the heart and lungs had finally arrived. Ancestor Pine Tree appeared before Zhou Xuanji with an emperor's palm cage in his hand. With a smile on his face, he said with satisfaction, "You've become a lot stronger. It seems that I have a high chance of winning the competition of the heart and lungs." He waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji into the emperor's palm cage. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. Now, he could feel the power of primogenitor green pine. If he wanted to resist, primogenitor green pine wouldn't be able to subdue him so easily. "Laugh, your death is near." Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he laughed disdainfully in his heart. In the future, there would only be one progenitor. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor side won or the Progenitor Master side won, most of the Progenitor Masters would definitely perish. No matter how he looked at it, the founder of Green Pine Tree didn't look like someone who could survive. Too stupid. Origin Master Green Pine raised the Emperor's palm cage and quickly flew out of this world. Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, it was still the azure sky outside the cage, with layers of clouds and boundless beauty. There was a huge round platform in front of him. Many divine birds were circling around the round platform, emitting all kinds of colors. As founding Master Green Pine entered the stage, a burst of laughter could be heard. My baby will definitely win this battle of the heart and lungs. That long worm of yours won't do. The strongest is my primal pet. Do you know how much effort I put into it? One look, and I can tell that your primal pets are weak. Stop arguing. Do you dare to make a bet? Hearing their laughter, Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head. Not to mention the progenitor lord. These fellows weren't even fit to be gods in the mortal world, treating living creatures as playthings, and he didn't even try to avoid it. It seemed like these ancestors still didn't understand that water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. The Sword Darch had created them to manage the living beings of the various worlds, and they still thought that they were blessed by the heavens. Zhou Xuanji looked at the cages of the other emperors. There were different creatures locked inside, and only he maintained his human form. The other creatures all looked very ferocious. Some were roaring, some were napping, and some were quietly looking around. Zhou Xuanji quickly attracted the attention of the other progenitors. He looked at the man in black, but the man was expressionless and did not look at him. The progenitor lords came over and looked at Zhou Xuanji. In a corner of the stage, Genesis Master Yuan Xian silently observed the other Genesis Masters. He quietly shook his head and sighed in his heart. How incorrigible. He did not bring up the Emperor's cage because he did not want to fight for it. The First Lord clapped his hands. Since everyone is here, let's release our first pets. The rules are the same as in the past. If you want to compete for the heart and lungs, release your primogenitor pet. There will be a chaotic battle, and the primogenitor pet that can still move will be the winner. Hearing this, the progenitors all turned around and walked to the edge of the platform. One by one, they opened the Emperor's palm cage and released their primordial pets. The ferocious progenitor pets were the first to rush out and fight in the air. The strange thing was that these guys didn't return to their original size. They looked as big as sparrows. Looking at it this way, it did look like a battle between pets. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and thought to himself, I can't think of it that way. I'm in the same situation as them. He suddenly understood the nature of the progenitor lords. They were not cunning or evil, but they were too innocent. Just like how children like to play with ants, they did not care about the ants' feelings and only wanted to entertain themselves. Because Zhou Xuanji realized that these progenitor lords did not have any intention of colluding with each other. Their primogenitor pets were fighting without any purpose. Hurry up and get out, primogenitor Green Pine urged with a frown. He did not want to be gossiped about by the other progenitor lords. Zhou Xuanji could only fly out. Humph! A cold snort came. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the daughter of the Sword Emperor standing in the air. Beside her was a handsome man in white. His hair was neat and tidy, and it fell to the back of his head. He looked like a handsome young master who walked out from painting. The progenitor lords knelt down and cupped their fists in greeting. They were overjoyed. In the past, they often invited the Sword Emperor's children to watch the heart and lungs competition, but were always rejected. They did not expect them to come this time. The First Lord smiled and said, Why are you all here? Where's the Sword Emperor? At this moment, the etiquette was only to kneel down. There was no specific way to address them. Humph, you still don't know your crimes. The Sword Emperor's daughter cried out. A massive might descended, which shocked the progenitor lords. The First Lord's face darkened and asked loudly, What crimes have we committed? The man in white raised his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The evidence is on the stage, the man in white said coldly. He grabbed with his left hand and stored all of the primogenitor pets into his sleeve, except for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He noticed the Sword Emperor's daughter's gaze and understood that he was kept behind. Next, he would be the witness. Boom! The stage shook violently, and Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt a mighty pressure. His legs began to tremble, and he almost knelt down. He immediately took out the pressure sword and absorbed the pressure. The other progenitor lords could not take it and knelt down immediately. Cracks appeared on the stage, and it looked like it could shatter at any moment. "How dare you?" A majestic voice sounded out, and even Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled. He instinctively looked up and saw a figure shining with intense light in the air. It was as if he was facing the sun, and it was impossible to see his true body. The Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji noticed the other progenitor lords' expressions of fear and trepidation. "Godfather, you saw it too. They treat living beings as jokes. Compared to the great kindness you have shown us, they are selfish and have no benevolence at all," the Sword Emperor's daughter said in a low voice. The progenitor lords felt quite terrified and did not understand what was going on. They had done the same thing before, and the Sword Emperor had not said anything. Why was he condemning them now? "I allowed you to control the various worlds because I hoped that you would treat living beings kindly and lead them to the right path. However, what have you done?" The Sword Emperor's voice sounded out. His tone was cold, and it was impossible to hear whether he was happy or angry. The First Lord was the first to reply. "The various worlds are all very stable, and the human race has not gone extinct. It's just that those mixed beasts have no intelligence. However, you said that there's a reason for their existence. We have already allowed the human race and mixed beasts to coexist. Is that wrong?" The other progenitor lords agreed, all of them feeling indignant. Primordial Lord Yuanxin fell silent. The Sword Emperor's daughter harumphed and said, "It's understandable that they don't have intelligence, but the human race has been deceived by you and has been reared in tribes. You even warned them not to go out. Is this coexistence? Godfather restricted you to your own worlds and forbade you from interacting?" Chapter 1023. The great Genesis Lord choked and did not know how to reply. "Then what should we do? Those mixed beasts were created by you too." Green Pine Lord cried out in grief and indignation. Zhou Xuanji could not help but mourn for him. The saying that the bird that pokes its head out has not appeared yet. How pitiful. Isn't it better to have the great Genesis Lord to take the heat? The Sword Emperor's daughter and the white-robed man glanced at him at the same time. Their eyes were cold. Green Pine Lord did not sense anything unusual, but became more furious as he spoke. "The human race can survive under our protection, and the mixed beasts can live in peace. The world did not collapse. What do we do wrong? If we're wrong in fighting for the heart and lungs, you could have told us earlier. We don't have to nurture our primogenitor pets. Is this the first time we used our primogenitor pets to fight for the heart and lungs? Is it sneaky?" The primogenitor lords nodded at his words. They were all indignant. Zhou Xuanji sighed. What a fool. Aren't they afraid that the Sword Emperor will be enraged? The primogenitor lords had forgotten something. They were created by the Sword Emperor. No one could control the Sword Emperor. All they could do was to cater to the Sword Emperor, to the absolute dictator. "Humph! I created you to guard the world and enjoy yourself. You nurture your primogenitor pets and bet with each other, regardless of the primogenitor pets' lives. I asked you to lead the human race, to warn them not to go to the unknown," the Sword Emperor said furiously. His heavenly might was so mighty that Zhou Xuanji felt like the sky was about to collapse. "If I did not dare to touch the unknown, there would not be you, nor would there be so many new worlds. As the first batch of humans that I created, your relationship with the human race is the relationship between me and you. From today onwards, I will treat you the same way you treat the human race. How about that?" The primogenitor lords' expressions changed drastically. They were already used to their freedom and authority. How could they accept being restricted to a place like the human race? At this moment, they finally understood what the Sword Emperor meant. They were wrong. I created the primogenitor lord position, which represents the beginning and the center of everything. You are the beginning and the center of all worlds, but you did not bear the responsibility. I did not acquiesce to your actions. You should know that I'm still exploring and opening up new worlds. I have no time to observe you. From today onwards, I will make you feel the same way. The Sword Emperor raised his right hand, and all the primogeniture lords panicked. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. There were no obvious signs, but Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the space had become heavier. The Sword Emperor had sealed this space. Son, from now on, you will be the only primogenitor. These people will descend to godhood. The Sword Emperor instructed before disappearing into thin air. The pressure disappeared, and all the primogeniture lords sat on the ground. They were no longer the progenitors. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and looked at the man in white. So this was a reason why there was only one progenitor master. The man in white smiled faintly. His smile was full of metal. The primogenitors stared at him hatefully. No, from now on, they were gods. The white-robed man was the founder. Follow me. The founder master waved his hand and brought Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Xian away. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji landed in a brightly lit palace. The floor was blue like ice and was emanating a chilly aura. Yuan Xian landed beside him and looked at him in surprise. The founder master sat on the main seat, and the Sword Emperor's daughter sat beside him. From now on, you'll be gods as well. Each of you can rule a world, the founder master said. His gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's foundation in the way of the sword. He could not help but be curious about where this guy came from. Could it be that the human race could give birth to someone as powerful as a god? Thank you, founder master. Yuan Xian cupped his fists and said. He was not too excited because he controlled a world himself after all. Yuan Xian, you can leave first. Go to the Genesis Palace after you leave the palace. I have already asked Father for a primordial weapon for you, the founder master instructed. Having heard that, Yuan Xian finally became excited. He turned to leave, but before he left, he engraved Zhou Xuanji's face in his mind. He was also curious about Zhou Xuanji's background. After Yuan Xian left the palace, Zhou Xuanji looked at the founder master calmly and waited for him to speak. How were you born? The founder master asked. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I don't know either. I came here to find the answer, but I was captured by one of the previous primogenitors and became a primordial pet. Hearing this, the founder master became even more curious. The Sword Emperor's daughter said, Father said that as he opened up a new world, time and space became chaotic. This person might have come from a future time. The founder master felt quite surprised and asked, Future time? Is that true? The Sword Emperor's daughter felt quite helpless. She shook her head and sighed as she said, He told you to go in a closed-door cultivation and often visit Father in the future, or else you will never be able to keep up with him. The founder master felt that this made sense and decided to chat more with the Sword Emperor in the future. He once again looked at Zhou Xuanji. Since you came from a future time, it's very normal for you to know the way of the sword. Father said that he hoped that all humans could grasp the way of the sword. The founder master said with a pleased smile. Hearing that Zhou Xuanji was a junior of the human race, his gaze towards Zhou Xuanji became even more intimate. Ever since they were young, the Sword Emperor had instilled in them the idea of treating the human race well and treating them as their children. This time, they had come out not to fight for power, but because they felt sorry for the human race. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, Since it's like this, can I regain my freedom? Of course. The founder master agreed immediately. In the next second, he changed the topic and said, However, you can't wander around and ruin the development of the human race. You should understand this. Father God said that all things have their own path of development. The only thing we can do is not to restrict or interfere. The previous primogenitors did so to incur Father God's wrath. Zhou Xuanji asked, Since it's like this, where should I stay? He did not have any particular place he wanted to go. Currently, he only wanted to strengthen his soul. Secondly, he wanted to find the sovereign's serendipity. Leave him to me, the Sword Emperor's daughter said. The founder master nodded without hesitation. There was no concept of love yet, so he was not worried that something would happen to Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Emperor's daughter. Zhou Xuanji was quite capable, but he was far inferior to his sister. The Sword Emperor's daughter immediately got up and left with Zhou Xuanji. The next second, they traveled through the space-time turbulence. Zhou Xuanji looked around. The space-time turbulence here was different from the future. There were not as many dazzling space-time electric currents. The surroundings were like flowing water, very gentle. The Sword Emperor's daughter looked straight ahead and said softly, "Later, tell me about the future. I know you have memories." Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "I'm afraid that's not a good idea." He did not have any psychological burden. This was the Founder Master's memory world anyway. "I want to know." "Don't worry, I will not interfere with the development of the human race. I'm just curious if we still exist in the future," the Sword Emperor's daughter said calmly. Chapter 1024. You will still exist in the future, and you will still be high and mighty. But there are countless worlds, and they are beyond your imagination. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He lied. If he said that there would be no Sword Emperor or any of them in the future, who knew if the Sword Emperor's daughter would go crazy? The Sword Emperor's daughter heard him and became even more curious. How many worlds were there? They could not even imagine it. She began to ask questions. Zhou Xuanji would answer truthfully if he could, and he would say that he could not remember if he could not. His memory was damaged to prove that traveling through time and space would cause damage. The questioning lasted for 4 hours. "Which world do you want to control?" the Sword Emperor's daughter asked finally. Zhou Xuanji muttered. "There's a previous primogenitor master who loved to wear clothes. He had a good relationship with primogenitor Master Greenpine. His humans were all in the form of children. I want to go there." The Sword Emperor's daughter thought for a while and guessed where he was referring to. She immediately waved her sleeves and brought Zhou Xuanji to that world. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw that the children's tribe was below him. "Is it them?" the Sword Emperor's daughter asked. "Yes," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Seeing his smile, the Sword Emperor's daughter's expression softened. She smiled even more beautifully and said, "From now on, you will be the master of this place. I hope that you can guide all living beings." After that, the Sword Emperor's daughter disappeared. Zhou Xuanji fell to the ground. He could not fly yet. His soul was very powerful. Even though he fell from a height of 3,000 meters and smashed into the ground, he was not injured at all. After landing, he strolled toward the tribe. He was not in a hurry and began to sense this world seriously. What kind of power prevented him from flying? The Sword Emperor's daughter was very powerful, but he did not feel that she was more powerful than primogenitor Greenpine. This meant that the Sword Emperor's daughter and the primogenitor masters had a special power that allowed them to be independent of the world. Now that he was no longer in danger, he could calm down and sense this world seriously. After returning to the children's tribe, he was cheered by the entire tribe. "You're finally back. Where did you go?" Kunlun rushed out from the crowd and asked excitedly. The human emperor looked at Zhou Xuanji with kindness. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Everyone, many things have happened during this period. I want you to be mentally prepared." Everyone quieted down and looked at him quietly. Zhou Xuanji told them everything that had happened, including the appearance of the Sword Emperor. Apart from his own story, he told them everything, causing the human tribe to fall silent. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even the human king was shocked. Their creator had already been demoted? Does that mean that from now on, you are our creator? Kunlun asked excitedly. With this, everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji in a different light. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You took me in before, so I won't be your creator. I'll be your protector. How about that? From today onwards, I will teach you the way of the sword and help you traverse this world, allowing you to become the true ruler of this world. However, I hope that you can treat other creatures kindly and not kill them all. Their status is the same as yours, and they eat you just like how you need to eat. The little creatures you eat are also lives." He spoke with great sincerity, stirring up the human race and making them think deeply at the same time. They hated ferocious beasts, but hearing Zhou Xuanji's words, what was the difference between them and ferocious beasts? The only difference was their power and intellect. "Your words really enlightened us," the human king sighed in amazement. They had never thought of this before because the Creator told them to stay away from ferocious beasts. In their hearts, ferocious beasts were absolute evildoers. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Okay, let's disperse. I'll be practicing my sword at the cliff behind the tribe. Those who are interested can make a wooden sword and imitate me." He took out the suppressive legendary sword and waved it, telling the human race that it was a sword. After that, he led Kunlun to the cliff. Sword, the human king's eyes sparkled as he fell into deep thought. He remembered that the Creator had swords too. A long time ago, he had asked himself if he could have a sword, but he was scolded and he was strictly ordered not to make swords, not even wooden swords. Now, the new Creator allowed them to own swords. His emotions were complicated, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Coming to the cliff, Zhou Xuanji faced the dense fog and began practicing his sword. Kunlun sat on a rock and observed seriously. Zhou Xuanji performed the simplest white crane sword technique. He first quickly demonstrated it once. Kunlun's small mouth gaped as she watched, her face shocked. After that, he slowed down and practiced again and again. Kunlun watched for 2 hours and memorized all the sword moves. He left excitedly to carve a wooden sword to try. Zhou Xuanji smiled and mumbled, "This brat seems to be talented in the sword's way." In the darkness, there was a ball of light. In the bright light, the ancestor lord knelt on one knee. In front of him was a silhouette. It was the Sword Emperor. A ball of water levitated between them, and it reflected Zhou Xuanji's sword practice. "What do you think?" the Sword Emperor asked with a calm voice. The ancestor lord said with a complicated expression, "Father, the sword's way is supreme. Isn't it not good for him to impart it to the human race so recklessly?" He felt as though someone was giving away something that belonged to him. "Before, I was at a loss on how to change the world. After seeing what he did, I understood. If the human race and all living beings could become as powerful as you and me, I would not need to open up the world by myself. If there were countless humans, how many worlds would I create?" The Sword Emperor said unhurriedly. Toward the end, he sounded a little excited. He seemed to have foreseen a golden age. It was magnificent, brilliant, and splendid. The ancestor lord frowned. He did not agree. If that was the case, wouldn't the human race be like them? When that time came, would the human race still listen to them? He could care for the human race, but he did not want the human race to threaten him. But facing the Sword Emperor, he did not dare to retort. From now on, choose people from the various worlds and teach them the sword's way. 10,000 years later, I will examine their sword's way. The Sword Emperor waved his hand, indicating that the ancestor could leave. The ancestor bowed and left. After flying out of the ball of light, he darted about in the darkness. His eyes flashed, and his expression became savage. The white crane sword technique emphasizes agility. You must imagine yourself as a white crane. Don't you know what a white crane is? It's a bird in the sky. Zhou Xuanji said as he swung his sword. Behind him, there were hundreds of children learning with wooden swords. All of them had serious expressions, and the scene was quite comical. Kunlun stood at the front of the group. He swung his sword faster than the other children, and his movements were more precise. Chapter 1025. While Zhou Xuanji was teaching the sword, on the other side of the tribe, a group of shirtless boys were forging iron swords. Wooden swords could only be used for practice. If they wanted to venture deep into unknown territory, they would have to use iron swords. No one felt tired. They were all excited. They were all looking forward to what would happen next. Time passed. Zhou Xuanji taught the humans how to practice the sword every day, and within 7 days, the entire tribe began to practice the sword. He imparted different sword techniques to each person according to their style and talent. Within a month, more than 100 kinds of sword techniques had been left behind in the tribe. Zhou Xuanji's position in their hearts quickly rose, surpassing their previous reverence for the Creator. He also enjoyed teaching the sword. Since he couldn't leave now, he might as well become stronger first. In the process of teaching the sword, his soul body was also constantly becoming stronger. 100 years later, in this tribe, They had all become experts in the way of sword, although they were far inferior to him. If they were in the mortal world, they would definitely be masters. They began to explore the world. Zhou Xuanji did not accompany them. He had said that their life and death depended on themselves. He did not force the humans to leave. Those who dared to leave were all confident in themselves. Kunlun did not go out. She cultivated with him day after day. The divine bull would also squat nearby and watch quietly. Sword owner has reached 10,000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner has obtained Myriad Flower Origin Court, World Core, Venerable Karma Cauldron Miracle Creation Sword. The sword spirit's voice made Zhou Xuanji stop. Ever since he came here, the age of his soul had been increasing. He had finally reached 10,000 years old. Information about the two swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heart of the World Grade. Myriad Flowers Origin Court Description, a divine sword formed from the primordial world. It contains the power to absorb and destroy all worlds. Sword name, Sword of Miracles Grade. Venerable Karma Cauldron Description, a godly sword that creates everything, creating something out of nothing. Apart from what it cannot change, it can create anything it wishes. The power it creates will not surpass that of its owner. To use this sword, one must reach the undying realm. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Both legendary swords were very powerful. It was also very practical for him right now, especially the Sword of Miracles. Unfortunately, he only had a soul. How could he achieve the imperishable realm? Wait a minute. Imperishable realm? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Why didn't he cultivate his soul to the imperishable stage? Someone once said that he could rely on the spiritless state to step into the imperishable realm. The godless state was not a divine ability that relied on divine power to operate. It was more a soul power. However, he had tried before, but he was unable to enter the godless state. So he gave up. Now, he decided to spend some time studying the godless state. After so many years, his soul had been growing stronger. Now, he could already feel that there was some kind of power in this world. This power suppressed all living beings, and the Sword Emperor and the others could borrow this power to go anywhere they wanted. Lord, what are you thinking about? Kunlun's voice floated over. He did not stop his sword. Although he still had the appearance of a child, he already had the bearing of an expert swordsman. He was no longer the little brat who liked to pick his nose. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and smiled. It's nothing. Focus on your sword training and don't disturb me. He sat on the edge of the cliff and entered a meditative state. In the past, the heart and lung platform, the previous progenitor masters meditated on it, each maintaining a distance from the other. At this point, they already had another identity. Shiren. As the name suggested, they were the original people. Pine Tree opened his eyes and sighed. Brothers, how long are we going to be trapped like this? No one paid any attention to him. So what if he was dissatisfied? The one punishing them was the Sword Emperor, so they could only endure it. Elder Pine Tree was depressed, and his chest felt stifled. Do you want to leave? A voice drifted over, startling all the primordial ones. The person who came was the son of the Sword Emperor, the current progenitor master. He wore a white robe and stood in the air, looking as elegant as an immortal. He looked down at the primordial people and said, Godfather has already divided this world to me. From now on, you're all under my control. I've already fused with this world. Godfather will not know anything that happens here. Hearing this, the primordial beginning people became wary. They stood up nervous. It was the founding master and his sister who caused them to end up like this. They were instinctively afraid. Your primal pet is very impressive now, even more so than you were before. He passed down the sword Tao to the human race. Father God hopes that the human race can be as strong as us. The Founder Lord stared at the pine tree and said expressionlessly. Elder Pine's expression changed drastically. He doubted his own ears. That fellow already received the Sword Emperor's favor. He could not stop his anger from surging out from the bottom of his heart. Damn it. Why? I should have killed him back then. The more Elder Pine Tree thought about it, the more furious he became. The Founder Lord's lips curled up. From now on, I will teach you the Sword Emperor's divine abilities. You'll be used by me. Whatever I tell you to do, you will do. Otherwise, if I kill you, Godfather will not be angry. You should understand. The Primordial One's expressions changed as they fell into a dilemma. However, they did not have the right to choose. They did not want to die. The Sword Emperor has two supreme Taos. One is creation, the Constitution defying creation scripture. The other is destruction, the extermination Tao. I learned the extermination Tao, and my sister learned the Constitution defying creation scripture. Do you know what the extermination Tao is? The Founder Lord looked down at them and asked. No one answered. They just looked at him. Not all the worlds created are to Godfather's satisfaction. In order to destroy these worlds and let the people die painlessly without leaving any traces, Godfather created the destruction Tao. Hearing this, the Primordial One's expressions changed drastically. In their hearts, the Sword Emperor had always been a merciful being. He deeply loved everything he created. Even if they made mistakes, they felt that the Sword Emperor would not kill them. But from what the Founder Lord said, the Sword Emperor had already destroyed countless worlds and living beings. They shuddered. The Founder Lord smiled and said, Next, you will learn the destruction Tao. In the future, if there is someone who can rival us, you must destroy him. His tone was cold and emotionless. At the edge of the cliff, Zhou Xuanji stepped out with his right foot and levitated in the air. He took a deep breath and mumbled, I hope I won't fail this time. His body glowed with a faint silver light as he walked forward. In an instant, he fell straight down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he suddenly stopped. His forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were filled with surprise. Success. Indeed, this power must be controlled with my mind. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself excitedly. This was the first step. When he familiarized himself with this new power, he would stand firmly in this time-space. Chapter 1026. Xiao. Zhou Xuanji circled above the forest at high speed, and his speed became faster and faster. After such a long time, he finally enjoyed the feeling of flying freely again, which made him excited. As he flew, he sensed the mysterious power around him. This kind of power was like the spiritual qi that permeated the world. It was everywhere, but it was different from spiritual qi. It could not be absorbed and could only be borrowed. The reason why Zhou Xuanji could fly was because he was stepping on this energy as if he was stepping on a formless staircase. If he moved quickly, he would be flying. Kunlun stood on the cliff, her eyes wide, her face full of admiration. He also wanted to be like Zhou Xuanji, flying in the sky. The divine bull next to him opened its eyes, still looking exhausted. After flying for an hour, Zhou Xuanji returned to the cliff. He glared at Kunlun and said, Practice the sword, don't daydream. The kid was still in a daze as he stared at the horizon, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Kunlun woke up with a start. He scratched his head in embarrassment and left. After that, Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and continued to comprehend that power. Unknowingly, he felt that this power was very familiar. It seemed to be related to the Constitution defying creation scripture. He still had to think about the specific connection. While he was cultivating, the human clan returned one after another. All kinds of news spread in the tribe. Most of them were about ferocious beasts and places of wonders. Even if they practiced swordsmanship, there would still be casualties when they went out. The humans realized that the strength of the beasts was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Some ferocious beasts were weak, while some were ridiculously strong. Fear, curiosity, anger, excitement, all kinds of emotions spread in human clans. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb them. Even if someone wanted to ask him for help, he would just smile without saying anything. He only taught swordsmanship, not life-saving. In the beginning, many people did not understand and even resented him. However, as time passed, they finally understood that saving themselves was the most important thing, especially after they had seen more of it. They realized that not all dire beasts were emotionless or rational. Some had already developed feelings. Zhou Xuanji also noticed all these changes. The berserk beasts were gaining sentience. He was confused, but he didn't do anything. Could it be the doing of the Sword Emperor? However, during this period of time, he did not sense the Sword Emperor's aura. Since he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to think about it. He trained his body day after day, getting used to that mysterious power. The days continued to pass. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, several hundred years. On this day, the Sword Emperor's daughter sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji requesting to meet him. Zhou Xuanji followed her voice and flew above the clouds. The Sword Emperor's daughter stood in the wind, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, displaying her beauty to the extreme. Zhou Xuanji was in a daze. He felt that she was a little like Zhou Xiaoxian. Of course, her daughter was not as beautiful. What is it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor's daughter sized him up and said meaningfully, "You can control primordial power. That's amazing. Your speed is even faster than the primogenitor masters of the past. It seems like the people of the later generations are indeed powerful. It's something I can't imagine." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Primordial power? Was this created by the Sword Emperor? Or was the Sword Emperor the first living being at the beginning of the world?" The Sword Emperor's daughter turned around slightly and looked into the distance. She mumbled, "I'm not sure either. Every time I asked Father about this, he would be ambiguous. He once said that a long time ago, there was an even vaster world, but it was destroyed for some unknown reason. After it was destroyed, only he was left alive. Later, he denied it, saying that he was the one who created this world and that he was the starting point of everything." Zhou Xuanji frowned. It seemed that there was something strange about this Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's daughter sized up Zhou Xuanji and smiled as she said, "Your primordial power is becoming more and more powerful. I'll teach you Father Supreme Tao." Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and the expression in his eyes changed. "Why are you treating me so well?" Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly. The Sword Emperor's daughter blinked and smiled as she said, "Didn't you come from the later generations? You're like our descendant. I'll teach you the Supreme Tao so that this Tao won't be destroyed." Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that this woman was very pure. However, they were in front of the Kunlun Origin Court, so no matter how powerful a being was, it would be difficult for them to have evil intentions. After all, there were no enemies. There are no sinister struggles between the hearts of people. This Tao is called the Constitution-Defying Creation Sutra. You can't teach it to the human race. Once this spreads and Father finds out, he will definitely scold me," the Sword Emperor's daughter said seriously. Constitution-Defying Creation Sutra. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. As expected, before Zhou Xuanji could reply, the Sword Emperor's daughter began to speak of the ancestral voice. The familiar ancestral voice caused Zhou Xuanji to feel a bit dazed. The same ancestral voice had no effect on him, but when the Sword Emperor's daughter spoke, he immediately entered a state of enlightenment. The Constitution-Defying Creation Sutra within his body began to awaken. Rumble! The weather changed as a massive might descended. The Sword Emperor's daughter raised her palm and hit Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, and a massive amount of primordial energy flowed into his body. This primordial energy was much more powerful than the primordial energy that filled the world. The Sword Emperor's daughter's eyes widened, looking quite shocked. He knew the Constitution-Defying Creation Sutra? Impossible. Back then, she had spent a long time learning the Constitution-Defying Creation Sutra. However, looking at his condition and the path of the primordial energy in his body, this fellow evidently knew the Constitution-Defying Creation Sutra. She suddenly became excited and asked, "Could it be that you're really our descendant? No wonder I felt like we were old friends at first sight and felt so close to you." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the sovereign's serendipity came from the Sword Emperor? Countless years later, the sovereign's serendipity helped many geniuses and restarted the way of the sword in his generation. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. "Great, then I've taught the right person," the Sword Emperor's daughter said with a smile. She continued to speak of the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. At the same time, within the depths of Zhou Xuanji's soul, the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra also began to circulate. The primordial energy flowed into his body and turned into his divine energy, divine power, the long-lost feeling of power. Zhou Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotions, and his eyes beamed with violet radiance. The Sword Emperor's daughter's heart suddenly palpitated. She didn't say much and patiently taught the Constitution-defying creation scripture. Zhou Xuanji also focused on cultivating the Constitution-defying creation sutra. After an unknown period of time, the ancestral sound came to an abrupt end. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and woke up with a lingering wish. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for teaching me." The daughter of the Sword Emperor shook her head and sighed. "You indeed know how to defy the Constitution and create a scripture. Perhaps you have forgotten it, but your instincts are still there." Zhou Xuanji sighed. "How innocent. All right, continue with your cultivation. I'll head back first." The Sword Emperor's daughter smiled and immediately left. She seemed to be in a rush. Zhou Xuanji felt a bit worried. Was she going to tell the Sword Emperor about this? He couldn't escape. After all, the Sword Emperor had created everything, so he couldn't escape. He could only continue to absorb the primordial power and convert it into his own divine power. The appearance of his cultivation gave him hope of recovering to his peak. Even if he didn't have a physical body, his soul was no longer the same as before. He would only become stronger. Chapter 10:27. After learning the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra again, Zhou Xuanji focused on refining his divine energy. The entire world's origin power was under his control. The human race and the beasts of the other races did not know how to use primordial power, so he was the only one who benefited. With the Constitution-defying creation scripture, his cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Less than 10 years, his divine power had reached the peak of the boundless universe. It had to be said that the origin power here was of a higher grade than the spiritual energy in the boundless universe, and it was also more abundant. He had fallen in love with this place. Here, he could grow stronger without any scruples. About 50 years had passed. The Sword Emperor's daughter found Zhou Xuanji again. "My father wants to see you," the Sword Emperor's daughter said as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. A strange look flashed in her eyes. He had become much stronger. Just now, he was no weaker than the previous primogenital lords. Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not ask further. If the Sword Emperor wanted to meet him, he could only meet him. There was no point in asking. The Sword Emperor's daughter waved her sleeve and took Zhou Xuanji away. On the cliff, the children who were practicing their swordsmanship looked at each other. What did they hear? Sword Emperor? Who was that woman? Kunlun looked at the sky and was lost in thought. His eyes showed desire. Zhou Xuanji looked at the space-time electrocurrents around him. He suddenly realized that these electrocurrents were showing signs of turning into a space-time kaleidoscope. Could it be that this woman was using the spiritless state? The Sword Emperor's daughter noticed his gaze and asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide it. Blank Mind State? What a good name. The Sword Emperor's daughter's eyes lit up. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Could it be that he was the one who named the godly state? So this was the cause and effect relationship. Soon, they flew out of the space-time tunnel and arrived at a void of absolute darkness. There was a ball of intense light in front of them. The daughter of the Sword Sovereign brought him into the bright light at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the Sword Emperor's figure. The Sword Emperor was still as domineering as ever, and it was impossible to discern his true form with one's eyes. "I heard that you came from the future," the Sword Emperor asked faintly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji looked towards the Sword Emperor's daughter. This last really did say it. The Sword Emperor's daughter had a smile on her face, as if she didn't see his gaze. Zhou Xuanji nodded yes. The Sword Monarch continued to ask, "Could it be that you are from my Sword Monarch's lineage? Your sword Dao is very similar to ours," Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. "In the future, I was also called the Sword Emperor. However, before me, there were no more powerful Sword Emperors, and the Founder Master was the earliest legend. The Sword Emperor's daughter frowned. She had never heard Zhou Xuanji mention this before. What did that mean? Why didn't they leave their names in the later generations? She could not help but look at the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor fell into silence. The atmosphere became oppressive. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. He didn't sense any killing intent, which meant that he didn't anger the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was probably thinking. Perhaps what he said today was directly related to the legends of later generations. After a long while, the Sword Emperor spoke again. I understand. From today onwards, feel free to tell me whatever you want. I will satisfy you. Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled and looked at the Sword Emperor in confusion, not understanding his true intentions. Father, Nian is our descendant, the Sword Emperor's daughter said as she smiled and rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji. Impudent! The Sword Emperor suddenly roared, scaring the Sword Emperor's daughter into silence. She looked at the Sword Emperor in astonishment, not understanding why he was angry all of a sudden. Zhou Xuanji was also surprised. You must take good care of him in the future and don't disobey him. Remember, the Sword Emperor instructed. The Sword Emperor's daughter knelt down in fear and trepidation. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have understood something, and his expression became complicated. Yes, the Sword Emperor's daughter replied. She turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. You may leave, the Sword Emperor continued. The Sword Emperor's daughter nodded and was about to leave with Zhou Xuanji. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanji turned back and asked, Is this all true? The Sword Emperor did not reply. The Sword Emperor's daughter waved her right hand, and the two of them flew out of the powerful light. A while later, It's true, the Sword Emperor said faintly. So everything you said was true. After returning to the human tribe, Zhou Xuanji was still silent. The Sword Emperor's daughter looked at him and wanted to ask, but did not know what to ask. Finally, she could only leave with a stomach full of questions. Zhou Xuanji landed at the edge of the cliff. He sat down and fell into deep thought. So I was wrong. This is not the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji sighed. Zhou Xuanji sighed. His brows were filled with worry. His heart was heavy. Kunlun came up to him and asked, What are you thinking about? Zhou Xuanji looked at him with a kind expression and smiled. Nothing. Looking at this brat, Zhou Xuanji was a little dazed. He thought of Zhou Tanhua. Although this brat was not as handsome as Zhou Tanhua. What does the Sword Emperor look like? Have you seen him before? Kunlun asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked, Kunlun, you have practiced the sword for so long. Have you ever had a dream? What is a dream? A dream is something that you really want to achieve. If that's the case, then my dream is to become you. Me? Yes. Looking at Kunlun's innocent and expectant face, Zhou Xuanji smiled even more warmly. He patted the back of Kunlun's head and scolded him with a smile. Hurry up and practice the sword. Kunlun chuckled and left immediately. Zhou Xuanji did not continue to be sentimental and quickly immersed himself in cultivation. No matter what period it was, becoming more powerful was his goal. The time that belonged to him was not here. After hundreds of years, Zhou Xuanji regained control of godly blankness. With the help of godly blankness, he began to travel freely. He visited worlds one after another, and he enjoyed the feeling of being free and unfettered. Freedom. While traveling, he found that each world was different. Some were big, some were small. It was the same for human tribes. Not all the humans in the world were children. The only similarity was that the humans in the human tribes would not grow. Seems like the humans here are still lacking something. Zhou Xuanji walked in the clouds and mumbled softly. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him and slapped at him with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and a mighty legendary sword appeared in front of him. He used the blade to block the palm. Boom! The sea of clouds billowed, and a visible shockwave swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw the ancestor hovering in front of him. You are already so powerful? The ancestor said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You want to kill me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was not angry, but he was a little confused. The ancestor raised his right hand, and a silver sword appeared in the air. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, he said, "The way of the sword is supreme. Why do you have to teach it to a mortal? Just for this?" Zhou Xuanji felt that this was quite funny and explained, "It's not like that. Actually, the Tao is in the human heart. Anyone can." The ancestor immediately drew his sword, and a cold light lit up the heavens and earth. Chapter 10:28. Clang! The two swords clashed, and Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique. All of the legendary swords fused into his soul body, and his body gave off a brilliant silver light as he entered an extraordinary state. The primogenitor's eyes widened. He rapidly brandished his sword, his attacks ferocious. Each sword strike contained a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! 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 The earth trembled, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Zhou Xuanji held the suppressive legendary sword and easily received each of the original Lord's swords. Now that he had recovered to his peak strength, or even stronger, it was naturally easy for him to deal with the founder. Without a strong enemy, the children and primordial people created by the Sword Emperor would not work hard to cultivate. Even the Sword Emperor might not be a match for a Cardinal Heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji held his sword with one hand while his other hand was behind his back. His body did not even move, and the primordial ancestor could do nothing about it. No matter how flashy and domineering the primogenitor's swordplay was, it couldn't force him back. The progenitor lord was enraged, and his aura became even more berserk. The creatures in this world were so frightened that they fled in all directions. There were even many birds that flew away in fright. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled as he said, "Your way of the sword is not proficient enough. You need more time." When these words fell into the ears of the progenitor lord, it was undoubtedly mockery. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was really looking at him as a junior. Otherwise, if it was someone else who displayed his murderous intent toward Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. "Umph." The founder coldly snorted. Strands of black energy suddenly seeped out of his blade. His eyes also turned pure black. His aura suddenly changed. Zhou Xuanji frowned. "This aura is... How could this be? Cardinal Heaven. Why was this kid's aura so similar to a Cardinal Heaven expert's? Could it be..." Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face turned grim. The progenitor lord began to move about. His sword became abnormally tyrannical and filled with destructive power. Zhou Xuanji had to be serious. The Tao of Annihilation. He remembered that the spirit of the First Lord had mentioned that the constitutional defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation were two supreme Taos that reinforced and restrained each other. Whenever the constitutional defying creation scripture appeared, the Tao of Annihilation would also appear. Every time the swords clashed, Zhou Xuanji could sense an insidious energy drilling into his body, destroying his divine energy. He had no choice but to recite the Constitution defying creation scripture in his heart. As expected, with the activation of the Constitutional defying creation sutra, the Tao of extermination could no longer destroy Zhou Xuanji's soul. The Constitution defying creation scripture. How did you? The progenitor lord asked in shock as he attacked. He couldn't understand. This fellow appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he know the sword Tao, but he also knew the Constitution defying creation scripture. Judging from his attainments, he was even better than his younger sister. Could it have been imparted by the Sword Emperor? His jealousy burned intensely, and his murderous intent surged. He wanted to destroy Zhou Xuanji's soul. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and slashed with his sword. Judgment of Annihilation. It was a loud bang. Sword light burst forth, and the progenitor was directly sent flying. The sea of clouds was sliced apart, and it was a magnificent sight. The progenitor master stopped, his soul body faintly discernible. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. He cried out in astonishment, "What is this?" Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, The path of extermination should not be used like this. You and I have no enmity. Why do you have to do this? You are the progenitor. His tone was filled with anger. I can use it however I want. There's a need for that. The founder roared in anger. But before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. Ha! After being slapped, the progenitor lord's anger disappeared, and he knelt down in fear. He said with a trembling voice, "Godfather, it was the Sword Emperor." The Sword Emperor maintained his silhouette and did not reveal his true body. I taught you the path of extermination for you to use like this? Presumptuous. The Sword Emperor cried out. After that, he slapped the progenitor again. The progenitor lord was stunned. He looked at Zhou Xuanji again and immediately felt ashamed. At the same time, he hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. The Sword Emperor turned to Zhou Xuanji and said, "I'm sorry, I did not teach him well. I was too focused on opening up the world and did not have the time to teach things that I had already created." The progenitor lord opened his eyes wide. He felt that he was going crazy. His godfather apologized to Zhou Xuanji. What was this? It shouldn't be. Impossible. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, "Where I come from, the path of extermination is controlled by demons." The Sword Emperor's body trembled and fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji turned and left. The Sword Emperor did not stop him. He looked at the progenitor lord and said coldly, "Follow me." After he spoke, he and the progenitor lord disappeared. In the soulless state, Zhou Xuanji wandered around aimlessly with his arms crossed. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a beam of light flew out from his eyes. It was the progenitor lord's spirit. The progenitor lord's spirit looked at him and said faintly, "Your attention is off. You want to find serendipity, not worry about your future." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and said, "Future? That's a good word to use." The progenitor lord's spirit shook his head and said seriously, "Don't care about what happens now or what the future holds. Your goal is to become more powerful and find your serendipity. You don't belong here. Your everything is still waiting for you." Zhou Xuanji remained silent and did not reply immediately. This was not before the Kunlun Origin Court. It was after the Boundless Universe. The Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji's descendant. The title of Sword Emperor came from him. This was why he always felt that the Sword Emperor's daughter was so similar to Zhou Xiaoxian. He did not kill the progenitor lord because of his relationship with the progenitor lord. But where is the sovereign's serendipity? I can't find it at all. Zhou Xuanji sighed, feeling very worried. The progenitor lord's spirit asked, "You really don't know?" Zhou Xuanji fell silent again. "Actually, you know that this experience is not to make things difficult for you. The sovereign's serendipity belongs to you. To you, it is within your reach. It is only a test of your heart." The progenitor lord's spirit continued to speak. Zhou Xuanji understood. The sovereign's serendipity was with the Sword Emperor. But if he took away the Sword Emperor's serendipity, what would happen to the Sword Emperor? In this era, it meant that he was already dead, and the sovereign's serendipity had been passed on to his descendants. He could not take away the sovereign's serendipity from his descendants. After all, after the Sword Emperor recognized him, he did not put on airs. Instead, he took care of him and sided with him. If the Sword Emperor's daughter and the progenitor lord were disrespectful to him, the Sword Emperor would scold them or even attack them. The more the Sword Emperor respected him, the more he could not bring himself to do it. You have to make a choice. The progenitor lord's spirit disappeared after saying this. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Soon, he exited the godly state and returned to the world he controlled. On the cliff, hundreds of children were training with their swords. The sound they made when they swung their swords merged together, creating a majestic scene. Kunlun stood at the front. He was the most talented in the sword's way and was now the most powerful person in the tribe. Zhou Xuanji stood on the clouds and looked at the children with a smile. He did not descend, but trained with his sword on the clouds. The children could not see him, nor did they notice the changes in the sea of clouds. Chapter 10:29. After the battle with the original master, Zhou Xuanji did not see the original master again. Perhaps he had been grounded by the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji thought that the original master was not angry, but just a little worried. He was afraid that his descendants would go astray and walk the same evil path as the Cardinal Heaven cultivators. But there was nothing he could do. He could not possibly find the original master and tell him that he was his ancestor and that he should forgive him. Would the original master believe him? Moreover, he did not want to interfere with the current space-time too much. In order to forget about these trivial matters, Zhou Xuanji focused on cultivation. He decided to return after he reached the imperishable stage. Gu Juejiu was still waiting for him. The guy had already charged into the star's domain. Although time had stopped, Zhou Xuanji was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Another year passed. Zhou Xuanji stayed in his own world and did not go out. However, he found that there were more and more creatures in this world. Not only that, but the humans in the tribe were also growing. Kunlun had already grown 20 centimeters taller. At this rate, he would grow into an adult sooner or later. Although he was confused, he understood that it was the Sword Emperor's doing. He pretended not to notice, but the humans could sense it. Kunlun found Zhou Xuanji. "I've grown taller again. Will I be like you in the future?" He asked excitedly and continued to talk. He was not the only one growing taller. He said all the names he could remember. Zhou Xuanji played with the sword in his hand and smiled. "Yes, you might even be taller than me in the future." Kunlun blinked and asked, "Is it because of your kindness?" Ever since Zhou Xuanji came to this world, they learned the sword and grew taller. In the hearts of the humans, he was the highest faith. "No, it's the Sword Emperor's kindness." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. "Sword Emperor?" Kunlun asked. "How powerful is the Sword Emperor? How is he compared to you?" "He's much more powerful. We can't compare at all." "Really? So you were created by the Sword Emperor too?" "That's right. It's all because of the Sword Emperor. All of this is because of the Sword Emperor's kindness." "Wow. When can we meet the Sword Emperor?" "We will meet if we are fated." Zhou Xuanji was not stingy with his praise for his descendants. Although he did not know how he disappeared, the Sword Emperor created all of this because he had great merit and ability. After chatting with Kunlun for a while, Zhou Xuanji told him to continue training. This boy's talent in the way of the sword was exceptional, and he had a pure and kind heart. Zhou Xuanji wanted to nurture him into a capable subordinate of the Sword Emperor. Even though the Sword Emperor was powerful, Zhou Xuanji always felt that his ability to rule was not good enough. In the future, his descendants might turn against him. After some time, Zhou Xuanji began teaching even more powerful sword techniques. He wanted to make this human tribe the most powerful one. He began chanting the ancestral voice every day, causing everyone to enter a state of enlightenment. The Sword Emperor's daughter was attracted by the ancestral voice. She arrived above the clouds and looked down with an astonished expression. The Constitution defying creation scripture can be used like this? She was inwardly amazed. She had only taught Zhou Xuanji the constitutional defying creation scripture and had never used it to help the human race cultivate like Zhou Xuanji. She suddenly understood why God Father treated him like that. So this guy was here to help them. Perhaps his appearance was the will of her father. She watched for a while before leaving. Zhou Xuanji sensed her aura, but did not show it. She wouldn't harm him anyway. As time passed, Zhou Xuanji tried to break through to the imperishable stage several times, but to no avail. He was in a terrible fix. But on this day, the cooldown time of the wish-fulfilling sword was up. The first time he made a wish, he made his exterminating divine eyes reach the perfect state. What about this time? "I wish to reach the imperishable stage," Zhou Xuanji said in his heart. His eyes were burning with excitement in his heart. "You can't make a wish directly," the sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. He had almost forgotten about this. "Then, can I raise my godly mode to the extreme?" he asked. "Sure," the sword spirit replied. Instantly, a brilliant radiance burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body. He immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out of the world. He came to the dark void and entered a mysterious state. The Constitution defying creation scripture reverberated in the depths of his soul. It was his voice that was shouting the ancestral voice. It was a miraculous creation. After a long while, only then did the radiance on Zhou Xuanji's body dissipate. His body was covered with starlight, as though he was breaking out of a cocoon. And this cocoon was a cocoon of light. He opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were radiant. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. In the next second, the surrounding void blurred, and he entered godly mode. The space-time kaleidoscope moved backward quickly. The speed grew faster and faster until it turned into a pure white space. It looked like a seal, but he was still moving. The extreme state of godly mode. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt that he had broken through some kind of shackle. The divine energy in his body began to boil. Imperishable stage. His imperishable stage was godly mode. When he reached his limit, he could stop everything. Just like the space-time kaleidoscope beside him, everything turned blank. His magic energy surged wildly. His soul was transforming too. Analyze that the sword owner has broken through to the imperishable stage. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations. The sword owner obtained sword domain. Karma Sovereign, Great Awareness, Dark God. The sword spirit's voice came, indicating that Zhou Xuanji had finally broken through to the imperishable stage. He sensed the surging divine energy in his body as he looked in front of him. Sword name: Great Awareness, Dark God Grade. Karma Sovereign description: this sword can seal the imperishable stage. The absolute darkness can engulf all the enemy's senses and divine will. Sword domain: create a sword domain in one's eyes. When used at the imperishable stage, it can seal everything. They were all very powerful. The Great Awareness, Dark God could only be used at the imperishable stage. Zhou Xuanji had already reached it, so there was no restriction on his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Great Awareness, Dark God. A ray of black light appeared. It was the Great Awareness, Dark God. It was a ray of light. The blade below the hilt was wrapped in black light. It was 5 meters long and looked domineering. Zhou Xuanji flipped his left hand, and another Karma Sovereign sword appeared in his hand. Serendipity, sword slaying. This sword was shining with a silver radiance. Compared to the Great Awareness, Dark God, it felt like one was righteous while the other was evil. Shortly after, another sword appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. It was also the Karma Sovereign sword. Miracle Creation sword. This sword looked like it was forged from crystal. Its entire body was translucent and glowed with a colorful divine radiance, holy and majestic. 3 Karma Sovereign swords appeared, and Zhou Xuanji's aura reached its peak. He smiled. Such power fascinated him. No wonder those imperishable stage cultivators were so conceited. Just when he was enjoying the feeling of power brought by his breakthrough, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was still in his shadow state. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "You broke through? What's this?" Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "Imperishable stage." The Sword Emperor was silent, as though he was stunned. Chapter 10:30. Imperishable Realm. The Sword Emperor mumbled as he repeatedly thought about these words. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said with a smile, "There's something that I want to ask you for." "What is it?" the Sword Emperor asked. "A serendipity," Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the Sword Emperor without shifting his gaze. The Sword Emperor hesitated before raising his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in his palm. "This serendipity was passed down by you. It should be returned to its rightful owner. Take it," the Sword Emperor said as he waved his right hand. The ball of light rose up and flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. He did not expect it to be so easy. He asked hesitantly, "Have you really thought about it? What if you regret it?" The Sword Emperor replied calmly, "There's nothing to regret. This is not your era. Here, I'm the most powerful. Everything was created by me. I will control everything." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It seemed that the Sword Emperor knew a lot about the endless universe. He raised his hand and grabbed the ball of light. Just as he touched it, the ball of light disappeared and entered his body. He was very curious about what it was. The supreme legendary sword system, which he suspected to be the sovereign's serendipity, was still there. Could it be that the sovereign's serendipity had become two? You should be able to go back with this serendipity, right? The Sword Emperor asked. Zhou Xuanji replied, if it's the serendipity I want, then I can go back. Before I go back, if you need any help, just tell me. The Sword Emperor smiled and said, is that so? Then I won't be courteous. Can you impart all your sword Dao to me? My father didn't impart much sword Dao to me because he grasped very little. Who's your father? Zhou Qianquan. Who's your grandfather? Zhou Xianlong. Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Shaoxian. Have you heard of them? No. Maybe they're my ancestors. Zhou Xuanji fell in a deep thought. He had thought that the Sword Emperor was his great-grandson or great-grandson. He did not expect them to be so far apart. What exactly happened to Terminus in the boundless universe? Can you teach me the sword's way? The Sword Emperor asked. Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled. Anytime. Then let's do it now, lest you suddenly go back, the Sword Emperor said. Zhou Xuanji put away the serendipity sword and miracle creation sword. Holding the great sense dark god in his hand, he began to use his sword techniques and thaumaturgy. The sword monarch watched seriously and memorized every move and stance. To help him understand better, Zhou Xuanji began chanting the ancestral voice. Can a constitution defying creation scripture be used like this? The Sword Emperor was stunned once again. A brand new door had opened for him. He suddenly had an idea. It was about how to benefit all living beings and how to open up a more prosperous world. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji had finally used all his sword techniques and sword Dao. He taught Zhou Xuanji everything he knew, except for the I-sword domain and the imperishable realm that he had just mastered. After all, he had yet to completely adapt to these two divine abilities. I have remembered them all. They are broad and deep, and I have benefited a lot. I can't just take advantage of them, so I will teach you one too. Sword Emperor said in satisfaction. He was indeed very powerful, but his creativity in the way of the sword was far inferior to Zhou Xuanji's. More accurately, his knowledge was too little, while Zhou Xuanji had the supreme legendary sword system. Who knew how many ways of the sword he had learned? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, it is already a great gift for you to let me have this serendipity. Moreover, you're my descendant. I should teach you the way of the sword myself. The Sword Emperor was speechless. An indescribable sorrow spread in his heart. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and pressed his palm on Zhou Xuanji's chest. This Tao is called the Tao of Annihilation. I have learned the Constitution defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation from my ancestors. I can't sense the aura of the Tao of Annihilation in you, so I will teach you now. The Sword Emperor said seriously. An extremely powerful force entered Zhou Xuanji's soul. Domineering, evil, extremely destructive, even more powerful than a cardinal heaven. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He did not expect himself to learn the Tao of Annihilation. The founder spirit said that the Constitution defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation would choose different inheritors. But now, he had learned two supreme Taos. What was going on? He entered a state of epiphany. He stopped thinking about it and tried his best to understand the Tao of Annihilation. The Tao of Annihilation and the Constitution defying creation scripture were two completely different great Taos. Creation and destruction. Zhou Xuanji was transforming into a whole new state. With the help of the Sword Emperor, he learned without any hindrance. In just half a month, he successfully mastered the Tao of Annihilation. The Tao of Annihilation was just as he thought. It could annihilate everything. All laws could be destroyed. Everything could be annihilated. Annihilate everything. Of course, the Tao of Annihilation was not invincible. If the opponent was much more powerful than him, the Tao of Annihilation would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the Tao of Annihilation was useless against the Tao of Annihilation. It was not that the Constitution defying creation scripture was more powerful than the Tao of Annihilation. It was just that the two supreme Taos cancel each other out. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and praised. With the Constitution defying creation scripture and the Tao of annihilation, you can indeed create everything and dominate everything. Creation was creation. Dominate was destruction. The Sword Emperor nodded and said, I'm going into isolated cultivation. You can leave if you want. You don't have to tell me. After saying this, the Sword Emperor turned and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled. It seemed that his descendant was not bad. He knew how to repay kindness and was filial. Although the Sword Emperor was not perfect, becoming a ruler was not a bad thing for all living beings. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered spiritless mode and quickly returned to his own world. He stood on the clouds and said softly, I've already obtained the serendipity. How do I go back? The Ancestor Lord's spirit flew out from his eyes. I didn't expect you to master the Tao of annihilation and the imperishable realm. Is this the serendipity of the sovereign? It's incredible indeed. The Ancestor Lord's spirit praised. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could it be that the Ancestor Lord did not understand the serendipity of the sovereign? If you want to go back, go back. The serendipity is in your hands. You can leave at any time, as long as you are willing, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of spiritless mode. When he returned, he felt that he could go even faster. Could it be? He came to a realization, but he did not leave immediately. He entered the tribe and found Kunlun, who was training. Kunlun was focused on cultivating the ancestral dragon sword, and occasionally turned into a green dragon. However, it was still far from Zhou Xuanji's ancestral dragon sword. Kunlun, Zhou Xuanji called out softly. After interacting with him for so long, he already treated Kunlun as his descendant, like a grandson. Kunlun immediately ran over to him and asked, What's wrong? Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and patted Kunlun's head as he smiled and said, I'm going to leave. I came to tell you. Leave? Where are you going? Kunlun asked. He had a big smile on his face and looked very excited. Evidently, he had made a breakthrough in the way of the sword. Zhou Xuanji said, I'm going back to where I came from. I won't be coming back again. Chapter 1031. Never coming back? Kunlun was stunned. His excitement was immediately doused. He became anxious and asked with a trembling voice, Why do I have to go back? Isn't it better to stay here? Zhou Xuanji smiled gently. Many people are waiting for me. They are in danger, but you are not. You have so many tribesmen with you. Kunlun was silent. He always felt that Zhou Xuanji was distant, as though he would leave at any moment. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to leave so suddenly. After I leave, you must work hard on your sword and become the guardian of your tribe. Do you understand? Zhou Xuanji instructed seriously. As the world develops, all living beings become more and more powerful. There will always be powerful people and weak people. Different mentalities will develop, which will lead to disasters. The human race cannot be protected by gods forever. Just like those primogenitor lords, they could fall from a high and mighty position and disappear without a trace. If the human race wants to survive, they must rely on themselves. It is the same for any race. Kunlun opened his eyes wide and tried to digest his words. Zhou Xuanji smiled again and said, The sword in my hand is not just a sword. It also has the responsibility to protect the people around me. After that, he turned around and was about to leave. Are you really not coming back? Kunlun asked. He looked reluctant, and his eyes were red. He was already used to Zhou Xuanji's existence. He was used to someone watching him train. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and disappeared. He entered the spiritless mode. The extreme spiritless mode made him move faster and faster. The space-time kaleidoscope around him turned blank. As his speed continued to increase, Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense the existence of a strange substance. This substance was similar to the space-time current, but more profound and unfathomable. Soon, Zhou Xuanji mumbled as he increased his speed. The white surroundings began to glow with all kinds of colors. The colors changed continuously. A silver radiance burst out from his body and engulfed him. The silver radiance turned into a long sword and dashed forward, disappearing into the horizon. Star Domain. Gujuagio levitated on the Star River stairs. Intense flames surrounded him, and he held a long saber in each hand. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with extreme, murderous intent. With him as the center, the Star Domain was covered by the Sea of Blood. The Sea of Blood was condensed from Gujuagio's murderous intent. Inside the Sea of Blood, there were countless chi weapons hovering in the air. It was extremely terrifying. The old prisoner from the Eastern Endless Kingdom stared at Gujuagio. His tattered clothes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was cold, and the blood at the corner of his mouth disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, countless living beings were on standby. Facing the strongest expert at the moment, they were all very nervous, even fearful. "Who is Gujuagio?" Xianxia asked Hongchen Supreme. She looked at Gujuagio in horror. She had never encountered such a powerful aura. He was almost invincible. No, this was invincibility. This was the strongest person in the world. The hegemon of the Endless West, a peerless genius of ancient times, reputed to be the most powerful expert after the primeval three heavens. Autar Crimson Dust said with a sigh. Would the Sword Emperor Divine Court be able to stop such an expert? "Where's Zhou Xuanji? Come out and face your death. If you don't come out, I'll slaughter the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court. If you come out, I'll only kill you." Gujuagio shouted domineeringly. The twin sabers in his hands transformed into two ferocious beasts, but they still looked like sabers. Roar, roar. The roars of the saber beasts reverberated above the star's domain. The old prisoner dashed toward him again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless air weapons shot out from all directions, instantly piercing through the old prisoner's body. Everything happened too fast. It was so fast that the five sword emperors, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord, Yuan Sheng, Jin Sheng, and the others could not see it clearly. This, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. He knew that Gujuagio was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Gujuagio looked down at the old prisoner's broken soul and said with a mocking smile, "Old man, you abandoned your descendants and worked hard for the enemy. You are really as loyal as a dog." He narrowed his eyes, and the magnificent Star River staircase below shattered directly. The explosion produced a powerful light that formed a huge centipede-shaped crack. The violent wind of pressure shook all the great worlds. The old prisoner's soul condensed again. He looked at Gujuagio furiously and roared, "Gujuagio, you don't understand your role at all. You think you're the strongest? You're just a pawn. You are not even qualified to be the protagonist of the tribulation." Gujuagio's eyes turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "In that case, I will destroy the Sword Emperor Divine Court. I will keep your life until Zhou Xuanji shows up. I will let you see clearly what will happen to the people you choose." Rumble, his indestructible realm began to rage. All the chi weapons began to tremble. A horrifying power enveloped the star's domain. In the distance, Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaoxian rushed over with their disciples. Looking at the vast, indestructible realm in front of them, they were all shocked. "What is that? Such a terrifying aura. My God, is that Gujuagio? Master, can our Sword Emperor Divine Court hold on? Should we retreat? We can't affect anything at all." The disciples on both sides were terrified. Zhou Xiaoxian drew her sword and charged straight into the indestructible realm. "Sister." Zhou Tenhua was moved. He quickly chased after her. But Zhou Xiaoxuan's cultivation was already very strong. Zhou Tanhua couldn't catch up with her at full speed. The aura of the indestructible realm was rising crazily, making all living beings feel the pressure of catastrophe. Gujuagio didn't erupt immediately. He seemed to be deliberately torturing all living beings in the star's domain. "If you want to kill me, then come in." A calm voice floated out from the star hall, and everyone could hear it. Gujuagio's eyes turned cold. The indestructible realm suddenly stopped as he turned into a fiery wind and rushed into the star's palace. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the gate of the Star's Palace. Not good. Yuan Cheng was shocked. He immediately wanted to rush over. So did the others. There was a loud bang. When they were less than 30 meters away from the Myriad Stars Hall, an invisible force blasted him flying out. However, they were just a little embarrassed. They were fine. Inside the palace, Gu Juejiu walked on the smooth, crystal surface. His eyes were locked on a figure at the end of the palace. Zhou Xuanji. He was sitting on his throne with a calm look on his face. 3 legendary swords were hovering above his head, side by side. Serendipity Sword, Miracle Creation Sword, Great Enlightenment Dark God. 3 Karma Cauldron Sovereign Legendary Swords. Gu Juejiu asked coldly, "Where's my son?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "If I return your son's remnant soul to you, will you let bygones be bygones?" Gu Juejiu replied domineeringly, "No. You tortured him for so long, and you want to reconcile? Then give your children to me to torture." Obviously, his fundamental purpose wasn't to save Gu Tianlin. Then there is no room for negotiation. Zhou Xuanji slowly got up as his aura rose. Chapter 1032. So what if there's no discussion? Do you think you can kill me? Gu Juejiu said coldly. The twin sabers appeared in his hands again as he approached Zhou Xuanji step by step. Zhou Xuanji sized Gu Juejiu up and said with a meaningful smile, "This is the first time we met. You are weaker than I imagined." "No, I became more powerful just now." Gu Juejiu shook his head and felt that Zhou Xuanji had gone crazy. That was right. Most of his enemies would be terrified to the point of madness. This kid's condition was considered not bad. Zhou Xuanji noticed the disdain in Gu Juejiu's eyes, but he only shook his head with a smile. After experiencing the future, he suddenly felt that the ancient peerless geniuses were only SOSO. At least in terms of structure, what was the difference between an ancient peerless genius and a mortal? The predecessors and their descendants all wanted to establish a new world. The ancient geniuses were still racking their brains for the sake of ruling over the endless cosmos created by their predecessors. The structure was not good. Moreover, Gu Juejiu hadn't learned the constitution defying creation scripture or the Tao of extermination. So how could he have the qualifications to rule over the boundless universe? The corner of Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up as silver radiance radiated from his body. His aura soared to the heavens, and he was about to break open the roof of the Star's Palace. The fortuitous fate-slaying sword suddenly appeared. Sword light flashed. Gu Juejiu squinted his eyes subconsciously. Countless sword chi swept past his body, making him frown slightly. Rumble. The Star Hall shook violently, which made the living beings outside uneasy. Their hearts tightened, afraid that something might happen to Zhou Xuanji. Hong Qin's sacred monarch and the others were still attacking unceasingly, wanting to break through the invisible barrier of the Myriad Stars Hall. Unfortunately, their divine power was unable to do so. "Your sword doesn't seem to have any damage," Gu Juejiu said mockingly. He did not stop and continued to move forward. The next second, he suddenly stopped. He frowned and asked, "Where did that sword come from?" He felt that some of his luck had been severed. Although it didn't affect him, this feeling of not being able to see through him made him even more fearful. "Fortuitous fate annihilation sword," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Just when he spoke, Gu Juejiu charged up to him. He swung his twin blades and tried to cut Zhou Xuanji in half. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, 3 Karma Cauldron Supreme swords appeared in front of him as if they had teleported. Clang! Clang! The saber and sword clashed, and a violent energy caused cracks to appear on the jade walls of the Myriad Stars Hall, which could collapse at any time. Gu Juejiu's 2 blades and the 3 cause-effect Cauldron Divine swords were trembling slightly. Zhou Xuanji flew up. He looked down at Gu Juejiu and said, "Have you heard of the Constitution defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation?" Gu Juejiu frowned, and his pupils shrank. His heart was in a state of turmoil. How did this kid know about the Constitution defying creation scripture? One had to know that in order to learn the Constitution defying Creation Sutra, he had begged the ancestral Buddha to learn the ancestral voice. Countless years had passed, but he hadn't even learned the ancestral voice, let alone defying the Constitution and creating scripture. The primogenitor relied on these two Taoists to create everything, and primogenitor also relied on them to unify the boundless universe. You have nothing, so what makes you so ambitious? Zhou Xuanji asked indifferently. After that, he disappeared. Boom! He appeared in front of Gu Juejiao as if he had teleported and grabbed Gu Juejiao's shoulder with his right hand. The two of them instantly arrived at the empty space created by the godless state. Gu Juejiao struggled subconsciously. He looked around and asked in a deep voice, "What is this place?" He could feel the existence of time and space, but everything here was still. It was extremely strange. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "This is the extreme of speed." He activated the sword fusion technique and war physique straight away. The two Karma Cauldron legendary swords fused into his body, and he only held the Serendipity Annihilation Sword. His aura reached its peak. Imperishable stage. You. Gu Juejiao opened his eyes wide again. He knew Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. How could he reach the imperishable stage in such a short time? Zhou Xuanji charged toward him. The extreme, godless state, traceless divine shadow. Gu Juejiao was the most powerful cultivator in the world after all. Even if he could not catch up to Zhou Xuanji's speed, he could still deal with him easily. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Juejiao did not move at all. A formless divine energy protected him, which prevented Zhou Xuanji's attacks from getting close to him. Deafening explosions came one after another. The explosions were the divine voice, and Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice could be vaguely heard. Gu Juejiao heard the ancestral voice too. He frowned even more, and his fury grew. Damn, he could not learn the ancestral voice, so how could this brat master it? Jealousy took over his heart. He must kill this brat, or else his position as the overlord would be shaken. Gu Juejiao opened his eyes abruptly. His body swayed and disappeared. He moved about continuously. Every time he appeared, countless sword chi would appear around him, like blooming flowers. As Gu Juejiao's speed increased, countless afterimages were created, as though there were tens of thousands of Gu Juejiao. Zhou Xuanji also realized that he was not powerful enough to hurt Gu Juejiao. The difference in cultivation is too great. He's the most powerful cultivator in the world indeed. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. If not for his godless state reaching its extreme, he would have been killed by Gu Juejiao instantly. Although Gu Juejiao was powerful, he was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji. Godless state was a lost divine ability. Only a few people had reached the extreme godless state since ancient times. Seems like I can only scare him off. Zhou Xuanji thought. In his eyes, Gu Juejiao was as slow as a tortoise. It was just that the tortoise's shell was too hard. During the battle, he could be distracted at will. He immediately activated the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation. He wanted to see what kind of effect it would have if he fused two supreme Taos together. Boom! His aura surged, and his physical body exploded. His soul was also on the brink of collapse. Gu Juejiao's expression changed as he cried out in fear, "This aura? What is your relationship with Guzun?" Guzun? Zhou Xuanji immediately appeared 3,000 meters away. His body gave off a silver light, looking quite similar to the future Sword Emperor. You know it's Guzun? Gu Juejiao, do you know this power? Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly, which made Gu Juejiao's expression change. He continued, "I'll give you a choice. Retreat, and you deal with Nan Wujin. I'll unify East Infinity first, and I can return Gu Tianlin's remnant soul to you first. It's not that I'm afraid of you. I just don't think there's a need for this. If we fight to the death now, one of us will definitely die and the other will be heavily injured. That would only benefit the other overlords." Gu Juejiao's eyes flickered as he fell into a dilemma. Zhou Xuanji's aura reminded him of the nightmare from back then. He took a deep breath and said, "All right." He actually wanted to retreat, because he could not keep up with Zhou Xuanji's speed. The anger in his heart was stifling, and he felt humiliated. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and let out a trace of Gu Tianlin's remnant soul. Gu Juejiao withdrew his hand and sucked his son's remnant soul into his sleeve. He looked at Zhou Xuanji deeply and said, "You, very good." After that, he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the frozen time-space and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji let out a long sigh. He immediately returned to the Star Hall to make sure that Gu Juejiao did not come back to kill him. Just when he landed, the Ancestor Lord's spirit flew out from his eyes. Chapter 1033. Don't let the two supreme powers fuse together so easily. The founder spirit said in a low voice, his face filled with shock and anger. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked why. He suddenly felt a little unhappy. This fellow had always been hiding in the depths of his soul. Whatever he did, the Primogenitor Lord's spirit could see through it. How could he endure this? He had to think of a way to expel the spirit of the Founder Lord. He didn't want to be stared at by the First Lord's spirit. The current environment does not allow these two powers to fuse, the Founder Lord's spirit solemnly said. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The current environment? Was it Gu Zun's doing? Judging from Gu Juejiao's previous behavior, Gu Zun must have mastered the scripture of creation and the Tao of annihilation. Because of this, only Gu Zun could create a glorious, boundless universe. How long are you going to stay inside me? Zhou Xuanji asked softly, his gaze fixed on the primogenitor spirit. The First Lord's spirit calmly replied, "You want me to leave?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. Although the primogenitor Lord's spirit had helped him a lot, he could repay it in another way. It wasn't like this, where the primogenitor Lord's spirit could jump out at any time and catch him off guard. The progenitor Lord's spirit fell silent. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and waited for his reply. After a while, the primogenitor's spirit faintly said, "I will disappear soon. I'm just worried about you." Zhou Xuanji asked further, "Why do you say so? What special relationship do you have with me? You're the one who pushed for the Emperor Gate to recognize you as its master so easily, right?" The primogenitor's spirit shook his head and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. What did the spirit of the Founder Lord mean? He decided to reorganize North Limitless while thinking of a way to extract the spirit of the Founder. After thinking about it, he transmitted his voice to the astral domain, announcing that the crisis was over. The living beings surrounding the Hall of Stars in the outside world heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuanji summoned the old prisoner, Jin Cheng, Yuan Cheng, and the others into the palace. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was completely unharmed, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "My lord, why did Gu Juejiao retreat?" Yuan Cheng cupped his fists and asked with a puzzled expression. The others had similar expressions on their faces. Zhou Xuanji gave a mysterious smile and said, "I can't say." Next, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's goal is to subdue Northern Infinity. You can expand as much as you want, but you also need to pay close attention to internal affairs. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, but they were still thinking about this matter. That was an ancient, peerless genius, the strongest in the world. Zhou Xuanji could repel the ancient genius without being injured. It was really unbelievable. I don't think Gu Juejiao will come back in a short period of time. I told him to deal with in Wujin, but I don't know if he will do that or not. We just have to stay alert. Zhou Xuanji said casually before waving his hand to signal for everyone to leave. He simply said a few words to calm his subordinates down. Everyone looked at each other and finally chose to leave. Soon, only Zhou Xuanji and the old prisoner were left in the hall. The old prisoner had already regained his physical body. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said faintly, "You are already powerful enough to surpass the ancient geniuses? Before this, did you suddenly leave?" When he was fighting Gu Juejiao, he had paid attention to the Star Hall. Zhou Xuanji's aura was not in the palace. He was not running away. Zhou Xuanji's aura disappeared suddenly. "Yes, I went to another space-time," Zhou Xuanji said frankly. He did not intend to hide anything from the old prisoner. The previous battle had proven the old prisoner's heart. He was really working for Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji had appeared a little later, the old prisoner might have died. The old prisoner took a deep breath and said, "Did you surpass the ancient geniuses?" "No, but the ancient geniuses cannot kill me." "I see. You are indeed the descendant of the original master. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to stay in prison forever?" I need to recuperate." Having said that, Zhou Xuanji nodded and waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. The old prisoner turned around and stopped after taking 3 steps. He did not turn around but lowered his head and said, "A great tribulation is coming. Be prepared." After that, he disappeared from the palace. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He understood that a great tribulation was coming. The collision between the Constitution defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation. His greatest enemy was the Cardinal Heaven, a Cardinal Heaven who had mastered the Tao of Annihilation. The unreachable region. A ray of light appeared in the absolute darkness. A silhouette was moving forward slowly within the light. "Is it here?" A low voice came. The light was extending, and he was moving forward without leaving the light. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck in front of him. The silhouette in the light stopped and cried out in shock. Such a powerful being exists at this time? Unreachable region. Evil spirits, do not disturb me. A thunderous roar came, so deafening that even the deaf could hear. In response, a long sword came out of the light. The blade turned around, and countless sword chi exploded like a storm that swept across the entire void. "I'm coming. Who dares to stop me?" And mocking laughter came from the light. In the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. "This aura," he frowned and mumbled to himself. At that instant, he suddenly felt a shudder in his heart. He caught a trace of a familiar, yet unfamiliar aura. He felt like he had sensed it somewhere before, but he could not remember who it was. Cardinal Heaven? Sword Emperor? Primordial Lord? He fell into deep thought. A while later, he took out the Master Emperor door and focused his divine sense on it. He wanted to put the Primordial Lord's spirit into the Master Emperor door, but he could not find a Primordial Lord's spirit, so he focused on the Master Emperor door. He felt that the Master Emperor door had some kind of connection with the Primordial Lord spirit. This connection definitely existed. For the time being, he couldn't find this connection. After half an hour, Zhou Tanhua asked to see him. With a move of Zhou Xuanji's mind, Zhou Tanhua appeared in the palace. "Father, I need your help with something," Zhou Tanhua knelt down and said. Zhou Tanhua knelt down and saluted, his eyes full of worry. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "What is it?" For some reason, when he saw his son again, he thought of the Sword Emperor. That kid should be Zhou Tanhua's descendant. After Gu Juejiu left, 2 of my disciples disappeared mysteriously. I couldn't track their fates. "They haven't come back even after so long," Zhou Tanhua said in a deep voice. He didn't have many disciples, but he liked them very much. Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately divined for him. Zhou Xuanji had seen all of his disciples. They were not bad. Zhou Xuanji remembered their aura. If they were still in the Sword Emperor Divine Court, Zhou Xuanji would be able to find them. However, after searching for half an hour, Zhou Xuanji still couldn't capture the aura of the 2. What happened? Did Gu Juejiu take them away? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. With the cultivation of the 2, it was impossible for them to leave the territory of the Sword Emperor Divine Court during this period of time. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxian also came to see him. Zhou Xuanji let her in. "Father, 2 of my disciples are missing," Zhou Xiaoxian said anxiously. Chapter 1034. Your disciples are missing too? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Zhou Xiaoxian glanced at Zhou Tanhua and said anxiously, "Yes, you must help me find them. They are my 2 most beloved disciples." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said in a low voice, "How about this? You 2 go down first to prevent more disciples from going missing. Leave the 4 disciples to me." Having heard this, the siblings immediately got up and left. They were afraid that it would be as Zhou Xuanji said, that more disciples would go missing mysteriously. After they left, Zhou Xuanji also disappeared from the throne. He wanted to see for himself who was playing tricks in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. In the void, a cardinal heaven sat in a car made of skeletons, which was being pulled by 3 flaming divine birds. He was frowning, thinking about something. After the battle with Gujuagio, he began to wander. As one of the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens, he was now on the run. He had lost all his face. He gnashed his teeth at the thought of this. Cardinal Heaven, you are really impressive. A laugh came from the front, and it was filled with mockery. The Cardinal Heaven looked up and sighed. Hun Yuan Heaven, why are you mocking me? What's the difference between you and me? Having heard this, Hun Yuan Heaven fell silent. Although Hun Yuan Heaven did not participate in the battle between East Infinity, North Infinity, and West Infinity, it was not as smooth as the rumors said. Although he ruled over South Infinity, he did not unify it. Some forces in South Infinity were stubborn and refused to surrender, giving him a hard time. These guys were very powerful, and he could not do anything about it. Cardinal Heaven, if you join me, will you listen to my orders? Hun Yuan Heaven asked. He did not show himself, so it was impossible to tell where his voice came from. The Cardinal Heaven's expression changed drastically. He fell into a dilemma. Back then, he stood side by side with Hun Yuan Heaven and even surpassed Hun Yuan Heaven and Hongmeng Heaven in terms of prestige. Now, it was an absolute humiliation for him to be Hun Yuan Heaven's subordinate. Is that what you said to me before? The Cardinal Heaven asked in a deep voice. Hun Yuan Heaven replied, Times are different now. You're not qualified to bargain with me. The Cardinal Heaven was deeply affected. Anger filled his heart. At this moment, he even had the urge to destroy Hun Yuan Heaven. You haven't even gotten your revenge, and you want to give up? Cardinal Heaven, have you forgotten how Gu Zun rose to power? He has suffered all kinds of humiliation. You've always set him as your goal, so why can't you learn from his tenacity? Hun Yuan Heaven's voice rang out again, causing the Cardinal Heaven expert's body to tremble. The heart of a Cardinal Heaven expert had completely collapsed. The rage of vengeance overtook his pride. Several years passed. Without the interference of the Cardinal Heaven experts, the Sword Emperor Divine Court began to expand rapidly in the northern Endless Lands. They were unstoppable, and more forces took the initiative to join the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji did not personally manage these matters, but focused on searching the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Ever since the disappearance of Zhou Tianhua and Zhou Xiaoshuan's disciples, many living beings in the Sword Emperor Divine Court had mysteriously disappeared. The impact of this matter was getting bigger and bigger, and it could no longer be concealed. All sorts of rumors were spreading within the Divine Court. Some believed that it was East Infinity's doing, while others believed that it was West Infinity's doing. Of course, compared to the general situation of the Sword Emperor Divine Court, this was only a small matter. On this day, Zhou Xuanji found the residence of a living being who had disappeared recently. It was a child who had disappeared from his home for 10 hours. His parents went to report to the authorities, and Zhou Xuanji happened to catch them with his divine sense. There were many cases like this, but the world they were in was different. This was a trading island with strict discipline. Such a case had not appeared for hundreds of years, so it caught Zhou Xuanji's attention. Inside the house, Zhou Xuanji observed carefully. The antique house was decorated with many porcelains, and there were ink paintings on the walls. It looked like a scholarly family. Few people would behave like this on a trading island like this. Everyone was busy cultivating or earning resources. There were not many living beings who were resting here. Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped by the bed. His eyes were fixed on a small gap in the curtain. I finally caught you, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. There was a trace of aura left on the small gap. It was very faint, as though it was about to dissipate. Over the years, Zhou Xuanji had encountered many similar situations. Only this small gap had a trace of aura left. 3 breaths later, he disappeared into thin air. He entered spiritless mode straight away and traveled around the northern Endless Lands, searching for that trace of aura. About an hour later, Zhou Xuanji finally found that trace of aura. He quickly jumped out of spiritless mode and came to a frozen land. The bone-chilling wind blew. The land under the starry sky was extremely silent. Zhou Xuanji walked ahead slowly. He looked slow, but he was moving extremely quickly on the land. He came to a green stone stele. For such a stone tablet to appear in a world of ice and snow, it was rather abrupt. Zhou Xuanji slammed his palm toward it. Boom! The ice surface shattered, and the chilly wind blew back. However, the stone stele did not budge. It was not damaged at all. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and took out the main emperor door straight away. The main emperor door descended from the sky and smashed into the green stone stele, shattering it into pieces. The main emperor door rose up. Zhou Xuanji looked at it and saw a black hole. The main emperor door rose up. Zhou Xuanji looked at it and saw a black hole. Let me out. Why? Why me? Kill me. Kill me now. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What happened down there? He used the exterminating divine eyes and looked into the darkness. Soon, he saw a pool of blood in the darkness. The surroundings were filled with blood qi, and thousands of souls were struggling in the pool. They wanted to fly out, but could not. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. This was a cultivation pool. Someone was refining these souls as cultivation materials. Whoosh! A shadow flew out of the black hole and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji leaned back and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He looked over and saw an old man with disheveled hair. He was as skinny as a match, and his eyes were blood red. His robe was tattered, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. Zhou Xuanji took out his suppressive legendary sword and slashed at the old man, cutting him in half. It happened so quickly. The entire process was so fast that no one could even blink. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and swung, absorbing all the souls in the blood pool into his sleeve. You dare to ruin my plan. You are seeking death. The lawless region will be trampled over sooner or later. You offended me, the blood soul ancestor, which is the same as offending the lawless region. The old man laughed cruelly. His murderous aura soared into the sky. His body recovered quickly, and he slammed his palm toward Zhou Xuanji. The palm was too fast, and Zhou Xuanji could only parry it. Boom! He was sent flying backward, and the blood soul ancestor charged at him. Zhou Xuanji could only use spirit void mode helplessly. Chapter 1035. After entering godly void mode, Zhou Xuanji's speed reached its limit. The blood soul ancestor could not hit him at all. Zhou Xuanji fought with him while observing his body and cultivation. This guy's aura had reached the imperishable stage and was even more terrifying than Hongqin's Saint Lord. Although he could not keep up with Zhou Xuanji's godly void mode, he could roughly sense Zhou Xuanji's location. This guy is so powerful. Who is he? Is the lawless region really going to invade the endless universe? Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. The blood soul ancestor was furious and roared, "Come out! You only know how to hide? Why is the lawless region attacking the endless universe?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The blood soul ancestor laughed coldly. "Why? Are you afraid?" "Yes, I'm afraid. Can you tell me the truth? You might be able to scare me away," Zhou Xuanji replied. The endless universe belongs to the lawless region. The lawless region was the universe before the ancient sovereign. The ancient sovereign was treacherous and killed all living beings to create a new endless universe. To the lawless region, the endless universe is the mortal enemy. Do you understand? I understand. Then who is the ruler of the lawless region now? Zhou Xuanji already knew how the ancient sovereign created the endless universe. Just like the sword emperors of the future, they destroyed and created again. When everything was turned into nothingness, a new order could be established. If one could not change all living beings, then they would destroy all living beings and create living beings that followed their will. Such a method of creation was quite selfish. After all, not every living being could be corrupted and irredeemable. Who is the ruler is not something you can know. Get lost, or else I will tear you apart first when the lawless region army comes. The blood soul ancestor said impatiently. He was going crazy. Who was this brat? How could he be so fast? Such speed gave him a sense of déjà vu. It was a pity that he had forgotten most of his memories. He could not remember the past. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, last question, how did you come here? How many more people have entered the northern endless universe? These are two questions. The blood soul ancestor roared. He slammed his palms wildly with divine energy, bombarding the entire icy land. Boom! The land shook violently as though it would collapse at any moment. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, it's all the same. Tell me, I can't do anything to you anyway. I can't play any tricks on you. He could tell that this fellow was not smart enough. Either he was too conceited, or his spiritual intelligence had been severely damaged. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the blood soul ancestor's emotions were unstable. He looked like he was about to go berserk. That's right. There was a great battle here, and the space-time barrier was broken. Apart from me, I reckon that many other experts have already snuck in. So, give up resisting. Blood Soul Progenitor laughed arrogantly. He suddenly squatted down and slapped the ground with his palm. In an instant, blood chi soared and covered the ground. Numerous blood-colored tombstones rose into the air, turning the world of ice and snow into a blood-colored graveyard. Countless ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, giving everyone goosebumps. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared with the serendipity, sword, and dark god in his hands. With a wave of Deju's dark god, everything turned dark. The blood soul progenitor's senses instantly lost their function. He couldn't see, hear, or use his divine sense. He was instantly terrified. What was going on? Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again. This time, it was the Serendipity Annihilation Sword. Boundless divine power poured into the blade, turning into sword chi as it slashed down. Puchi! 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 The blood soul progenitor's body swayed under the torrential sword chi like a sandbag. He couldn't resist at all. He could clearly sense that his fate had been severed. What divine ability is that? He opened his eyes wide, and his heart was filled with shock. His good fate had been severed. Although it did not affect his battle power, it made his hair stand on end. Zhou Xuanji activated the gaze sword domain. With the blood soul progenitor at the center, tens of thousands of sword shadows surrounded him and crazily attacked him. At the same time, he used world internalization to absorb the blood soul progenitor's divine energy. I can't kill you, but I can still suck you dry? Zhou Xuanji thought condescendingly. After reaching the imperishable stage, he did not know how to break through to a higher stage, but it was always right to increase his cultivation. The blood soul progenitor struggled with all his might. But no matter where he went, the gaze sword domain followed him. He could not pinpoint Zhou Xuanji's location, so he was in a passive position. Damn! He gritted his teeth and roared like a ferocious beast that had gone berserk. But he could only sense darkness. Under such circumstances, he could not help but feel fear. He would die. Zhou Xuanji would not show any mercy. This guy had refined so many innocent souls. No matter how he died, it would not be enough to vent his anger. Half an hour later, 2 hours later, finally, the blood soul progenitor's divine energy was sucked dry by Zhou Xuanji. He had completely lost his battle power. Zhou Xuanji did not show any mercy. He took out the main emperor door and killed him. Not even a trace of his soul was left. He retracted the great perception dark spirit, and the darkness disappeared. The icy land reappeared. The surface was covered with cliffs and canyons. It was a mess. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the black hole. Looking down, he destroyed the blood pool. After doing all this, he left. He quickly found Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaoxian and told them about this. Both of them were very disappointed. The enemy was dead. They could not even feel hatred. They could only blame themselves for not protecting their disciples well. Zhou Xuanji did not comfort them. They had already grown up and had the ability to adjust themselves. After returning to the Star Hall, he began to cultivate. He completely refined the blood soul progenitor's divine energy into his own. 3 days later, he gathered all the important ministers and generals of the divine court in the hall. He told them about the blood soul progenitor and the lawless region, which shocked everyone. the lawless region, so there are countless old monsters hiding there. Could it be that the battle between Gujuagio and the Cardinal Heaven broke time and space? This is going to be troublesome. Don't worry. They are the only enemies left. The situation is much better than before. This is the autumn of troubled times. Indeed, before the previous wave subsides, another wave rises. Everyone discussed among themselves. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb them. He wanted to hear their opinions. What comforted him was that these people were not afraid. The previous battle had given them confidence. They believed that the Sword Emperor Divine Court would not lose no matter who they faced. Yuancheng, you are in charge of arranging people to search for the enemies in the lawless region. If they did not do evil, you could detain them first. If they did, kill them immediately, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Yuancheng received the order immediately. Today, the Star Realm can hold a divine court meeting. The main purpose is to trade resources so that all the new factions can integrate. Zhou Xuanji continued to give orders. He began to issue orders one after another, and the Sword Emperor Divine Court became busy again. At the same time, the news that Zhou Xuanji had forced Gujuagio to retreat officially spread to the other three factions. The name of the Sword Emperor soared into the sky. It launched a powerful impact on Gujuagio's domineering position. Chapter 1036. The North Endless Sword Emperor, the East Endless Zhongji, the West Endless Ancient Genius, and the South Endless Hunyuan Heaven. For emperors of the current era, a new structure appeared in the Endless Universe. The Four Endless was unified. Before the turmoil, apart from the West Endless and East Endless, there had always been internal strife in the Four Endless. Everyone was guessing who could unify the Four Endless. Zhou Xuanji was the loudest. He defeated the East Endless royal family and forced back the Ancient Genius. He was only a little over 10,000 years old. Apart from him, there was no other genius as amazing as him. In addition, the peace in the Sword Emperor Divine Court was also widely spread. The Sword Emperor's benevolence became his greatest weapon. While the outside world was in turmoil, Zhou Xuanji was concentrating on cultivation. His cultivation was still far from the other three overlords. He needed to work harder. The Sword Emperor Divine Court's territory expanded more and more. It wouldn't take many years for them to completely unify the Northern Endless. The All-Star Domain's Divine Court Conference was also being prepared. The biggest attraction was the Sword Emperor preaching to all. It was rumored that the Sword Emperor had a magical language that could make the listener quickly enter a state of epiphany, regardless of their cultivation. Years passed. Almost every year, powerful cultivators from the lawless region would be found in the Northern Endless. These powerful cultivators acted recklessly and took pleasure in devouring the common people. They always caused a bloodbath. Zhou Xuanji didn't take action, but left it to his subordinates. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was no longer what it used to be. There were already more than 30 imperishable realm cultivators. The Northern Endless forces were gathering at the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Some hidden experts couldn't help but come out to help Zhou Xuanji unify the Four Endless. As long as Zhou Xuanji succeeded, the Northern Endless would rise, and their subordinates would also get a tremendous amount of fate. The battle for fate, the time for serendipity. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was preaching to Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly burst into the hall and interrupted Zhou Xuanji's preaching. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he created a protective shield around Xianxia, isolating all movement. His ancestral voice continued to reverberate inside the shield. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "What's the hurry?" Xianxia rarely acted like this. It seemed that something big had happened. Mortal Supremacy and her sister, Shun Yinxing, are missing, Xianxia said in a deep voice, her eyebrows full of anxiety. To her, Supremacy Crimson Dust was also her master. The two of them had always had a good relationship. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Recently, he really didn't care much about the mortal sovereign sisters. Subconsciously, he felt that they could take care of themselves. He immediately released his divine sense. After a while, he retracted his divine sense. When was the last time you saw them? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia thought about it and said, it should have been half a year ago. I went to find Hongshan's supremacy to ask about some of the puzzles of the Hongshan Shi. She seemed to have thought of something and continued. By the way, her sister seems to have been praying to Buddha. Could she have gone to find Buddha? Ancestral Buddha? Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately felt a headache. Peace had finally been restored, but the two sisters had gone missing again. Could it be related to the destiny tribulation that Hong Ming had mentioned previously? No matter what, he couldn't act as if nothing had happened. You can go down first. Stay in the stars field and don't run. I will look for them. Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. Xianxia nodded, turned around, and left. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and sent out an extra soul clone to look for Yuan Cheng. He sent Yuan Cheng to search for the ancestral Buddha. Although he had seen the ancestral Buddha before, he didn't know where he was. Yuan Cheng was knowledgeable and knew much about the history of the endless universe. He might be able to find the ancestral Buddha. After Yuan Cheng heard about this, he immediately went to search for the ancestral Buddha. He wasn't sure, but he was confident that he could find him. Zhou Xuanji left this matter to him, and so a month passed quickly. This day, only Zhou Xuanji was in the palace. Yuan Cheng came to visit him. My lord, the ancestral Buddha has moved to the lawless region between northern Boundless and eastern Boundless. He has opened up a new preaching site. Are you sure you want to go? Yuan Cheng asked worriedly. Recently, they had been capturing creatures from the lawless region, which meant that they had offended the lawless region. Asking Zhou Xuanji to go to the lawless region was equivalent to seeking death. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly. I have to go. If you're captured, I have to go too. I treat you all as my own people. The Sword Emperor will not just sit on this seat and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Yuan Cheng's heart surged with excitement. Many people said that the Sword Emperor could come this far because of his great luck and the help of many powerful cultivators. Only they knew that Zhou Xuanji was never a decoration. Every time he was in a desperate situation, it was Zhou Xuanji who turned the tide. Yuan Cheng took a deep breath and said, how many people do we need? Let me go and visit the 10 imperishable stage cultivators. With so many powerful cultivators, I can send you out with peace of mind. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled proudly. In this endless universe, I can go wherever I want. If you follow me, you will only be a burden to me. Yuan Cheng was stunned. He was suddenly curious about what kind of divine ability Zhou Xuanji had mastered. Could it be the godly blank state? But Zhou Xuanji's godly blank state could not allow him to do as he pleased. Okay, make the map and give it to me. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Having heard him, Yuan Cheng left immediately. After he disappeared, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. In the Golden Palace, Zongji, the clan lord of the Eastern Boundless royal family, knelt on the ground. He looked up. The palace was so vast that he could not see the top even if he looked up. Old ancestor, what do I have to do for you to help? If you don't help, the Eastern Boundless royal family will be destroyed. Zongji roared with hatred, his voice hoarse. No one answered him, which made him grit his teeth in anger. Streams of blood flowed down from his eyes, and his eyes were quickly dyed red. Since you are all standing by, then the Eastern Boundless royal family shall change its name. From today onwards, there will be no more royal family. Zongji stood up and cried out with a deep voice. Boom! A deafening sound of thunder came. How dare you! A domineering cry came, which shook Zongji to his core. He knelt down again. This time, he was forced to kneel down. His right hand supported the ground, while his left hand supported his knee. He tried his best not to kneel down completely. Zongji stared at him furiously and roared. What? Do you still care about the Eastern Boundless royal family? These old things enjoyed the worship of their descendants, but when they needed their ancestors, they all pretended to be dead. Zongji could not take it anymore. Sigh. A sigh was heard, filled with endless worry and difficulty. Zongji looked up furiously, waiting for an answer. In this endless universe, other than that brat, who else is making things difficult for you? Another voice came. Zongji frowned. From what the ancestors said, it was apparent that they did not want to be enemies with Zhou Xuanji. Who is Zhou Xuanji? Why could the ancestors tolerate him so much? Southern Boundless and Western Boundless. They want to divide Eastern Boundless. Zhongji replied. He gnashed his teeth in hatred at the mention of this. Chapter 1037. Got it. You can go now and appease the royal family. A royal ancestor's voice echoed in the hall. Zhongji wanted to say something, but hesitated. He thought for a moment, then got up and left. He couldn't completely offend his ancestors. He still had to rely on their power. After he left, there was a discussion in the hall. This kid really has no respect for his elders. You can't blame him either. The great calamity of the boundless universe has arrived, and he indeed doesn't have the ability to help the imperial family get through it smoothly. After this calamity, let's change the clan leader. All right. While the Eastern Endless royal family was in turmoil, the Western Endless kingdom was not peaceful either. The news of Gu Juejiao's defeat spread throughout the West Endless world, causing everyone to question Gu Juejiao. Was he still the strongest in the world? Some ambitious forces began to unite and prepare to overthrow the rule of Gu Juejiao. This made Gu Juejiao very angry, so he started to clean up the mess. Comparatively speaking, Nan Wujin was relatively calm. With the addition of a Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven's Strength Sword, they easily swept away all the experts in the Southern Endless region and conquered an Endless region before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry to unify the Northern Endless continent. His attitude was quite open-minded, and he advocated for the various worlds to surrender. As long as the Sword Emperor Divine Court's resources and regulations were attractive enough, it would only be a matter of time before it unified the Northern Boundless continent. The most important thing was that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing too quickly, and its foundation was not sufficient. It was unable to swallow the entire Northern Boundless continent in one go. At that time, just the expenditure of resources would be enough to bring down the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji had already established a righteous and benevolent image. He could not break it himself. While the Northern Endless region was still developing and unifying, Zhou Xuanji came to the lawless region. He took the map that Yuan Sheng gave him and moved forward, looking for the ancestral Buddha's place of worship. After flying for 8 days, he still had not found the ancestral Buddha's place of worship, nor had he caught a glimpse of the chi of the mortal world. He began to question Yuan Sheng's intelligence. It couldn't be fake, right? Zhou Xuanji stopped on an asteroid and looked at the map, thinking seriously. This kind of map seemed very blurry, but as long as one probed it with his divine sense, a three-dimensional and magnificent illusory map would appear in his mind. The creator had used his mind to create it and condensed his memories. Divine swords appeared out of thin air and overlapped to form a sword chair. He sat on it and continued to observe. In the distance, a flame appeared in the darkness of the universe. This ball of fire surged and quickly condensed into a human shape. He looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar and called out, "Hey, this way." Zhou Xuanji looked up and raised his brow slightly. Who is this? The flaming man turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before he followed. He used the sword fusion technique in case there was an ambush ahead. The flaming man's flying speed became faster and faster, and soon reached a speed that even some undead realm experts would find hard to match. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to enter spiritless mode and follow the fireman in space-time. The burning man did not stop either, as though he knew that Zhou Xuanji was following him. After flying for an hour, the man on fire dived into a blue vortex, and Zhou Xuanji jumped in as well. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji appeared and found himself in an independent world. Spiritual energy was abundant, and the great Tao was rich. There were giant mountains in the horizon that seemed to connect heaven and earth. It was extremely imposing. The man on fire was nowhere to be seen. "Come here." The ancestor Buddha's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's heart jolted. How did this guy know he was coming? Could it be that the disappearance of Hongqian Supreme and Shun Yinxing was arranged by Buddha ancestor? Zhou Xuanji thought as he flew forward. There was a temple among the mountains, radiating a golden radiance like a Buddhist holy land. It was hard to ignore. Zhou Xuanji landed in the courtyard. Looking at the gate of the temple in front, he asked, "Senior, did the two Hongshan gods come to find you?" "Yes, they're right next to you." The ancestor Buddha's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji looked around in shock. "Where's there?" There was no one in the courtyard except for a big tree and some flowers. His gaze suddenly locked onto the two red flowers that were intertwined. Could it be? He immediately frowned, and his eyes turned cold. He looked back at the gate and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Clang. The gate opened, and the ancestor Buddha, who was wearing a golden kasaya, walked out. He looked even older than before. He walked up to the steps and said calmly, "The destiny tribulation of Hongmeng heaven has arrived. You will face it too. Not only you, but sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven will too." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "What destiny tribulation is it?" There was a destiny tribulation in the post-ancient sovereign three heavens? Who could cast such a destiny tribulation? Ancient sovereign? Progenitor? You should know that sovereign heaven, Hunyuan heaven, and Hongmeng heaven are formed from three heavenly laws. The heavenly laws' rules are below the great Tao. They offended the great Tao and have always been wary of them. Every long period of time, all the great Tao will rebel and destroy the three transcendent heavenly laws. The ancestor Buddha did not hide anything, and Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Great Tao? What a joke. At their level, what could the great Tao do to them? The heavenly law could create the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. So why can't the great Tao? You must know that the great Tao is formed from the ancient sovereign's will, the ancestor Buddha said casually. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The great Tao is the ancient sovereign's will? Didn't that mean that the ancient sovereign did not die? He had only fused with the boundless universe. The boundless universe could not be separated from the great Tao. Without the great Tao, the boundless universe would collapse. The rules would be destroyed, and space-time would be thrown into disorder. Except for those at the imperishable realm, no living creature could survive. Even the sovereign would be crushed in the chaotic space-time. Zhou Xuanji did not dare to think further. If the ancient sovereign did not die, he would be spying on all living creatures at every moment. Just thinking about it made Zhou Xuanji shudder. The reason why the cardinal heaven fell at its peak was because Hunyuan heaven and Hongmeng heaven were destroyed by the destiny calamity. He could not do anything alone. The ancestor Buddha continued to speak, pulling Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. Hunyuan heaven and cardinal heaven, which were on par with the cardinal heaven at their peak, were destroyed by the destiny calamity. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, "Then why did you turn them into flowers?" The ancestor Buddha shook his head and said, "It's not me. They felt uneasy and came to me. I'm the only one who survived the death of three heavens. I know some ways to avoid the calamity." Why didn't the destiny calamity go to the cardinal heaven and Hunyuan heaven? Why them? Zhou Xuanji asked. He felt that it did not make sense. The ancestor Buddha glanced at him and said meaningfully, "How do you know that they did not go to the cardinal heaven and Hunyuan heaven? Don't you want to know why they banded together?" Zhou Xuanji was silent. He took a deep breath and asked, "How can I help them? Have you already cultivated the Tao of extermination?" The ancestor Buddha asked with a passionate gaze. His expression became complicated. Zhou Xuanji nodded without hesitation. The ancestor Buddha knew the ancestral voice, which meant that he was half an inheritor of the unconstitutional Creation Sutra. You deal with the destiny calamity of three heavens. As long as you succeed, you will receive benefits that you can't even imagine, the ancestor Buddha said solemnly. Chapter 1038. Fate Tribulation. Zhou Xuanji frowned, but he did not resist too much. After all, he also had the identity of Hongmeng Heaven. If there really was a 3 days fate tribulation, he would definitely be targeted by it. However, he was hesitating about when to attack the 3 life tribulations. He did not want to help Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. It would be best to wait for these 2 fellows to die before dealing with the 3 fate tribulations. He looked up at the ancestral Buddha and asked, "Can you restore them to their original forms?" The ancestor Buddha shook his head. "I didn't turn them into this. On the contrary, without my help, they would have lost consciousness." Zhou Xuanji frowned again. He suddenly felt that talking to the ancestral Buddha was very tiring. Seeing that he was silent, the ancestral Buddha sensed that something was amiss. The 3 days had been affecting them and absorbing their fate. They had no choice but to come to me. If I want to help them recover, I have to defeat the 3 days. At most, in 1,000 years, their souls will scatter. Given your strength, you won't be able to defeat the 3 fated tribulations. You must join forces with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. According to my estimation, the 3 fated tribulations have already gone to find Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. If you rush over now, you may be able to form an alliance between the 3 heavens. Up until now, the 3 fate tribulations have only defeated the 3 heavens one by one. When the 3 heavens join hands, the tribulations won't dare to show themselves. The ancestral Buddha spoke tirelessly, trying to give Zhou Xuanji confidence. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Do you think I can survive 3 days of fate retribution with my power?" Ancestor Buddha replied calmly, "Of course there is. You have mastered the path of annihilation, so you have the ability to annihilate everything. You're the most suitable person to deal with the 3 life tribulations." Zhou Xuanji began to think about the pros and cons. He was no longer the same as before, but in terms of fighting ability, he was still inferior to a Cardinal Heaven expert. His true strength lay in the godless state. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself. The ancestral Buddha turned around and returned to the temple. There was a loud bang. The gate closed. The courtyard returned to silence. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the 2 flowers formed by Mortal Sovereign and Xianxia. He sighed softly. Forget it. He immediately jumped out of this world, entered the spiritless state, and quickly flew towards the north. He didn't immediately head to southern infinity, as the 3 heavenly tribulations wouldn't descend so soon. If he wanted to find Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, he would have to rely on the Sword Emperor Divine Court's intelligence network. Yuan Cheng had already arranged for living beings to head to the other 3 directions to monitor their movements. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After returning to the multi-star domain, Zhou Xuanji summoned Yuan Cheng straight away. He told Yuan Cheng about the origin of the 3-day fate tribulation, which left Yuan Cheng speechless. There was such a secret? Yuan Cheng cupped his fists together and said, "Master, give me some time. I will first get someone to contact Hunyuan Heaven. Southern Wujin is very peaceful now, and the 3 days of tribulation should not have come yet." He also knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Hongming Heaven and could not avoid this tribulation. Since that was the case, it was not impossible to join forces with the enemy. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was in no hurry. Since he couldn't find the 3 days of tribulation, he could only wait for it to appear. By the way, my lord, many black holes have appeared in the lawless region. Our scouts saw many huge primordial fierce beasts appearing. They seem to be gathering in a certain place. They are too powerful, so the scouts don't dare to approach. Yuan Cheng continued. Speaking of this, he frowned. The lawless region was a great enemy of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It was a stone hanging over his heart. Also, we found traces of the lawless fire god. My lord, I think we can rope him in. I heard that he has enemies in the lawless region. Yuan Cheng chuckled. Thinking of the lawless fire god's horrifying cultivation, he felt a burning passion in his heart. With the support of such a powerful cultivator, even if the ancient geniuses came again, they would have a way to stop them. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think back to the days he spent with the lawless fire god. The lawless fire god was powerful indeed. He was the most powerful being he had ever seen. Even the sword emperors of the future and the ancient geniuses might not be as powerful as the lawless fire god. If he could rope him in, come to think of it, Zhou Xuanji and the lawless fire god were related. It was because the lawless fire god could help him cultivate the constitution defying creation sutra. You want me to find him? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Cheng nodded with a smile. The lawless fire god is currently residing in a place. Do you want to go? Zhou Xuanji replied, Sure. I will rest for a few days, and you can bring me there. If he could rope in a lawless fire god, that would be a good thing. Yuan Cheng heard him and immediately beamed with joy. Suddenly, a white stripe appeared in the absolute darkness. It was as though a piece of black cloth was torn apart, and a horrifying silhouette stepped out slowly. He was muscular and wore black armor. Behind him was a cloak that was condensed from green flames. He walked forward, and a giant sword appeared in his right hand out of nowhere. The blade was bronze in color, and its edge was serrated. You rebel against the heavenly law. You shall be executed. He spoke slowly. His hoarse voice was filled with boundless murderous intent. Boom! He suddenly transformed into a stream of white light and dashed forward, tearing apart the darkness and disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Nan Wujin, in a dark palace, the Cardinal Heaven opened his eyes suddenly. This aura, what's going on? Could it be him? He mumbled with fear on his face. He stood up immediately. Just when he was about to move, a silhouette appeared in the palace. It was Hunyuan Heaven. Hunyuan Heaven was shrouded in black chi like a tornado. Only a pair of crimson eyes could be seen. The life retribution of the 3 days is here. Get ready. Hunyuan Heaven spoke with a grave tone. The Cardinal Heaven frowned and asked, So fast? It shouldn't be. Find a way to deal with him first. As for why it's so fast, it's no longer important, Hunyuan Heaven replied. The Cardinal Heaven took a deep breath and nodded. The two disappeared from the palace. In the pure, white space-time tunnel, Yuan Cheng looked around excitedly. He asked with admiration, My lord, your godly emotionless state has already surpassed the ancients. What kind of attainment is this? It was so fast that time and space stopped. Nothing existed. Yeah. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly as he looked ahead. Suddenly, he felt a little uneasy as though a disaster was coming. He suddenly understood why Shan Yinxing was so afraid in her previous life. This feeling of uneasiness was indeed a little scary. It was as though death was coming, but there was nothing he could do about it. How strong is the life retribution of the 3 days? Zhou Xuanji curiously thought in his heart. He wasn't in a hurry. If the life retribution of the 3 days came for him, he could avoid it. If it came for Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, those two guys could definitely hold on for some time. As the uneasiness grew, Zhou Xuanji felt that he might be the first target of the life retribution of the 3 days. After flying for a while, he suddenly exited the godly emotionless state with Yuan Cheng. In the next second, they came to the impassable area. Lead the way, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Yuan Cheng nodded and flew to the front, leading the way for him. Chapter 1039. As Yuan Cheng flew, he communicated with his subordinates with a spell. He sent someone to follow Lawless Fire God. To not be discovered by Lawless Fire God, that person maintained a distance from him. After flying for about 2 hours, they met up with the scout. The scout turned into a black smoke and could not be discovered by the naked eye. He greeted Zhou Xuanji first and said, Lawless Fire God is just ahead. He has already sensed my presence, but did not attack me or leave. I'm afraid that he is waiting for your majesty. In the Sword Emperor Divine Court, everyone addressed Zhou Xuanji as his majesty. It was reasonable for an emperor to address him as his majesty. You can wait here. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and left so quickly that Yuan Cheng could not even speak. The scout looked at Yuan Cheng and asked hesitantly, Don't we need to follow? Yuan Cheng threw him a stare and said unpleasantly, Can we help our master? The scout was embarrassed. Get lost. Pay more attention to your cultivation. If it were other targets, they would be dead already. Yuan Cheng snorted. The scout bowed and left immediately. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji could already see Lawless Fire God. Lawless Fire God levitated deep in the universe with his wings wrapped around his body. He was like a massive sun, and the surrounding asteroids were as tiny as grains of sand before him. Senior, long time no see, Zhou Xuanji said. He He finally understood that lawless fire god was waiting for him on purpose. It's not that long. To me, it's just the blink of an eye. Lawless fire god replied. He did not look up, but continued to curl up without moving. Zhou Xuanji went straight to the point and said, Senior, the lawless region and the boundless universe will fight sooner or later. Join me. If the Sword Emperor God Court can unify the boundless universe, I will become the court's divine beast and enjoy boundless fate. Divine beast? The lawless flame god laughed. His laughter was cold. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did he say something wrong? What right do you have to unify the endless universe? Lawless fire god asked. Zhou Xuanji replied. I learned the Constitution defying Creation Sutra. I'm over 10,000 years old and have already dominated the northern endless universe. Lawless fire god was silent. I also learned the Tao of annihilation. Since ancient times, only a few people have the same cultivation as me. The last one was ancient sovereign, Zhou Xuanji continued. Boom! The lawless fire god spread its wings and a sea of fire engulfed the universe. Zhou Xuanji's purple robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at him calmly, unmoved. As soon as the flames got close to him, they automatically extinguished themselves, not causing him any harm. The Tao of extermination. He even learned the Tao of annihilation. Why? How did you do it? The uncontrollable fire god asked agitatedly. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. In fact, he also had some doubts about this matter. He transmigrated to the future and learned the path of extinction from his descendants. His descendants learned the path of extermination from him. The cycle of karma did not make sense. The only explanation was that the Tao of extermination came from the progenitor. When he was being imparted by the Sword Emperor, the spirit of the Founder Master also imparted the Tao of extermination to him. Other than this, he couldn't think of any other reason. Future generations. Spirit of the primogenitor, the lawless flame, God mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. No one knew what he was thinking about. He got close to Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly with a sharp gaze, Do you mean what you said? Of course. I have enemies too. Aren't you afraid that I'll get involved? Help me destroy the enemy. I'll help you destroy the enemy. A win-win situation. It was not strange for the lawless fire god to have enemies. If he did not have enemies, he would not have been sealed. Moreover, the lawless fire god had not caused any commotion for so long, which meant that he was wary of something. Zhou Xuanji also had many enemies, so he was not afraid of one more. If he could take in the lawless fire god, the Sword Emperor Divine Court would become even more powerful. In the process of conquering the other endless universes, they would continue to expand. There were pros and cons. Zhou Xuanji dared to take the risk. Okay, you will be my master in the future, the lawless fire god said with a deep voice. After that, he suddenly let out a long cry. His voice was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. Zhou Xuanji was enchanted by it and instinctively covered his head. Just how powerful was this guy's cultivation? The lawless fire god roared for 10 breaths of time before shutting up. Land on my head. Bring me to kill the enemies, the lawless fire god said. Hearing him, Zhou Xuanji leaped up and landed on the lawless fire god's head. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Great, let's go to Southern Infinity. The lawless fire god immediately spread his wings and soared. He was extremely fast and disappeared from this universe in an instant. Yuan Cheng came late. He looked around in fear and cried out, Master! He thought that something had happened to Zhou Xuanji. The lawless fire god's long cry was so horrifying. Go back. I've already subdued the lawless fire god. Let's go to Southern Infinity now and wait for my good news. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into his ears. Yuan Cheng was stunned. So fast. Could the lawless fire god be plotting something? Southern Infinity. A massive fireball flew over from the depths of the dark universe. It was as massive as the sun, and all the stars along the way were crushed by its aura. Zhou Xuanji stood on the lawless fire god's head and said with a frown, Don't be so barbaric. There's no need to kill the innocent. TSK. This is quite similar to Sovereign Hidden Heart. The lawless fire god curled his lip and snorted. Although he sounded displeased, he still kept his aura. Even so, the space around him still rippled visibly. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji began to admire the scenery of Southern Infinity. At first glance, there was not much difference between Southern Infinity and Northern Infinity. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that the great worlds here were densely packed. Each great world nurtured countless living beings. Some great worlds were like the Kunlun origin court. They formed their own pyramids and existed independently, protected by innate rules. Stop! A loud and domineering cry came. It had the power to suppress one's soul. Zhou Xuanji looked over with squinted eyes and saw a god in golden armor dashing toward him. He was only 6 meters tall, but held a 30-meter-long spear in his hand. The cloak behind him danced wildly like flames. Humph! The lawless fire god snorted coldly and opened his mouth suddenly. Boom! The god's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he was swallowed by the lawless fire god. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He thought that the god was a powerful cultivator, but he died just like that. The lawless fire god opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of smoke. He continued to lead Zhou Xuanji forward without any hesitation. It seemed that the boundless universe was incomparable to the lawless region in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about the deep waters of the lawless region. After he returned, he had to ask the lawless fire god. At this moment, a vast and boundless aura descended. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. So powerful, he was not inferior to sovereign heavens or ancient geniuses. Hunyuan heaven. I was wondering who it was. So it's the lawless fire god. Why did you come to my southern infinity to cause trouble? An ancient voice came from Hunyuan heaven, and no one could tell where it came from. Chapter 1040. In the face of Hunyuan heaven's provocation, Wu Wei fire god smiled disdainfully. Hunyuan heaven, you and I know who is hiding. My little master is looking for you, so show yourself. Little master. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched, but he did not retort. After all, even a fire god wanted face. Calling him little master was definitely better than directly calling him master. The universe was silent. After a while, Hunyuan heaven appeared. His entire body was shrouded in turbid qi, and only his eyes could be seen. He appeared mysterious and terrifying. He asked in confusion, Little master? What do you mean? Are you related to his master? The lawless fire god snorted. He obtained the inheritance of Hidden Heart revered. What do you think? Wholehearted sovereign. As if struck by lightning, the turbid qi around Hunyuan heaven began to riot. How could this be? He fell into silence again. He knew about the Hidden Heart revered, an existence that was extremely far away. They were also extremely powerful existences. Guzun once said that among the grand beginning almighties, Devoted Mind Sovereign was among the top 5. However, the Hidden Heart Exalted had already fallen for countless eons. So how could there be an inheritor? Could it be the inheritance bestowed by the fire god? That was the only possibility. Sword Emperor, what business do you have with me? Hunyuan heaven asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. His tone was somewhat complicated. Now, Zhou Xuanji was on equal footing with him. He had never seen such a genius before. The speed of his rise was simply too fast. Not just strength, but also influence. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was in Hongming heaven, which made Hunyuan heaven feel even worse. However, no matter how unbearable it was definitely not as unbearable as a cardinal heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji climbed up by stepping on sovereign heaven cultivators. The 3 heavenly tribulations are coming. You should know about it, right? Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. He had to destroy the 3 fate tribulations first before he could dominate the world with peace of mind. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the 3 fate tribulations suddenly found him during the battle. Hunyuan heaven nodded and said, That's right. He has already infiltrated the southern region and will soon find us. Do you want to join hands with us? If they could obtain Zhou Xuanji and Wu Wu Fire God's help, their chances of victory would be greater. The three heavens fate tribulation was not simple. He had once died in the hands of a three heavens fate tribulation. Fortunately, he had retained a trace of his soul. Otherwise, Hunyuan heaven would be another heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "That's right, but I hope that we can come to an agreement. After the battle, no matter who is injured, no one is allowed to attack him. We will fight for the endless universe in the future." Hunyuan heaven answered without the slightest hesitation, "Of course. The battle of the three heavens has always been open and above board, and we will never play dirty tricks." The fame of the later archaic supreme three heavens came from their mutual appreciation for each other, from the fact that they were evenly matched. There were so many legends, but not a single one mentioned their scheming. It was precisely because of their open and above-board battles and strength that they were able to shake the world and become legends in history. Can you find one of the three fate tribulations? Let's do it. Don't give him a chance to get stronger. Zhou Xuanji asked. From his perspective, he was not in a hurry to act after the three fate tribulations appeared because he was accumulating energy. He often had such thoughts in the past. If he was strong enough, how could he allow his target to live longer? Hunyuan Tian nodded. "Follow me." With that, he turned around and left at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Godly Void mode and chased after him with Lawless Fire God. Lawless Fire God was shocked and asked, "Your Godly Void mode is already so profound." Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "It's all right. Since ancient times, not many people's Godly Void mode can compare to mine." Lawless Fire God rolled his eyes, which was very similar to Immortal's. Zhou Xuanji knew that Hunyuan heaven wanted to test his strength. This dog was traveling at full speed. If not for his Godly Void mode, he might have been left behind by Hunyuan heaven. That would have been too embarrassing. Under Godly Void mode, Zhou Xuanji could accurately sense Hunyuan heaven's aura. Hunyuan heaven looked back as he traveled. He could not see Zhou Xuanji's silhouette, nor could he sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. Did I lose him? He mumbled to himself, his tone a little strange. Even if Zhou Xuanji could not keep up, Lawless Fire God should be able to. I'm in another space. Don't mind me, I'll follow you. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, and Hunyuan heaven's heart trembled. This Godly Void mode? Hunyuan heaven sped up immediately. He knew that Godly Void mode was a special divine ability that transcended time and space. It was untraceable and belonged to the primordial, immemorial divine ability. In the current world, only a few people knew it. Even if they knew it, they could not be like Zhou Xuanji, who could not be detected at all. He had really underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Boom! In the dark universe, countless lightning bolts interweaved, and the billowing fog billowed. Red and purple radiances flickered in the clouds, as though something horrifying was hiding within. The cardinal heaven appeared far away with a deep frown. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Hunyuan heaven came to his side and said, "The Sword Emperor and Lawless Fire God are here to help us." Having heard that, the cardinal heaven opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He had thought of looking for Zhou Xuanji, but what was up with Lawless Fire God? Lawless Fire God has already acknowledged the Sword Emperor as his master, and the Sword Emperor has received sovereign dedication's inheritance, Hunyuan heaven explained. The cardinal heaven's face darkened. He had always wanted to seek revenge on Zhou Xuanji. But now, why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji would surpass him in terms of personal power soon? The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. A wave of flames descended from the sky and landed behind them. It was Lawless Fire God. Sensing the scorching heat behind him, the cardinal heaven looked back. "Cardinal heaven, do you still remember me?" Lawless Fire God asked mockingly. When the cardinal heaven was the overlord, he had ventured into the lawless region, and they had interacted before. The cardinal heaven took a deep breath and said, "Of course. Congratulations on your escape." Lawless Fire God burst into laughter and did not speak further. "Is he in front?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense a majestic aura growing stronger. Indeed, the 3-day fate retribution was still being nurtured. "Yeah, He seems to have obtained some ultimate treasure. The Cardinal Heaven nodded with a grave expression. The most important thing now was how to get rid of the 3-day fate retribution. Let's attack, Lawless Fire God said impatiently. Their lineup was enough to sweep across the universe. Why should they be afraid of the 3-day fate retribution? After that, he opened his mouth, and billowing flames charged toward Zhou Xuanji in a domineering manner. The temperature of the entire universe rose abruptly. The lightning was unstoppable, and the clouds dispersed. Lawless Fire God's flames soon engulfed the radiance. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven acted immediately. Zhou Xuanji took out his suppressive legendary sword and activated Heavenly Sword Descent. Boundless divine energy was injected into the Sword of Light that was formed above him. The Sword of Light was massive and fell straight down. Boom! The light that was surrounded began to dim, but did not disappear. A horrifying aura suddenly exploded. If the heavenly law is defied, the great Tao shall be eliminated. A voice filled with hatred resounded, like a devil that had suffered endless torture and pain. Chapter 1041. Looks like he can do it. Let's kill him. Lawless Fire God snorted coldly. After that, he suddenly charged forward, and Zhou Xuanji felt that he was stepping on air. However, the Fire God did not bring him along. Perhaps he was afraid that something would happen to him. Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven followed suit. The three of them unleashed their divine arts and blasted the light in the clouds in front of them. The universe was blasted until it collapsed. Hunyuan Heaven waved his left hand, attacking while repairing the universe. Nan Wujin was currently his territory, so he naturally couldn't allow Nan Wujin to collapse. Once the universe collapsed, if it wasn't stopped, it would gradually expand until the entire universe was annihilated. It was fine if it was a battle between ordinary living beings, since the universe could repair itself. However, the three of them were extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji did not remain idle and continuously unleashed divine abilities. Heavenly Sword Descent, Great Chaos Sword Shadow, Great Enlightenment God Slash, Suppressing the Universe, Delusion Sword Sea. Under the barrage of attacks from Zhou Xuanji and the others, the aura of the 3 days' fate calamity became weaker and weaker, but he continued to roar, filled with hatred. If this continued, he would definitely perish in the 3 heavens tribulation. Everything went smoothly. It was so smooth that Zhou Xuanji felt a little unreal. However, Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and the Fire God were indeed ridiculously strong. Throughout history, it was the first time that the 3 heavenly tribulations had faced such a powerful enemy. It was normal for them to lose. Under the siege, the light grew weaker and weaker. Defying the heavenly Tao, the great Tao must be eliminated. The voice filled with hatred suddenly exploded. It was even louder than before, and Zhou Xuanji was shaken into a daze. Rumble. A terrifying shockwave exploded out, turning into a white light that swept out in all directions. The Lawless Fire God, Cardinal Heaven, and Hunyuan Heaven were all pushed back. This power, Cardinal Heaven experts widened their eyes in horror. The unstoppable Fire God's eyes narrowed. Hunyuan Tian's figure blurred, transforming into a black mist that engulfed the light from all directions. Go! His voice was heard, and the Cardinal Heaven and Lawless Fire God immediately rushed forward. The unstoppable Fire God transformed into his human form, and the two of them entered the black mist. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and wondered if he should follow. Don't go. A familiar voice sounded. It came from his body. Spirit of the primogenitor Lord. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart why. The spirit of the first Lord answered, I can sense the aura of the constitutional defying creation scripture and the path of extinction. What? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. How could the 3 fated tribulations master these 2 supreme Taos? Wait a minute. Could it be Guzun? The primogenitors will become the great Tao of the endless universe. and the three heavenly tribulations were the convergence of the primogenitor's will? At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji's heart grew heavier. Wasn't challenging Gu Zun in the boundless universe the same as courting death? Is there no way to kill him? Zhou Xuanji asked in his mind. Even if he didn't kill them, they would still kill him. The primogenitor's spirit replied, "Yes, but with your strength, it's impossible. Just wait and see. These three might have a chance of winning." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He really wanted to strangle the primogenitor master spirit. After talking for half a day, it was all nonsense. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle quietly. The auras of the boundless fire god, Cardinal Heaven, and Hunyuan Heaven were all very strong. It was difficult to tell which was better. It should be said that they were three different extremes. Cardinal Heaven experts were evil and tyrannical. Hunyuan Heaven was vast and boundless. The fire god was fiery and unyielding. Zhou Xuanji began to sense their auras and chanted the ancestral voice from the depths of his soul. Shockwaves spread out from the black fog ahead, shaking the universe. However, they did not cause any damage to the universe. Gradually, some creatures with powerful cultivations were attracted over. One of them flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what's going on?" This person was also at the imperishable stage, so he was not afraid of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are fighting. I advise you to leave immediately." No matter where, there were people who were not afraid of death and loved to join the fun. Double heavens! The person cried out in shock with his eyes wide open. In an instant, the other imperishable realm experts in the distance flashed to their side. "What's going on? Did someone attack Nin Wujin?" "Fellow Taoist, are you the first spectator here? What happened before? Such a terrifying aura. We can't compare. The chaos of war has finally spread to Nan Wujin." Zhou Xuanji was speechless as he listened to the discussions around him. Did these guys have nothing better to do? They came so close to him. At this moment, a powerful cultivator dressed like a Taoist looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist, why haven't I seen you before?" The others heard him and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "You finally realized that I'm a stranger?" Having heard that, the powerful cultivators backed off immediately and took out their enchanted artifacts to prepare for battle. "I'm Zhou Xuanji from the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Have you heard of me?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. The powerful cultivators were shocked. Now, other than the old monsters who were always in closed-door cultivation, who had not heard of the Sword Emperor, he was a peerless overlord who could rival ancient geniuses. Why are you here?" One of them asked anxiously. Could it be that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was preparing to invade Nin Wujin? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "All of you, get out of the way. This is a matter of the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens. I'm here to help Hunyuan Heaven." He turned and looked at the black mist in the distance. The powerful cultivators looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe him or not. But since Zhou Xuanji did not attack them, they could not act recklessly. If North Wujin and South Wujin's plan to work together was foiled by them, they would be sinners. The black mist billowed violently. Powerful shock waves swept out from time to time, which was extremely horrifying. Zhou Xuanji could not determine the situation and could only wait patiently. It should be fine for the three of them to work together, Zhou Xuanji thought worriedly. If the Fire God, Cardinal Heaven, and Hunyuan Heaven could not kill the fate retribution of the Three Heavens, it would be a nightmare for him. The battle continued. Sometime later, the black mist suddenly exploded, and the Cardinal Heaven cultivator flew out from within. He quickly steadied himself and tried to adjust his aura. His hair was disheveled, and he looked disheveled. He looked back at the powerful cultivators around Zhou Xuanji and roared furiously, "What are you looking at? Go and seal this universe, or else South Wujin will be destroyed." The powerful cultivators were frightened and quickly left. If it were any other time, they might have fought with the Cardinal Heaven cultivator. But now that the situation was urgent, they had no choice but to follow the Cardinal Heaven's order. "Is there anything I can do?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Just watch. The cardinal heaven snorted. After that, he charged into the black mist again. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and continued to watch. Save me. You must save me. A faintly discernible voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. He frowned deeply. This voice, the fate retribution of the three heavens. Save me. If you don't save me, the boundless universe will be destroyed and all lives will die. The voice came again, but Zhou Xuanji was unmoved. These words were not convincing at all. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1042. Zhou Xuanji ignored the voice and waited patiently. He didn't want to know the secrets of the 3 days' fate retribution so that it wouldn't affect his judgment. But no matter what, the 3 heavenly tribulations had already affected the safety of mortal sovereign Xianxia and him. The battle continued. After about an hour, the terrifying pressure that enveloped this part of the universe gradually weakened. The result seemed to be coming out. A ball of fiery light dashed out from the clouds and came before Zhou Xuanji quickly. It was the lawless fire god. He quickly turned into a massive firebird and came to Zhou Xuanji's feet. After turning around, Zhou Xuanji landed on his head. How's the situation? Zhou Xuanji asked. The uneasiness in his heart had disappeared. It seemed that things had been resolved smoothly. The lawless fire god replied, that guy is dead for sure. It's just that Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven will have a dispute, and it will probably be a while longer. Controversy? What dispute? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Lawless Fire God shook his head. They want to take the life core of the tribulations to make themselves stronger. He turned around and left with Zhou Xuanji. Should we rob them? Zhou Xuanji asked with interest. Lawless Fire God snorted. Snatch what? They're courting death. Don't go. After saying this, he sped up, his divine energy covering Zhou Xuanji, not allowing him to turn and leave. Zhou Xuanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't really want to snatch it. The 3-day fate tribulation was most likely the manifestation of the ancient sovereign's will. What if it was devoured by the ancient sovereign? Zhou Xuanji had seen such things many times. Let's not return to the north first. Let's head to the lawless region. I want to look for the ancestral Buddha. Zhou Xuanji instructed. The 3 fate tribulations had been eliminated. It was time to bring the mortal sovereign sisters home. Ancestral Buddha? Do you know where that kid is? Lawless Fire God asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked ahead. In front of the temple gate, Zhou Xuanji looked at the 2 flowers and smiled. The unstoppable fire god was waiting for him outside the realm. It seemed as though the fire god and the ancestor Buddha had an unhappy relationship. The fire god did not wish to meet the ancestor Buddha. Why did you bring him here? The voice of the ancestor Buddha rang out. There was a tinge of anger in it. Zhou Xuanji squatted down and said softly, Don't mind him. How can we restore the sisters to their original state? The 3-day fate calamity has been destroyed, so they won't be in danger anymore. Are you sure? The ancestor Buddha asked. Yes. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's reply, the ancestor Buddha fell into silence. Boom! The doors suddenly opened, and the ancestor Buddha quickly walked out. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's right hand. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, What is it? Ancestor Buddha frowned and asked, Did the 3 karmas communicate with you? Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji remembered the voice he heard and nodded. No, it asked me for help, but I ignored it. It's not communication, he continued. Hearing that, the ancestral Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. He said seriously, Fortunately, you didn't answer. Then it seems that the curse of the fate of 3 days has fallen on other living beings. No matter what, this trial has been resolved. With a wave of his right hand, the 2 small flowers in front of Zhou Xuanji quickly grew bigger. With a flash of light, mortal sovereign and Xianxia appeared. They were wearing the long dresses that Zhou Xuanji had given them. They were beautiful and moving, and as they slowly opened their eyes, they looked like goddesses waking up. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, they were stunned before looking at the ancestor Buddha in confusion. The calamity is over. You can go back with him now. Ancestor Buddha said calmly. Mortal sovereign and Xianxia were pleasantly surprised. They immediately bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Ancestor Buddha." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "What are you thanking him for? I brought people to destroy the fate of 3 days." He was just knocking on the wooden fish here. As soon as he said this, the two girls looked up at him in surprise. The corner of the Ancestor Buddha's mouth twitched. He flicked his sleeves and walked toward the gate of the temple, leaving behind a sentence. "Leave this place as soon as possible, lest you bring me more disasters. Zhou Xuanji, the calamity in the endless universe has just begun. As the overlord of a region, you bear the brunt of it. Take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the temple. With a loud bang, the gate closed again. Zhou Xuanji didn't think much about it. Instead, he looked at the two girls and said seriously, "You didn't look for me when you encountered danger, but you were helping outsiders." Mortal Sovereign frowned and sighed. "We don't want to implicate you." Even now, they still felt that it was unreal. "Let's go home." Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he took the two girls away. He returned to Lawless Fire's head, and Lawless Fire immediately flew toward the north. The two girls were frightened by Lawless Fire under their feet. Zhou Xuanji briefly introduced him to them. So you did it for two girls. What a joke." Lawless Fire snorted coldly. The two girls felt a little awkward. Zhou Xuanji ignored Lawless Fire. After spending some time with him, he realized that Lawless Fire had a sharp tongue. Compared to when they first met, this guy talked a lot, and his words were filled with thorns. He must have been holding it in for too long. After returning to the star's domain, Lawless Fire shrunk into a sun and began to sleep. This was good. Zhou Xuanji didn't have to settle him down. After returning to the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji summoned Jinsheng. Jinsheng still controlled the star's domain and had a high status. Zhou Xuanji told him about Lawless Fire, and he was very excited. With such a powerful cultivator in the Sword Emperor Divine Court, wouldn't their power grow tremendously? He immediately ordered his soldiers to spread the news so that no one would disturb Lawless Fire's rest. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. He was almost watching the battle with the 3 fate retributions. He felt quite regretful. He didn't even get to see the true face of the 3 fate retributions. Next, the surrounding endless space fell into silence. Everyone felt pressured, as though a storm was brewing. There was no major commotion in the uncontrollable region. Everything was peaceful, terrifyingly peaceful. 500 years passed quickly. This day, as Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the sword, Yuan Cheng requested to see him. With a thought, the gates of the star's palace opened. Yuan Cheng rushed in hurriedly and cried out in fear, "My lord, things are bad." Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and waited for him to continue. Zhongji of the Eastern Endless Kingdom was defeated. A mysterious powerhouse barged into the Eastern Endless Kingdom and beat Zhongji until only a remnant soul was left in front of all the descendants. He said that he would defeat all the endless overlords and that Nan Wujin would be next. Yuan Cheng said fearfully. Although the Eastern Endless Kingdom had lost to them before, it was different. Even the ancestors of the royal family came out for this battle, but it was a pity that they could not defeat him. Zhou Xuanji was interested and asked curiously, "Did that person leave his name?" Yuan Cheng replied, "Sovereign Qin." Other than that, he did not leave any information about his background. Throughout the ages, there was no such person. Chapter 1043. Qin Zun. Never heard of it. Let him come. Zhou Xuanji said with an indifferent smile. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was not like when it was first established. Now, the Sword Emperor Divine Court had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there was also Fire God and the old beggar overseeing it. He was not afraid of any danger. Yuan Cheng said worriedly, but he was able to barge into the Endless East royal family alone, and even those old monsters couldn't stop him. He's definitely very powerful. My lord, although your last trip to the Endless East royal family went smoothly, you didn't encounter any of the royal family's old ancestors. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not like he's coming to find me directly. Nan Wujin has Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, which is enough to make him suffer. Do you think that Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven are not a match for him? Yuancheng was stumped. Although Qin Zun was very strong, he didn't seem like an existence that could defeat the combined forces of Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. There was no such existence in the entire boundless universe. Gu Juejiu couldn't. Not even the fire god. You may leave, Zhou Xuanji said as he waved his hand. He was at the juncture of enlightenment and did not want to miss out on the inspiration that he had obtained with much difficulty. Leave as soon as the marriage is established. After the doors of the Stars Hall closed, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued his enlightenment. Ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, his understanding of the unconstitutional creation scripture had entered a stage of explosion. A huge and complicated cultivation concept was waiting for him to explore in the unconstitutional creation scripture. It was even more complicated than the laws and great Tao's. It even contained the true essence of space-time. Zhou Xuanji felt that if he could completely grasp the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra, his cultivation would undergo a qualitative change and leap to another profound realm. Omnipotent, just like the founding master and the Sword Emperor. Everything could be created and everything could be destroyed. While Zhou Xuanji was still in closed-door cultivation, Sovereign Qin's name spread far and wide. Although Zhongji lost to Zhou Xuanji before, he was still one of the four overlords. Now that he had been defeated by Qin Zun, he had become a stepping stone for Qin Zun's rise to fame. For a time, everyone was talking about Qin Zun. Qin Zun wants to walk the path of the Sword Emperor and step on the endless overlords? It's not the same. The Sword Sovereign's fate energy reaches the heavens, while Qin Zun only has himself. TSK, to trample on the Eastern Endless Royal Family alone, the first person in history. Let's see if he can defeat Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. If he can, he will definitely be the strongest in the world. Can our Sword Emperor Divine Court stop him? Qin Zun's strength won the worship of countless living beings. This was similar to the situation when Zhou Xuanji rose up. It was even more exaggerated. After all, Qin Zun had charged into the boundless universe alone. Individualism is the most attractive existence, no matter where you are. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was also discussing Qin Zun. About 100 years passed. Nan Wujin exploded with a heaven-shaking explosion. Countless living beings heard it. Several days later, a battle report spread like the plague, sweeping through the entire southern endless lands. Qin Zun fought against Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, but all three of them were seriously injured. Absolutely explosive. No matter who heard it, their first reaction was disbelief. Qin Zun became a god in one battle. Stars Hall. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Is this true?" Dozens of figures stood in the hall, and they were all core members of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Even the old beggar who had been in prison all this time came. Yuancheng answered, "It's true. Nan Wujin is currently in a mess, and the two heavens are seriously injured. The various ambitious and ruthless people of Nan Wujin are taking advantage of the chaos to resist and overthrow Hunyuan Heaven's rule." The hall was silent. Cardinal Heaven had brought them despair and fear before. Now, even Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven could not defeat Qin Zun. How powerful was Qin Zun? Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. It seemed that Qin Zun was really powerful. He could threaten the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Who knows Qin Zun's background? You can guess, Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at everyone. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was a little angry. The most terrifying thing was not how powerful the enemy was, but that they knew nothing about the enemy even after such a long time. They were not second or third-rate factions. Now, they dominated northern endless lands and were considered the top factions in the world. The number of living beings under their control could no longer be calculated with numbers. Even with such a massive faction, they still could not find any information about Qin Zun. Zhou Xuanji was disappointed. The atmosphere became oppressive. Everyone sensed Zhou Xuanji's anger. It was their first time facing Zhou Xuanji's anger. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had never been angry at them. Xianxia said with gritted teeth, I will send someone to investigate Eastern Endless Lands immediately. Qin Zun's sudden appearance in Eastern Endless Lands must have something to do with it. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The old beggar suddenly stood out and said he might have something to do with the Eternal God Gate. Eternal God Gate. Everyone looked at him with curiosity and confusion in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji was the same. It was his first time hearing about the Eternal God Gate. There were no records of the Eternal God Gate in the history of the boundless universe. It said that the Eternal God Gate was born at the very beginning, and there are unimaginable existences inside. The only record is from a legendary historical record left by the primogenitor. That historical record has already disappeared, and I only learned about it from my ancestors, the old beggar said faintly. Everyone was shocked. A divine item from the primogenitor's era? That period was also called the primordial immemorial era or the primordial immemorial era. It was used to describe the very beginning. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, You mean that the Eternal God Gate has appeared again? What does it represent? The old beggar took a deep breath and said, It represents nothingness. Everything returns to nothingness. What? Everyone was shocked, and their hair stood on end. What did that mean? Was Qin Zun going to destroy everything? That's not right. He did not do evil in East or South Boundless. He only challenged the Overlord. Someone questioned. The old beggar shook his head and said, This is what my ancestors told me. No one knows if it's true or false, let alone the primordial immemorial era. Not many old monsters from the primogenitor era are still alive. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of something. He waved his right hand. A silhouette appeared in the palace. Blood Dragon Ghost. The Blood Dragon Ghost was the servant of Full Heart Sovereign, and Full Heart Sovereign was not far from the primogenitor era. It was even possible that the primogenitor era had existed longer than Full Heart Sovereign. Not only the Blood Dragon Ghost, but the Fire God was the same. However, the Fire God's words could not be trusted. This fellow claimed that his ancestor was the son of the primogenitor era's first disciple. When Zhou Xuanji mentioned Full Heart Sovereign, he said that he was related to Full Heart Sovereign. In his words, all powerhouses in the primordial immemorial era were related to him because he came from the primogenitor era. Blood Dragon Ghost, do you know about the Eternal God Gate? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at the people around him before yawning and said, Of course I know. You should all know that the sovereign serendipity that you're all crazy about came from the Eternal God Gate, right? With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. The three sovereigns' serendipity came from the Eternal God Gate. Chapter 1044. I remember my master saying that when the founder opened the Eternal God Gate, it caused the Kunlun Origin Court to face its first disaster. In that battle, the Kunlun Origin Court was almost destroyed, and 80 to 90% of the first generation died. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at Zhou Xuanji and said casually, After so many years, could it be that the Eternal Gate of God has appeared again? That's great. Xianxia asked curiously, Why did you say yes when such a dangerous thing appeared? The Blood Dragon replied matter-of-factly, Then we all have to die, so we don't have to worry about how to survive. Isn't that good? Everyone was silent. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and said seriously, Don't joke around. Now, an expert is most likely from the Eternal God Gate. How can we find the Eternal God Gate? The situation was still uncertain, and Zhou Xuanji did not want too many unstable and unknown existences to cause trouble. It's very difficult. Up until now, only the primogenitor master has personally seen the Eternal God Gate. He left behind a sentence, Never ever step into the Eternal God Gate. The Blood Dragon Ghost said as it recalled. In any case, he had been sealed for countless years and was already indifferent to life and death. Right now, he was just muddling along. If he really encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat, he would be willing to die. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, Just tell me if you have any ideas. Don't talk so much nonsense. The Blood Dragon Ghost shrugged and said, I really didn't. Didn't you subdue the Fire God? Go ask him. That guy has a special background. Back then, even the Hidden Heart Sovereign had to be polite to him. After that, he exploded and turned into blood qi that flowed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "You guys wait here." He disappeared on the spot and teleported to Lawless Fire God's side. The Lawless Fire God was still in its sun form, not moving at all. Its surface was burning with raging flames, strong enough to distort space. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Fire God, do you know about the Eternal God Gate?" His voice could only be heard by the God of Fire. "Eternal God Gate? Again?" Lawless Fire God asked. "That's right. You want to find the Eternal Divine Gate and obtain the Paragon's opportunity." "No. Someone ran out from the Eternal Gate of God and threatened me. I advise you to give up. Anyone who touches the Eternal God Gate will die." Back then, the majority of the primogenitor's first-generation disciples died in the Eternal God Gate. Because of that, the primogenitor fell into depression and mysteriously perished. My guess is that he entered the Eternal God Gate and never returned. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never thought that the Eternal God Gate would be related to the primogenitor Lord's disappearance. No matter who it is, try your best to avoid them. As far as I know, nothing in the Eternal Divine Gate can stay here for long. Lawless Fire God instructed, which made Zhou Xuanji frown even deeper. What did that mean? If he couldn't beat Qin Zun, he would have to admit defeat? Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Star Hall. "Your Majesty, how is the situation?" Xianxia asked nervously. With the strength that Qin Zun had displayed, there was probably no one in the Sword Emperor Divine Court who could stop him. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "The Eternal God Gate is too ancient, and he can't explain it clearly. Let's focus on the Divine Court and stabilize it. That Sovereign Qin won't be able to affect anything for now, so we don't have to worry too much." Even if he couldn't defeat Qin Zun couldn't defeat him either. The extreme godly blankness mode allowed Zhou Xuanji to be undefeatable. Everyone looked at each other and could only agree. However, Qin Zun was heavily injured and would not be a threat to Bei Wujin for the time being. Even if he recovered, the next time would be against Guju Agio. Zhou Xuanji was the last. After everyone left, Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it and continued to comprehend. No matter what, training hard was the most fundamental thing. He had a hunch. Qin Zun was just the beginning. There would be even more trouble in the future, or even more. Time passed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation did not experience much of a breakthrough, but he was still immersed in it. What was worth mentioning was that Qin Zun did not appear in the past 1,000 years. Southern Boundless had fallen into chaos, and Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had mysteriously disappeared. Now, Eastern Boundless and Western Boundless were ready to invade Southern Boundless at any time. North Boundless was the most peaceful. The Sword Emperor Divine Court didn't expand outwards and instead worked hard to let everyone have a good life. In comparison, the reputation of the Sword Emperor Divine Court was growing by the day. Quite a few living beings from the other 3 boundless realms began to rush towards the northern boundless realms. In order to accept them, the Sword Emperor Divine Court sent experts to open a teleportation array. After all, the vast majority of living beings did not have the ability to pass through the impassable region. On this day, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra reached a whole new level. From now on, he could begin to fuse the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra with the Tao of Annihilation without causing too much of an impact to his surroundings. His divine energy began to transform. You finally reached this stage, but it's reasonable. You have the Sovereign's serendipity, so you will succeed sooner or later. The Ancestor Lord Spirit appeared before Zhou Xuanji suddenly and said softly. Zhou Xuanji did not use any special cultivation technique. Just like how he used to practice his sword, he only repeated the ancestor voice. After countless repetitions, the conditions were right, and he successfully broke through. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and asked, "What stage?" The Ancestor Lord's spirit replied, "The stage above imperishable. Whenever someone reaches this stage, the Eternal Divine Gate will appear." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes abruptly. You mean that the eternal divine gate appeared because of me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. That's right. That's why that guy put you last. Back then, I experienced the crisis that you faced. I won, but Kunlun Origin Court lost. The Ancestor Lord's spirit sighed. His eyes were filled with guilt as he recalled the past. He had let down Kunlun Origin Court back then. Zhou Xuanji asked, what is that stage? Why did it attract the attention of the Eternal Divine Gate? The Ancestor Lord's spirit's expression changed as he said seriously, above imperishable is naturally eternal. This stage allows one to truly be eternal. Even if one's body and soul are destroyed, there will remains. It surpasses the universe and the Kunlun Origin Court. Every existence who reaches the eternal realm will face the Eternal Divine Gate's test. I already warned you, but who would have thought that the Eternal Divine Gate would sense your existence after you used eternal power once? The fusion of the Constitution defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation was eternal power. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He had never thought that Sovereign Qin would appear because of him. But it's fine now. You still have a chance to become more powerful. Hurry up and break through. Even though reaching the eternal realm will not make you invincible, at least it will be difficult for Sovereign Qin to defeat you, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said softly. After that, he disappeared from Zhou Xuanji's sight. He had been watching the outside world from within Zhou Xuanji's body. He had been patiently waiting until Zhou Xuanji broke through before coming out to tell him the truth. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji's Tao heart would be disturbed. Zhou Xuanji nodded before closing his eyes and continuing to break through. He began to fuse the two supreme Taos. Chapter 1045. Boom! The Star Hall trembled slightly, and the tens of thousands of astral guards below looked up in shock. What's happening? His Majesty is breaking through. So powerful. He broke through again. Such a powerful aura. What stage is His Majesty at now? Seems like Sovereign Qin managed to agitate His Majesty. Not bad. If His Majesty can break through, he will bring glory to us. The astral guards discussed among themselves. Admiration was written all over their faces. Although Sovereign Qin was already famous in their hearts, the Sword Emperor was their true faith. A pair of eyes lit up on the distant sun. It was Lawless Fire God. He also sensed that Zhou Xuanji was breaking through. This aura, could it be? Lawless Fire God was shocked in his heart. He had already guessed something. He did not move, but continued to close his eyes. It seemed that deep sleep was the most important thing to him. Inside the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat in midair. His body was radiating a silvery radiance that looked extremely sacred. Creation and destruction. The two extreme auras intertwined in his body, causing the entire hall to shake. He had already entered a mysterious state. He was looking back at his life. From 2 years old to now, from a child to an endless overlord. All the faces that he had met in his life flashed before his eyes. His divine energy was transforming, and so was his state of mind. What was eternity? Eternity meant always existing. Just like Sovereign Gu. Even after he died, his will turn into countless great Taos that still existed and ruled over all living beings. Zhou Xuanji's body began to turn into a star of light. He was transforming. He fused his Tao technique into his soul and his will. After reaching the eternity stage, the body and soul were no longer important. Will represented everything. Somehow, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was ascending. A wondrous feeling that he had never felt before surged into his heart. It was not simply growing stronger, but it was like breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. He was shocked to find that he was no longer in the Star Hall, but above the endless starry sky. He looked down and could see many worlds. The great 1,000 worlds were dazzling and colorful. All forms of life were in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked at his hands and realized that they were just illusory and had no physical body. Eternity stage. I see. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was not too surprised. Calm and collected. He didn't feel that he was very strong, but he felt that everything was so ordinary. This was the case for the world, the universe, and space-time. Zhou Xuanji began moving. Under the eternal will state, his speed was extremely fast. His heart moved at will. Wherever he wanted to go, he would rush there quickly. If he used the godless state, his speed would reach a whole new level. Everything in the surroundings became pure white, and the vast whiteness shattered into endless darkness. Strands of purple lightning flickered and wreaked havoc, filled with destructive power. However, when the purple lightning landed on his body, it immediately disappeared, unable to affect him in the slightest. What's at the end? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was suddenly interested in what was ahead. The boundless universe, as the name implied, was boundless and without end. Above the universe, there were many different opinions regarding the end of the universe, but up until now, no one had an accurate opinion that could determine the end of the boundless universe. Now that he had stepped into the eternal realm, he was qualified to explore. He kept accelerating, and the scenery around him was like an illusion, constantly changing. Boom! Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that he had bumped into something and was stopped. He stared ahead. It was still dark, and there were no obstacles in front of him. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji reached out to touch it, and found that there was an invisible barrier in front of him. It was very hard, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. Could this be the end of the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji felt a little regretful. The boundless universe had an end, but it was not really boundless. He felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Many powerful cultivators wanted to explore higher sceneries, but he had already seen the end. He turned around and rushed back in the direction he came from. He could sense the aura of his body, so he would not get lost. Maybe when the Kunlun Origin Court was born, the space-time barrier was closer, and it was opened up by the primogenitor with his supreme divine power. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He quickly flew back to the Star's Palace. His will fused into his body, and the sword spirit's voice came. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the eternal realm. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner obtained Great Annihilation. Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword. Luck descending. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. 2 rays of dazzling silver light shot out from his eyes. An unprecedented sense of power appeared, and he could not help but smile. Sword name: Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword Grade. Great Annihilation Description: a legendary sword condensed from the Tao of Annihilation. It has the power to destroy everything, even the entire boundless universe. It is still being nurtured and cannot be used yet. Luck descending: subduing the fate of all with the eternal will. Turning fate into a weapon for one's own use. A legendary sword of the highest grade at the moment. A mysterious and powerful divine ability. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. Although the Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword was still being nurtured, at least it had appeared. It would appear in his hands soon. How powerful was the legendary sword that destroyed the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji guessed that even if he had the Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword, he would not be able to use it easily. If the boundless universe was destroyed, he would cease to exist. His eternal realm was based on the ancient sovereign's will. If even the ancient sovereign's will was destroyed, how could he survive? Moreover, there must be a threshold to use this legendary sword. Although the legendary swords created by the supreme legendary sword system were always more powerful than his, there must be a threshold to use them. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood luck descending. He opened his eyes again and waved his right hand. The primogenitor's spirit appeared before him. After stepping into the eternal realm, Zhou Xuanji could sense the primogenitor's spirit's presence. This time, he was going to suppress the primogenitor's spirit in the Master Emperor's door. This was to prevent this old guy from spying on him. Not bad. You have just stepped into the eternal realm. Currently, you are at the first level of will. The primogenitor's spirit looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled satisfactorily. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Is that so? I will need your guidance in the future. I will have to trouble you to stay in your precious door for now. The primogenitor's spirit was silent. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry and waited for him to speak. A while later, the primogenitor spirit said faintly, "Do you really want to do this?" Zhou Xuanji nodded seriously. Seeing this, the primogenitor spirit could only sigh. Zhou Xuanji smiled and sent him into the Master Emperor's door. He added his will into the Master Emperor's door to form a protective layer to prevent other living beings from detecting the primogenitor spirit's presence. After doing all this, Zhou Xuanji got up and walked toward the Stars Palace's door. After breaking through to the Eternal Realm, Zhou Xuanji's mental state was different. He was in a good mood and decided to preach the Tao to everyone in the Stars Realm again.